Hey guys, tonight we're finding out exactly why you couldn't handle Victorian servants who were never allowed to say. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video, and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. If your image of a medieval woman comes from fairy tales, romantic paintings, or films where she spends her afternoons. Before dawn touched the chimneys, before the first pale breath of morning entered the eastern windows, a small bell trembled beneath the sleeping house. Its voice was slight, a silver shiver, a sound so delicate that it could not disturb the dreams of those lying beneath embroidered curtains in the chambers above. Yet below the grand staircase, beyond a narrow green door, and behind walls no visitor was expected to notice, the bell sounded with the certainty of command. It moved through the servants' corridor like cold air beneath a door, once, then silence. On the wall hung a wooden board darkened by smoke and years of passing hands. Across its surface were small ivory labels, each one bearing the name of a room: the blue bedroom, the morning room, the library, the east dressing room, the nursery. Beside each name waited a tiny brass indicator attached to a hidden wire. When someone above pulled a tasseled cord, the wire awakened inside the wall, traveling through plaster, timber, and shadow until one of the bells below began to move. It is said that a great house possessed two bodies. There was the body shown to the world: tall windows, carved stone, polished floors, paintings of solemn ancestors, and mirrors holding the glow of candlelight. And there was another body concealed beneath it. This second body was made of narrow stairs, steaming kitchens, coal passages, locked cupboards, worn shoes, tired hands, and bells that spoke for people who did not wish to call aloud. Between these two worlds stood the bellboard, a small altar of obedience, a map of invisible need. In the uncertain darkness before sunrise, a young housemaid named Eliza opened her eyes. She slept in an attic chamber beneath the sloping roof, where winter gathered close to the walls. Beside her, another maid breathed beneath a thin blanket. Frost had formed along the lower edge of the window, turning the glass pale and distant. For a moment, Eliza did not know what had awakened her. Then she heard it again, a faint metallic trembling far below. She rose without lighting the lamp. The house had taught her how to move through darkness. She knew which floorboards whispered beneath the foot and which remained silent. She knew where the staircase narrowed, where the plaster had crumbled, and where the night wind entered through a crack beside the servants' landing. By the time she reached the corridor, a candle had been lit beneath the bellboard. Its flame leaned toward the wall. The indicator beneath the words "East Dressing Room" was still moving. Eliza watched it tremble. The little brass bell had already fallen silent, yet the wire continued to quiver as though some final echo remained within the walls. There were rules governing how quickly a servant must answer. These rules were rarely written. They were learned through glances, rebukes, withheld wages, and the quiet humiliation of being asked why one had taken so long. A servant was expected to appear almost before the person above had fully understood their own desire. Water, a shawl, a fire stirred back into life. A letter carried, a candle replaced, a window closed against the rain. The household's needs arrived as sounds. The servants' own needs were expected to remain silent. Eliza lifted the candle and began to climb. She did not use the central staircase. That stair belonged to the family and their guests. Its steps were wide, its banister polished, its walls lined with portraits whose eyes appeared to follow anyone passing beneath them. Instead, she entered a narrow passage hidden behind a painted door. The flame revealed rough plaster and bare wood. The staircase turned sharply, rising between the walls like a secret path through stone. On one side lay the grand rooms of the house. On the other lay hidden corridors where servants could move without disturbing the illusion of effortless comfort. In forgotten corners of Victorian houses, such passages formed a veiled geography. Food could travel from the kitchen to the dining room without crossing the path of a guest. Coal could reach the bedrooms without staining the rugs. Chamber pots, laundry, letters, and ashes could disappear before the household descended for breakfast. The servants moved through these hidden arteries, like breath through a sleeping body, always present, rarely seen. Eliza reached the east dressing room and paused outside the door. She waited. Another rule: never enter too loudly, never knock as though one possessed importance, never allow the latch to click. She opened the door with the softness of someone entering a sacred chamber. The room was dim. Moonlight rested upon the carpet, and the curtains moved slightly in a draught. Before the dying fire sat the mistress of the house, wrapped in a pale dressing gown. On the small table beside her lay an opened letter. Its seal had been broken. The paper trembled faintly in her hand. "Build the fire," she said. Nothing more. Eliza knelt before the grate. She arranged the coal, stirred the ash, and coaxed a small flame from the embers. Behind her, the mistress remained motionless. There are moments when silence becomes heavier than speech. Eliza could hear the paper folding and unfolding. She could hear the woman's breath catching in her throat. She could see, reflected in the dark glass above the mantel, the faint gleam of tears. But she did not turn. A servant was permitted to notice what was needed. She was not permitted to notice what was hidden. Whispers tell us that servants knew more about Victorian households than almost anyone else. They washed the linen after sickness. They carried letters whose handwriting they recognized. They prepared rooms for guests who arrived after midnight. They heard quarrels through walls and watched untouched meals return to the kitchen. They knew which child feared the dark, which gentleman drank alone, which lady waited beside the window, which marriage had become a chamber without warmth. Yet this knowledge could not safely become language. Discretion was praised as a virtue, but beneath the silence, it was also a form of survival. A maid accused of gossip might lose her place. Without a favorable written character from her employer, another household might refuse her at the gate. Her room, wages, food, and future could disappear because of one repeated sentence. And so she learned to become a vessel. She received the secrets of the house and carried them downward, into the servants' hall, into the laundry steam, into the attic darkness, into dreams that belonged to no one else. The fire awakened slowly. Its light moved across the mistress's face. For a moment, she seemed older than she had appeared the evening before. "Did you see anyone in the corridor?" she asked. "No, ma'am." "Did you hear anything?" Eliza's hand remained above the grate. She had heard something. During the night, while carrying a jug from the lower landing, she had heard the master's voice behind the library door. Another voice had answered him, a man's voice, low and unfamiliar. There had been mention of money, of a signature, of a letter that must not be found. Later, she had seen the master cross the corridor with ash upon his sleeve. In the library fireplace, among the dying coals, a half-burned envelope had rested beneath the grate. The same crest appeared upon the letter now lying beside the mistress. Eliza lowered her eyes. "No, ma'am," she repeated. The words entered the room gently. They were not true, yet truth, within such a house, did not belong equally to every person who possessed it. The mistress looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, the gardens were pale beneath the moon. Bare branches moved against the sky, like writing slowly being erased. "You may go," she whispered. Eliza rose and left, without turning her back too quickly. Outside the chamber, she stood in the hidden passage, holding the candle before her. Its flame had grown small. The house around her appeared silent, but she could feel the presence of all that remained unsaid. Secrets seemed to live within its architecture. They rested behind portraits, beneath carpets, inside locked drawers, within the hollow chambers, where bell wires travelled from one world to another. Perhaps every great house contained such a memory. Not the memory written in family Bibles or carved upon stone, but another memory made from overheard fragments, unfinished letters, stains removed before morning, and names spoken only below stairs. Eliza descended. The corridor beneath the house had begun to awaken. A scullery maid carried kindling toward the kitchen. Somewhere, water poured into a copper basin. The cook's door opened, releasing the faint scent of flour, smoke, and yesterday's embers. No one asked Eliza why the bell had rung. To ask might have invited an answer, and answers could become dangerous things. She returned to the board and placed the candle beneath it. The east dressing room indicator had finally become still. All the bells now waited in silence. For a few moments, Eliza stood before them, reading the names of rooms she entered each day, but could never truly inhabit. They appeared almost celestial in the weak light. Each label, a small star, marking another chamber of duty. The library, the nursery, the drawing room, the master's bedroom. Each bell could awaken at any moment. Each wire extended upward through darkness, fastened somewhere to a hand that would never see the path its command travelled. It is said that bells were meant to summon presence. Yet these bells also summoned absence. The servant came, and the person within her vanished. Her fatigue disappeared. Her grief waited. Her questions closed like doors. She became only the answer to someone else's call. Outside, dawn had not yet arrived, but the darkness was beginning to thin. A grey light entered the distant kitchen window. The house seemed to inhale before waking. Soon fires would be lit, curtains drawn, trays prepared, and footsteps heard in the chambers above. The family would descend into rooms made ready by unseen hands. The mistress would wear a composed face. The master would open his newspaper. The letter would perhaps be locked away, and whatever had happened in the library would become part of the house's silence. Then, once more, a bell rang. The sound was soft, almost sorrowful. The indicator beneath the library began to tremble. Eliza looked at it without moving. For one suspended breath, she saw again the scorched envelope beneath the grate. She remembered the hidden voice, the ash upon the master's sleeve, and the tears reflected above the mistress's fire. She possessed a truth, or perhaps only the shadow of one. But shadows too. The bell trembled again. Eliza lifted the candle. She began to walk. Above her, the household rested within its final moments of peace. Below, the wire continued to shiver against the board, as though the walls had drawn breath and were trying, in their own small language, to speak. But the house had survived by silence. And Eliza had learned its oldest ritual: to hear everything, to remember quietly, and to answer before anyone could ask what she knew. Perhaps the truth was never meant to leave those corridors. Perhaps it remained buried beneath the stairs, hidden among dust, wires, ash and stone. Or perhaps some voices only echo when the world has finally become quiet enough to listen. Behind the carved panels and velvet-papered walls of the Victorian house, there was another house. It had no grand entrance, no painted ceiling, no chandelier to gather candlelight in its crystal branches. Its doors were narrow, its stairs steep, and its walls left plain beneath the dust. It passed behind drawing rooms and bedrooms like a hidden river beneath a sleeping city. A guest might spend an entire winter beneath the roof and never know that this secret architecture existed only a few inches beyond the wallpaper. It is said that some doors are built not to welcome but to conceal. One such door waited at the far end of the west gallery. It was painted the same muted green as the surrounding wall. Its frame was thin. Its handle had been darkened by so many careful hands that the brass no longer shone. Above it hung a portrait of a distant ancestor, his pale face turned toward a landscape no longer remembered. Visitors passed beneath him without pausing. They saw the painting. They saw the vase of dried flowers. They saw the polished floor reflecting the afternoon windows. But they rarely saw the door. Beyond it lay the corridor no guest ever saw. Before sunrise, while the lawns remained silver with frost, and the chimneys stood beneath a fading moon, the panel opened inward. A young footman, named Thomas, stepped through it, carrying a shaded candle. He wore no formal livery yet. His coat was plain, his boots softened by years of use. In one hand he held a basket of kindling. Beneath his arm rested several folded newspapers that would soon appear beside the master's breakfast plate, crisp and dry, as though they had arrived there by their own quiet will. Thomas closed the panel behind him. The grand gallery vanished. Around him was a passage scarcely wide enough for two people to pass. Its plaster bore the faint marks of shoulders, baskets and trays, carried through generations. Iron pipes crossed the ceiling. The stone beneath his feet had been worn into shallow hollows by countless steps. Some believe that stone remembers weight. Not names, perhaps, not faces, but repetition. The same turn before dawn, the same careful descent, the same tired foot placed where another servant's foot had rested years before. Thomas had entered service only 3 months earlier. Already, he was learning the hidden geography of the house. The family used the broad staircase beneath the painted dome. Servants used the stair behind the breakfast room. Guests entered through the marble hall. Deliveries came through the lower courtyard. The east landing required silence, because the dowager mistress slept lightly. The passage beside the schoolroom had to be crossed quickly because the youngest child sometimes opened the door without warning. The green-baize door separated the visible household from the invisible one. It softened footsteps and restrained the sound of plates. Beyond it, voices changed. Backs straightened, faces became calm. There were gates within gates, rules within rules. A footman might stand inside a drawing room, while remaining socially farther away than someone beyond the sea. He could carry a letter sealed with grief, but he could not ask what sorrow it contained. He might serve wine during an intimate confession and be expected to vanish from the memory of everyone present. The art of service was not merely to perform labor, it was to remove all evidence that labor had occurred. Thomas descended the narrow stair. The candlelight moved across the walls in slow waves. At the bottom waited a long corridor leading toward the kitchen, the pantry, the servants' hall, and the coal yard. A second passage climbed behind the bedrooms. Another curved around the dining room, where concealed doors allowed servants to enter and depart without breaking the symmetry of the walls. The whole house seemed threaded with hidden paths, a sacred maze of obedience. Whispers tell us that the finest Victorian homes were designed around separation. Rooms were arranged not only for comfort, but for rank. The family inhabited spaces of display, beauty, and ease. Servants occupied the passages between those spaces, carrying warmth, light, food, and order through routes chosen to keep them out of sight. Coal arrived before anyone saw the grate grow cold. Water appeared before anyone felt thirst. Candles were replaced before darkness could become inconvenient. Clothes returned clean and pressed. Boots stood polished beside bedroom doors. Breakfast waited beneath silver covers. A guest might believe the house governed itself. Its fires awakened like dawn. Its tables filled as if through enchantment. Its rooms restored themselves while everyone slept. Yet beneath the silence, hands were always moving. Thomas reached the coal passage and lowered his candle beside the wall. The air there carried the mineral scent of earth. Black dust rested upon the steps, the bins, and the edges of the shovel. He filled the basket carefully, knowing that a single mark upon the upper carpet might bring a sharp correction from the housekeeper. The coal had to arrive without bringing the cellar with it. He covered the basket and began the climb toward the library. Halfway up, he paused. Through the wall came the faint sound of laughter. The family had returned late from a winter ball. Some of the younger guests had not yet gone to bed. Their voices moved through the plaster, softened by distance, rising and falling like music heard across water. Thomas stood very still. There was warmth in that unseen room. A fire, perhaps. Glasses upon a table. Silk skirts brushing the carpet. Someone playing the final notes of a song. For one moment, the hidden passage seemed no wider than a coffin. The wall beside him was only timber and plaster, yet it divided two forms of existence. On one side, laughter without consequence. On the other, a servant standing in darkness with coal upon his hands. He did not resent the sound. Not entirely. It reminded him of evenings in his mother's cottage, when his sisters had laughed beside the stove, and his father had hummed old songs after returning from the fields. Those rooms had been smaller than the library fireplace, but they had contained something the great house could not offer him: belonging. Thomas had not been home in nearly a year. His wages helped his family. His position was considered respectable. If he served well, he might rise to become first footman, perhaps one day a butler. Such hopes were spoken of as ladders. Yet every ladder leaned against another person's wall. The laughter faded. Thomas lifted the basket and continued upward. At the next turning, he passed the linen press. A young maid was standing beside it, with her face turned toward the shelves. At first, he thought she was counting sheets. Then he saw the movement of her shoulders. She was crying without sound. Her name was Margaret. That morning, a letter had arrived from her brother. Their mother was unwell, perhaps gravely so. Margaret had asked for 2 days away, but guests were expected at the end of the week, and the housekeeper had said the household could not spare her. Thomas did not speak. Words might have embarrassed her. Comfort might be considered familiarity. Even kindness had to travel carefully within the order of the house. He set the candle upon a shelf and moved away, leaving its small circle of warmth beside her. It was all he could offer. The corridor received such moments. A maid pressing a letter against her apron. A kitchen boy sleeping for 3 stolen minutes beside the coal bins. A cook reading news from home with flour upon her hands. A valet staring through a narrow window at snow falling over fields he was not permitted to cross. The passage held these memories without judgment. Its walls did not ask whether sorrow was appropriate. Its floor did not distinguish between polished shoes and worn ones. Where memory fades from official pages, ordinary places sometimes become the only archives left behind. Family records might preserve births, inheritances, marriages, journeys, and deaths. Portraits kept the faces of masters and mistresses bright beneath varnish. Silver bore initials. Gravestones repeated noble names. But who recorded the servant who remained awake beside a sick child? Who remembered the maid dismissed for speaking too freely? Who wrote down the dreams of the boy who carried coal through darkness while others danced? Perhaps no one. Perhaps the corridor remembered. Thomas reached the concealed door beside the library. He waited until the voices within had disappeared. Then he entered. The room was empty. Candles had burned low in their holders. Glasses stood upon the tables. A shawl had been abandoned beside the fire. The air carried wine, smoke, and winter roses. He knelt before the grate and placed fresh coal upon the embers. Soon, the family would return to the room and find it warm. They would not see the black dust on his cuffs. They would not hear the basket against the narrow stair. They would not know that he had paused behind the wall, listening to their happiness as though it belonged to another world. He gathered the empty glasses and arranged the chairs. On the carpet beside the sofa lay a torn piece of paper. Thomas picked it up. Only a few words remained. Must never be known. The rest had been ripped away. He looked toward the fire, where a blackened fragment curled among the ashes. The house was full of incomplete messages, names missing from letters, sentences abandoned at the sound of footsteps, promises made behind locked doors. Servants encountered the fragments but rarely the whole. Their knowledge was a mosaic made from whispers, objects, stains, silences, and altered expressions. They knew enough to suspect, never enough to be certain, and certainty itself might have been dangerous. Thomas placed the torn paper upon the fire. The flame moved slowly along its edge until the words folded into blackness. He left the library and closed the hidden door. By then, dawn had begun to gather beyond the basement windows. The corridor shifted from candle-lit brown to a pale, uncertain grey. Somewhere in the kitchen, a range door opened. Metal touched metal. Water began to simmer. The concealed house was waking fully now. Maids crossed with folded linen. A scullery girl carried a basin. The butler unlocked the plate cupboard. The cook stood before the long table, reading the day's menu like a general studying a silent campaign. Soon, every path would fill, yet no one would move without purpose. No one would linger where they might be seen. No one would enter the wrong doorway. The great house depended upon constant movement while preserving the appearance of stillness. That was its deepest illusion, not the portraits, not the chandeliers, not the polished silver. The illusion was effortlessness. The family lived within a world from which struggle had been carefully removed and carried elsewhere. Heat belonged to the room. Smoke belonged below. Clean linen belonged to the bed. Exhaustion belonged to the laundry. Beauty remained visible. Labour disappeared through the green-baize door. Thomas returned to the west gallery passage. His candle had nearly burned away. He opened the narrow panel and looked briefly into the grand corridor. Morning light now touched the gilt frames and softened the painted faces. Everything appeared peaceful, balanced, complete. There was no sign of the hidden stair, no trace of Margaret's tears, no shadow of coal upon the carpet, no remaining fragment of the words burned in the library grate. The house had been restored before anyone awoke to find it broken. Thomas stepped backward into the passage. The panel closed before him with a soft wooden breath. For a moment, the corridor was empty. His candle disappeared around the bend, leaving the walls to their darkness. Above, doors opened. Curtains were drawn. The first bell sounded, and the hidden river began to flow again. Perhaps the corridor was never meant to be remembered. Its purpose was to conceal passage, effort, grief, and presence. It existed so that one world might remain beautiful, while another carried the weight of that beauty unseen. Yet stone receives every footstep. Wood remembers every hand. Dust settles over the places where people waited, listened, wept, and continued. Long after the household is gone, after the velvet has faded and the portraits have been removed, the narrow passage may still remain behind the wall, silent, veiled, marked by the moonlight entering through some broken roof. And perhaps, when the abandoned house grows quiet enough, the old stones still release a faint echo, not of grand speeches or music from the drawing room, only the soft passage of worn shoes, the breath of someone carrying a candle, the footsteps of those who were everywhere within the house, yet were never permitted the simple dignity of being seen. At the end of the day, when the final door had closed above and the last silver tray had been carried from the drawing room, another kind of evening began beneath the house. It began without music, without ceremony, without anyone announcing that the hours of obedience had finally loosened their hold. In the servants' hall, a fire breathed softly beneath a low mantel. Its light moved across smoke-darkened walls, touching rows of wooden chairs, a long scarred table, and shelves where plain bowls waited beside chipped cups. Damp boots stood near the hearth, aprons hung from pegs. A clock marked the passing minutes with a sound so steady that it seemed older than the house itself. Beyond the ceiling, the family withdrew into private chambers. Below, the servants began to return to themselves. Only a little. A footman unfastened the upper button of his coat. A kitchen maid rested both hands around a cup of weak tea. The cook leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. The housemaid, who had smiled all evening at people who did not know her name, allowed her face to become still. It is said that every household contained a room where truth came closest to being spoken, yet even there, truth entered carefully. The servants' hall was not a place of complete freedom. The great house remained above them, immense and listening. Its staircases carried footsteps, its pipes carried water, its bell wires carried commands, and sometimes, words spoken beneath the low ceiling found their way upward through doors, passages, and human memory. Speech was permitted, but never entirely safe. On this winter night, rain touched the basement windows with the softness of fingertips. The servants sat around the table after supper, their bowls nearly empty. The meal had been plain: broth, bread, and the remains of vegetables prepared for the family's dinner. No one complained, not because there was nothing to say, but because complaint, like fire, had to be watched. The servants spoke first of harmless things: the rain, the cold, the price of coal, a cousin who had gone into service near York, a bakery in the village where the loaves had grown smaller. These subjects moved gently through the room. They asked nothing dangerous of the listener. They could be repeated without changing a life. Yet beneath them lay other stories. The master's anger in the library, the mistress's tears before dinner, the young gentleman's letters bearing the marks of creditors, the daughter of the house descending the east staircase after midnight, her cloak damp with fog. These truths hovered within the hall like names written in smoke. Everyone knew something. No one knew everything, and no one dared arrange the fragments aloud. Whispers tell us that service demanded more than labor. It demanded a form of forgetting. A servant might see a guest leave by the garden door before dawn and behave at breakfast as though the night had passed without disturbance. A maid might remove a stained handkerchief from a bedroom and never ask what grief had touched it. A footman might carry a sealed message between two people seated in the same room, their faces calm beneath candlelight. The servant was expected to possess eyes without curiosity, ears without memory, a mind without judgment. Yet the human spirit does not become empty merely because custom commands it. What was seen remained. What was heard settled inward. Words entered the servant's world and became buried things. At the far end of the table sat a young kitchen maid named Annie. She had been in the house less than a year. Her hands were reddened from water and lye. A faint burn crossed one wrist, where a pan had slipped during the afternoon. Beside her sat Sarah, a housemaid nearly twice her age. Sarah had learned the language of restraint. She knew that a pause could be a warning, a lowered glance could be an answer, a hand placed lightly upon a sleeve could mean, "Do not continue." Annie had not yet learned all these things. That evening, she had carried a tray past the morning room and heard the master speaking sharply to his eldest son. The door had not been fully closed. There had been mention of money, a considerable sum, a promise made without permission. Then the sound of a glass striking the floor. Annie had seen the young gentleman emerge moments later. His face had been pale. One hand trembled as he adjusted his cuff. Now in the servants' hall, she looked from face to face. "Did anyone hear?" Sarah touched her sleeve. The gesture was small, almost tender. Annie fell silent. No one asked what she had meant to say. The cook raised her cup. The butler looked toward the fire. Conversation turned toward the weather. Outside, the rain continued. In such moments, a hidden language moved beneath ordinary speech. It had no written rules, yet those who lived below stairs came to understand it. Not here, not tonight. Someone may be listening. Let the matter sleep. Silence was not always emptiness. Sometimes it was protection. A servant's future could depend upon reputation. Employers gave written characters, brief judgments declaring whether someone was honest, sober, obedient, capable, and worthy of another position. A good character could open the gate of a new household. A bad one could close every gate that followed. To be dismissed for gossip was more than humiliation. It could mean losing wages, shelter, food, and the fragile path toward future employment. A single accusation might travel ahead of a servant like a shadow. Words, therefore, had weight. They could become bread, or hunger, a bed, or a road walked alone. The servants understood this, though few spoke of it directly. A maid who knew too much learned not to appear knowing. A footman who witnessed cruelty learned to describe it as temper. A nurse who suspected sorrow called it tiredness. Truth was wrapped in softer cloth before it was allowed into the room. Some believed that this was how the servants' hall became a chamber of symbols. The master was never named when his anger was discussed. Instead, someone might say, "The library fire burned fiercely tonight." The mistress's grief became, "The blue room remained closed." A young gentleman's debts were referred to as letters arriving too often. A hidden visitor became a draft beneath the east door. Everyone understood. Nothing had been confessed. In this way, language bent itself around danger. It moved like water around stone. A look passed between the cook and the butler, might carry the meaning of an entire conversation. A chair left empty might announce that someone had been dismissed. A plate covered and kept warm might reveal that a servant was ill, though no one had been granted time to tend them. Tenderness survived within these small customs. Not loudly, not in ways the family above would ever notice, but it survived. When Annie's burn began to ache, Sarah placed a folded cloth soaked in cool water beside her bowl. She did not ask whether the cook had allowed her to leave the range. She did not say that the injury should have been treated hours earlier. She simply placed the cloth there. The butler saw. He said nothing. Later, when the first footman made a careless remark about the young master's trembling hand, the butler interrupted him with a question about the next morning's carriage. The subject changed. The danger passed. Perhaps it was kindness, perhaps caution. In the servants' world, the two were often woven together. The fire settled lower. Coal shifted in the grate with a soft red sigh. The hall became warmer, though beyond its walls, the passages remained cold. Steam rose from the cups. Shadows leaned across the table. For a little while, the servants spoke of their own lives. The cook remembered an orchard near the house where she had grown up. She described the apple trees turning silver beneath autumn rain. The hall boy spoke of the sea, though he had seen it only once. Sarah mentioned a sister who had married and gone north. The footman said that, as a child, he had believed every star belonged to someone who had died. These stories were permitted because they belonged elsewhere, beyond the estate, beyond the hierarchy of the house. Within them, the servants were not merely hands moving trays or voices answering bells. They were children, brothers, sisters, dreamers, mourners, and people who remembered sunlight falling differently in another place. Where memory fades, such stories become sacred. No family archive records them. No portrait preserves the expression on the cook's face when she spoke of the orchard. No ledger contains the name of the hall boy's sea. Yet for a few minutes, these vanished places entered the room. An ocean beneath a low ceiling, an orchard beside the coal fire, a northern road marked by the moon. Then the house reminded them where they were. Footsteps sounded above, slow, measured. Crossing the passage beyond the dining room, every voice in the servants' hall ceased. The spoon in Annie's hand remained suspended above her bowl. Sarah turned slightly toward the ceiling. The cook opened her eyes. No one knew whose footsteps they were. The master's, the housekeeper's, a guest unable to sleep, or only someone passing without thought. Still, the room became motionless. The fire cracked. Rain touched the glass. The clock continued counting. For several breaths, the servants listened to the sound moving overhead. One step, then another, then silence. The footsteps did not descend. No door opened. No accusation came. Yet when conversation returned, something had changed. The footman who had been telling a story did not continue it. The cook spoke of tomorrow's breakfast. The butler reminded them that the household would rise early. One by one, the cups were carried away. The fragile opening through which their inner lives had appeared began to close. Annie remained beside the fire for a moment longer. She looked at Sarah. "What were you going to say?" Sarah asked softly. Annie watched the embers. She thought of the morning room door, the broken glass, and the frightened face of the young gentleman, the words about money. Perhaps what she had heard was important. Perhaps it meant nothing. Perhaps repeating it would harm someone. Perhaps silence would harm someone else. "I have forgotten," she said. Sarah understood that she had not. The hall slowly emptied. Boots were collected. Chairs were returned beneath the table. The last candle was shortened. The servants disappeared into attic rooms, lower chambers, and narrow corridors, carrying their private memories with them. Soon, only the fire remained. Its light trembled across the bowls, the worn table, and the empty chair where the butler had sat. Ash gathered around the coals in pale folds. It is said that ash is what remains when a thing has surrendered its visible form. Wood becomes dust, paper becomes shadow, words become silence. Yet perhaps nothing disappears completely. Perhaps every unfinished sentence leaves some small warmth behind. The caution in Sarah's touch, the butler's change of subject, the story abandoned when footsteps crossed the ceiling, the truth Annie chose not to repeat. These things remained in the hall after everyone had gone. They glowed softly beneath the ash. Above, the great house slept behind closed doors. Its portraits watched darkened rooms. Letters rested in drawers. Curtains moved in the winter draught. Below, the servants' hall returned to stillness. The clock marked another hour. The fire dimmed, and all the words that had approached the edge of speech withdrew once more into the hidden chamber of memory. Perhaps they were never meant to be spoken there. Perhaps silence was the only shelter the servants could offer one another. Or perhaps some truths do not vanish when they are buried. They wait, beneath floorboards, inside stone, within the soft pause between one sentence and the next. Waiting for a quieter age, waiting for a gentler listener, waiting until the footsteps above have faded and the room is finally safe enough to remember. Eyed shot, no characters, no text. Behind the linen press, where the wall had gathered a soft grey veil of dust, a letter had been sleeping for many years. It lay folded twice upon itself. The paper had yellowed at the edges. The wax seal was broken. One corner had curled inward, as though the letter had spent its long silence trying to protect the words within. No name appeared upon the outer fold. No date could be read. Only a faint stain marked the paper, round and pale, perhaps left by rain, perhaps by a tear, or perhaps by nothing more mysterious than water carried from the laundry room on a careless hand. It is said that old houses hide what their inhabitants cannot bear to destroy. A key beneath a floorboard, a ribbon inside a locked drawer, a name scratched behind a portrait, a letter placed somewhere between concealment and hope. On a winter afternoon, when the upper rooms had grown quiet, and a thin blue light rested upon the courtyard, a young housemaid named Clara found the paper while searching for a missing tablecloth. The linen press stood at the end of a narrow passage beneath the west staircase. It was a tall oak cabinet, darkened by polish and age. Its shelves held folded sheets, napkins, pillowcases, and lengths of cloth, arranged with the precision expected of everything within the house. Clara had been told that one damask cloth was missing. The housekeeper wished it found before evening. Guests were expected. The dining table would be extended. Silver would be counted. Candles would be placed in pairs, and no one above stairs would ever know that, beneath the appearance of perfect readiness, 3 servants had spent the afternoon searching for a single piece of linen. Clara removed each folded cloth and placed it carefully upon a chair. Behind the lowest shelf, her fingers touched something dry and delicate. At first, she thought it was a dead leaf. Then the paper slipped free. Dust rose around it in the weak light. For a moment, Clara remained kneeling beside the open press, listening to the distant house. A bell sounded far away. Footsteps crossed the passage overhead. From the laundry came the soft rhythm of water and fabric. The letter seemed to carry another silence within these ordinary sounds. She unfolded it. The handwriting was careful and narrow, written by someone who had tried to fit much feeling into little space. The ink had faded to a muted brown, like the last stars disappearing before dawn. The first lines were addressed to a mother, not to a mistress, not to a person of rank, only to a mother in a distant village. The writer's name was Mary, nothing more. No surname survived. No household record lay beside the letter. History had left only this small first name, resting between folds of paper. Mary wrote that she was well. Servants often began this way, whether it was true or not. She wrote that the house was large, the work constant, and the family preparing for a season of visitors. She wrote that her wages had been sent with the carrier and should arrive before the end of the month. She asked whether the roof still leaked above the kitchen, whether the old pear tree had survived the wind, whether her younger brother continued to cough at night. These were quiet questions. Simple questions, yet each one opened a distant landscape. Clara could almost see the village, as Mary had remembered it. A low cottage beside a narrow road, smoke rising from a crooked chimney, wet fields beneath an evening sky. and a church tower, dark against the clouds. Some believe that homesickness is not merely a longing for a place, it is a longing for the person one was allowed to be there. At home, Mary may have been a daughter, a sister, a friend known since childhood. Within the great house, she was likely called only by her first name. Perhaps she slept beneath the roof in a room shared with another maid. Perhaps she rose before dawn and moved through the same passages Clara now walked. Perhaps her hands had folded the very sheets resting in the press. The letter spoke of a young man named Samuel. He had waited beside the churchyard gate before Mary left for service. She remembered the fog upon the stones and the sound of rooks in the trees. He had promised to write. She did not say whether he had. Instead, she asked her mother to tell him that she still kept the small blue ribbon he had given her. The sentence ended there. A small pause followed in the paper, a space where the pen had lifted. Perhaps Mary had listened for footsteps. Perhaps someone had entered the room. Perhaps she had wondered whether such tenderness should be written at all. Whispers tell us that servants' letters occupied a fragile place within Victorian households. Some employers treated correspondence as private, others did not. Letters might be handed over late, questioned, or quietly judged. A mistress might ask who had written. A housekeeper might notice how often an envelope arrived. A servant who spent too much time writing could be accused of neglecting duty. Even affection was expected to fit within the household clock. Clara read onward. Mary's mother had been unwell. The illness had worsened through the autumn. A neighbour had written that she no longer walked to the village shop and had begun to sleep through the afternoon. Mary had asked for permission to return home. The answer had been no. The household was expecting guests. There would be dinners, breakfasts, fires to tend, chambers to prepare, and linen to wash. The family could not spare her. Mary wrote this without bitterness, or perhaps she had learned to hide bitterness inside gentler words. She said that she understood. She said she was grateful for her position. She said she hoped her mother would forgive her absence. Then, in a smaller hand, she wrote that she had dreamt of the cottage 3 nights in succession. In the dream, the door stood open. No one waited inside. Clara stopped reading. The corridor had grown colder. She could hear sheets moving in the laundry yard beyond the window, though no wind seemed strong enough to lift them. The pale cloth rose and fell, like breath. The letter had become more than paper. It was a gate. Beyond it stood another servant's hidden life, complete with fields, illness, love, wages, fear, and the memory of a mother's face. Victorian service often depended upon distance. Young women and men left villages for towns, estates, and unfamiliar households. They crossed gates, carrying small trunks, plain clothes, and letters of character. Some travelled only a few miles. Others went far enough that home became a place reached only through paper. They entered houses devoted to the language of family. Portraits of ancestors lined the walls. Children were guarded carefully. Birthdays, weddings, illnesses, and deaths were marked by ritual. Yet those who maintained this domestic world were often separated from their own families for months or years. A nursemaid soothed another woman's child, while her own younger siblings grew without her. A cook prepared Christmas dinner while imagining an empty chair at home. A maid arranged black clothing for a household in mourning, then received word that her own father had been buried 3 days earlier. The contradiction rested quietly beneath the polished surface of domestic virtue. Family was sacred, but not every family was granted equal time. Grief was noble, but not every grief could interrupt the work. Clara returned to the letter. Mary wrote that if permission were granted after the visitors departed, she would take the early train and walk the final miles from the station. She imagined arriving before dark. She imagined her mother seated beside the stove. She imagined Samuel perhaps still waiting near the churchyard gate. The words became less steady near the bottom of the page. The lines tilted downward. The ink thinned. Mary ended with a promise to write again. She said she would come home soon. She said all would be well. The letter stopped there. There was no second page, no reply, no note explaining whether leave had finally been granted. No record of whether the mother recovered, no proof that Samuel waited, no certainty that Mary ever passed again through the cottage door she saw in her dreams. The absence of an ending gave the letter its deepest sorrow. Clara searched behind the shelf. Her fingers found only dust. For several minutes, she remained beside the press, holding the paper in both hands. She wondered why it had been hidden. Perhaps Mary had intended to send it and was interrupted. Perhaps permission had been refused so firmly that the letter felt useless. Perhaps she feared someone would read it. Or perhaps it had been returned to her after reaching home, carried back with news too painful to preserve. Old objects rarely explain themselves. They offer fragments, a broken seal, a faded word, a stain that may be grief or rain. Then they retreat into silence. Clara thought of her own family, her father's workshop, her mother standing at the gate on the morning she left, her younger sister asking whether the grand house possessed golden staircases. Clara had laughed then. She had promised to return before winter ended. Winter had ended twice. The household had always been busy. There had always been guests. There had always been another reason to wait. She folded Mary's letter along its ancient creases. For a moment, she considered taking it. She could hide it inside her apron. She could keep the name alive. She could ask the older servants whether anyone remembered a maid called Mary. Yet something in the letter seemed to belong to the darkness where it had waited. Not because it deserved to be forgotten, because the space behind the linen press had become its chamber. A small shrine made from oak, dust, and withheld time. Clara returned the paper carefully. She placed it behind the lowest shelf and slid the wood back into position. Then she replaced the linen, fold by fold, until the hidden letter vanished once more. The missing tablecloth was eventually found in another cupboard. By evening, the dining room was ready. Candles burned above polished silver. Guests arrived through the front hall, bringing wet cloaks and winter laughter. Plates appeared. Glasses were filled. Napkins rested beside each setting in perfect white folds. No one asked what Clara had found. No one knew that another servant's sorrow lay only a few walls away. Later, when the house had quieted, Clara crossed the laundry yard alone. The moon had risen above the roof. Sheets hung from the lines, pale and luminous beneath the night sky. They swayed gently, though the air had become still. Marked by the moon, their folds resembled veiled figures turning in a silent procession. Clara paused among them. One sheet lifted toward her and then fell away. She thought of Mary walking through the same yard, perhaps carrying a basket, perhaps whispering her mother's name where no one could hear. Beneath the silence, the house seemed full of such voices, not loud enough to become history, not important enough for portraits or ledgers, only the private breath of people who had loved faraway places while serving within walls that claimed nearly all their time. The moon passed behind a cloud. The linen faded into shadow. Perhaps Mary returned home. Perhaps she reached the cottage before the fire went cold. Perhaps Samuel stood beside the churchyard gate with the blue ribbon's twin hidden in his pocket. Or perhaps the letter remained unsent because hope had already arrived too late. There is no answer, only paper behind wood, dust upon ink, a name without a surname, and the pale rise and fall of sheets beneath the moon, speaking softly in the language of all those who were told that duty could wait for nothing, even when love was already disappearing beyond the gate. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen, and some letters, perhaps, were never meant to be delivered, only found, held briefly beneath the starlight, and returned to the silence that kept them safe. Here is the fully expanded chapter with a 10-image cinematic sequence aligned to its emotional progression. In the mistress's dressing room stood a mirror so tall that it seemed less like an object than a silent doorway. Its frame was carved from dark walnut, polished until the wood held the faint glow of old candlelight. Small leaves and curling vines moved along its edges, their shapes almost lost beneath years of dust and careful hands. At the highest point, two carved birds faced one another beneath a faded crest, their wooden eyes fixed upon a room that had changed around them many times. Each morning, before the eastern sky had fully brightened, the mirror awakened. It reflected the pale lace of curtains. Silver-backed brushes upon the dressing table, glass bottles holding rosewater, lavender, and perfumes carried from distant shores, silk gowns hanging from hooks like quiet apparitions. And behind all these things, the careful figure of the lady's maid. It is said that mirrors do not remember. They receive every face, every gesture, every passing sorrow, and return them at once to the world. Nothing remains after the person turns away. Yet some believe that old glass keeps a deeper image, not the shape of the body, the weight of what was spoken before it. If this were true, then the mirror in the dressing room contained more of the household's history than any family portrait. For nearly 11 years, a maid named Evelyn had stood before it. She arrived each morning before the mistress woke, entering through the narrow dressing room door with a candle shielded by her hand. She opened the curtains only slightly, stirred the fire, warmed the water, arranged the brushes, and laid out the garments chosen for the day. Her work was measured in details. A ribbon placed at the correct angle, a wrinkle removed before anyone noticed it, a glove buttoned without pulling the skin, a strand of hair guided into place, a letter hidden beneath folded handkerchiefs, a bottle removed before the master could see how quickly its contents had disappeared. The lady's maid belonged to one of the closest forms of service within the Victorian household. She entered rooms closed to nearly everyone else. She knew the private architecture of another woman's body and life. She saw the face before powder softened its exhaustion. She knew which gowns had grown tight, which scars were never shown, which nights ended without sleep, and which mornings began with swollen eyes. She stood beside illness, beside pregnancy, beside mourning, beside age as it arrived slowly beneath the skin. Closeness granted knowledge, but knowledge did not grant freedom. On a quiet winter morning, Evelyn stood behind her mistress, Lady Ashcombe, brushing her hair. Outside, frost covered the gardens. The branches of the cedar trees were marked by the moon, and a pale sky rested beyond the window like cold silk. Within the room, the fire gave little warmth. Lady Ashcombe sat before the mirror in a white dressing gown. Her hair fell below her shoulders, streaked now with silver, that no arrangement could entirely conceal. Evelyn drew the brush through it slowly, once from the crown, again to the ends. The sound was soft and rhythmic, like wind passing through dry grass. For many minutes, neither woman spoke. Their faces appeared together in the glass. The mistress seated in front, the servant standing behind. Only a few feet separated them, yet between those reflected faces lay an entire world of rank, wealth, expectation, and inherited law. The mirror placed them side by side. Custom did not. Lady Ashcombe's eyes rested upon an object on the dressing table, a small ivory box. It had remained closed for years. "Open it," she said. Evelyn set down the brush. Inside the box lay a faded blue ribbon and a tiny child's glove. The glove was scarcely larger than a folded leaf. Lady Ashcombe touched it with one finger. "There was another child," she said. Her voice was so quiet that the room seemed to lean inward. Evelyn had heard fragments of this story before. A nursery prepared and then closed. A physician summoned before dawn. Black cloth carried secretly through the rear passage. A grave without the ceremonies, later granted to other members of the family. The child had lived only a few hours. No portrait had been made. No name was spoken during family gatherings. Yet the small glove remained. Perhaps it had never been worn. Perhaps it had been made in hope and kept in grief. Whispers tell us that Victorian mourning was governed by careful rituals. There were expected fabrics, periods of seclusion, black borders upon letters, and rules for how sorrow should be displayed. But not every grief was granted a public form. Some losses remained inside bedrooms, inside drawers, inside the heart of a woman expected to descend for dinner and speak calmly before guests. Lady Ashcombe closed the box. "I dreamed of her last night," she said. Evelyn did not ask what the child looked like. She did not say that dreams sometimes open the gates which daylight keeps closed. A servant's response to confession required balance. Too little feeling might seem cold. Too much might seem familiar. Advice could be interpreted as presumption. Silence might be mistaken for indifference. The maid had to receive sorrow without allowing her own presence to alter its shape. "I am sorry, my lady," Evelyn said. The words were permitted, nothing more. Lady Ashcombe looked at her reflection. "Do you suppose one can mourn someone one never truly knew?" Evelyn's hand tightened slightly around the brush. She thought of her younger brother, who had died during her second year at the house. By the time the letter reached her, he had already been buried. She had not seen him for almost 3 years. Her mistress had allowed her one evening alone. The following morning, Evelyn had returned to the dressing room and fastened pearls around Lady Ashcombe's throat before a luncheon. She had carried grief while arranging another woman's beauty. "Yes, my lady," she whispered. "I believe one can." For a moment, the mirror held their two sorrows together. Neither woman knew the full shape of the other's loss. Yet something passed between them that required no explanation. Then the door opened. A housemaid entered, carrying hot water. Lady Ashcombe's expression changed at once. The ivory box was placed in the drawer. The blue ribbon disappeared. The room returned to routine. This was how secrets survived. They appeared for a breath, then folded themselves back into ordinary things. A drawer closing, a hairpin lifted, a gown fastened, a face composed before breakfast. Evelyn learned that intimacy in service was never simple. There were moments when the mistress spoke to her as though she were a companion. She might ask about Evelyn's mother, recall the name of her sister, or offer a garment no longer worn. At other times, a single displeased glance restored the distance between them. A maid could be trusted with private letters and still be forbidden to sit in the mistress's presence. She could hold a woman's trembling hand during illness, then be addressed only through a command once health returned. She could know the household's most delicate truths while remaining uncertain whether she herself was truly known. Some ladies' maids served the same woman for decades. They travelled with them, guarded their possessions, endured tempers, illnesses, marriages, and widowhood. Their lives became bound together in ways neither friendship nor employment could fully explain. But such closeness carried danger. A servant who knew too much could become unsettling. Loyalty might suddenly be renamed influence. Intimacy might be described as impertinence. A rumour passed through the servants' hall or drawing room could transform years of trust into suspicion before nightfall. The maid might be dismissed, not because she had betrayed a secret, but because her continued presence reminded the household that a secret existed. One evening, late in the spring, Evelyn found a letter beneath the cushion of the window seat. It bore no address. The seal had not yet been closed. She did not read it. But as she lifted the paper, one line stood visible near the fold. "I cannot endure another winter here." The handwriting belonged to Lady Ashcombe. Evelyn placed the letter upon the dressing table. When the mistress entered, she saw it immediately. For a long moment, neither woman moved. "You found this?" "Yes, my lady." "You read it?" "No, my lady." Lady Ashcombe watched her through the mirror. There was fear in her face. Not only fear that the words had been seen, but fear that they might become real if another person knew they had been written. The letter could have referred to marriage, to illness, to the house itself, to a desire for escape. Evelyn did not know, and perhaps not knowing was the only safety available to them both. Lady Ashcombe carried the letter to the fire. The paper curled slowly in the flame. Black edges moved across the sentence, until the words became ash. "You will say nothing," she said. It was not a question. "No, my lady." The command changed the silence between them. Before, silence had sometimes felt like shelter. Now it felt like a locked chamber. Beneath the surface of service lay this contradiction. The servant was invited into the private world of the employer, but only under conditions the employer controlled. She could hear confession, but not offer truth in return. She could receive trust, but could never be certain that trust included forgiveness. The mistress might say, "You understand me better than anyone," yet the maid could not safely answer, "Then you must also understand me." She could not speak of her own weariness while tending another woman's headache. She could not describe her fear of dismissal while concealing someone else's mistakes. She could not ask whether secrets shared in weakness became commands once strength returned. And so Evelyn became what the household required: a chamber, a vessel, a mirror made from living flesh. She received what others could not carry alone. Then she reflected nothing back. Years passed through the dressing room. Gowns changed shape, sleeves widened, narrowed, and widened again. Perfume bottles emptied, letters arrived and vanished. The mistress's hair grew silver. Evelyn's face changed too, though few within the household remarked upon it. The mirror saw. It saw the first fine lines beside her eyes, the stiffness in her hands on winter mornings, the way she sometimes paused while standing, pressing one palm against the dressing table until the ache in her back subsided. It reflected the servant's age with the same honesty it gave the mistress. Glass recognized no rank. Perhaps that was why people so often looked away from it. One autumn night, after the household had retired, Evelyn returned to the dressing room. She had forgotten to collect a shawl for mending. The room stood empty. One candle remained near the mirror. Its flame cast a narrow golden path across the glass. Evelyn lifted the shawl, then stopped. For once, no one sat before her. No hair waited to be brushed. No gown required fastening. No face asked to be made ready for the world. Only her own reflection remained. She looked directly at it. At first, the face seemed unfamiliar. A servant learned to observe herself only in fragments. A cap adjusted quickly, a collar checked, a stray mark removed before entering a formal room. To look for longer felt almost forbidden. Evelyn studied the woman in the glass. She saw the girl who had entered service with a small trunk and 2 letters of character. She saw the sister who had not returned home in time for a funeral. She saw the keeper of another woman's child, marriage, sorrow, anger, and fear. She saw all the answers she had swallowed, all the questions she had never asked, all the moments when her silence had been called loyalty, though no one had wondered what it cost. Behind her reflection, the room seemed filled with faint traces: the blue ribbon inside the ivory box, the child's glove, the burned letter, the mistress's tears, her own tired hands. Where memory fades, objects become witnesses. The mirror had watched everything, yet it could reveal nothing. Perhaps that was why Evelyn trusted it. She raised her hand and placed her fingertips against the glass. The reflected hand met hers. For one brief moment, servant and woman became the same person. No veil of class stood between them. No command entered the room. No one required her to lower her eyes. Then footsteps sounded in the distant corridor. Evelyn withdrew her hand. She gathered the shawl, her gaze lowered by instinct. The candle trembled as she lifted it. Before leaving, she turned once toward the mirror. It reflected the empty chair, the closed drawers, and the darkness gathering beyond the curtains. She extinguished the flame. The room disappeared. The glass became black and depthless, like a moonless lake. It is said that a mirror holds nothing once the light is gone, but perhaps old glass keeps the faintest echo. A woman's confession, a servant's withheld reply, 2 faces appearing side by side, close enough to touch, divided by a boundary no reflection could show. The door closed softly. The dressing room returned to silence, and within the mirror's darkened chamber, every sorrow remained suspended. Not forgotten, not forgiven, only waiting beneath the surface, where some voices echo long after the mouths that carried them have learned to be still. Perhaps the mirror never knew their secrets. Perhaps it only taught them the shape of silence. Or perhaps, marked by the moon and guarded by darkness, it remembers every grief entrusted to it, and every answer that was never free to leave the servant's lips. At the top of the house, beyond the broad staircase and the gallery of solemn portraits, there was a painted door, the color of fading summer leaves. Its brass handle was small. Its lower panels bore the pale marks of wooden toys, hurried shoes, and hands that had once reached upward but could not yet touch the latch. Beyond it lay the nursery. In the first hour of morning, before the family descended and before the bells began their measured calling, The room rested beneath a veil of pearl-grey light. Curtains stirred at the open window. A wooden horse stood beside the wall, its painted eyes fixed upon some distant road. Alphabet blocks lay scattered near the hearth, and above the narrow beds, stars had been sewn into the canopy cloth with silver thread. It is said that certain rooms remember childhood long after the children have gone. They keep the rhythm of small feet, the warmth of fevered foreheads, the unfinished shapes of dreams, and sometimes, beneath the silence, they seem to preserve the voice of the person who watched when everyone else was asleep. From behind one of the curtains came a faint cry, not loud, only a frightened breath caught between waking and dream. Nell? The child did not call for his mother. He called for the nursemaid. Eleanor Reed, known within the nursery simply as Nell, rose from the narrow bed placed beside the inner wall. She had slept lightly, still wearing a plain nightdress beneath her shawl, listening through the darkness for the smallest change in breathing. The youngest child, Edward, sat upright beneath his blankets. Moonlight lingered upon his pale face. "The man in the corner," he whispered. Nell looked toward the place he feared. There was no man, only a coat hanging from a wooden stand, its long sleeves made strange by shadow. She crossed the room and lifted the garment. "Only your father's travelling coat," she said softly. "Nothing more." Edward watched as the shadow disappeared. Nell folded the coat over a chair and returned to the bed. She placed one hand upon his hair and began the lullaby he always asked for after a nightmare. It was an old song from the northern village where she had been born. Her mother had sung it while mending by the hearth. No printed book contained its words. The tune had travelled from one woman to another, carried through kitchens, cottages, nurseries, and nights of rain. Edward did not know where the song came from. To him, it belonged only to Nell. Before the final verse, his eyes had closed. His hand found two of her fingers and held them beneath the blanket. The room returned to stillness. Whispers tell us that the Victorian nursery was a kingdom within the household, governed by rules both tender and severe. The parents might visit at appointed hours. A mother could enter after breakfast to admire clean faces and hear a carefully chosen lesson. A father might lift a child briefly before dinner, or stand beside a bed with the solemn affection expected of his position. But the long hours belonged to the nursery servants. The nurse, the nursemaid, sometimes a governess. They washed small bodies, fastened buttons, prepared simple meals, settled quarrels, taught prayers, mended toys, and sat beside illness, while the rest of the household slept behind closed doors. Their days were woven into the children's breathing. Nell knew that Edward feared thunder, but loved the sound of rain against glass. She knew that Clara, the eldest, hid sugared almonds beneath the window cushion and cried whenever anyone mentioned boarding school. She knew that little Beatrice would not sleep unless the blue ribbon was tied around the wooden horse's neck. She knew which story could quiet them after an argument, which song could soften a fever, and which child would pretend not to be afraid in order to comfort the others. Such knowledge was intimate, sacred even, yet it granted no claim. The children belonged to the family. Their names appeared in Bibles, genealogies, portraits, and silver frames. Their futures had been discussed before they could speak. Their marriages, education, inheritance, and place within the world were already imagined. Nell's name appeared only in the household accounts. Wages paid quarterly, boots allowed, aprons replaced, one servant attached to the nursery. There was no line recording how many nights she had remained awake, no entry for the tears dried upon her sleeve, no column for love. In forgotten corners of the earth, old records preserve the cost of candles more carefully than the inner lives of those who lit them. So it was in the nursery. The rocking horse remained. The carved cradle remained. The portraits of the children survived. But the woman who knew the secret language of their dreams might vanish, with little more than a line drawn through her name. Nell had entered the household when Clara was less than a year old. She had been 19. The journey from her village had taken most of a day. She arrived carrying a wooden trunk, 2 plain dresses, a prayer book, and a letter of character folded carefully inside her glove. The housekeeper inspected her hands, her teeth, her posture, and her references. The mistress asked whether she was patient. Nell said that she was. No one asked whether she became lonely. No one asked whether she wished for children of her own. Her life entered the nursery quietly. At first, Clara resisted her. The child cried whenever Nell lifted her and stretched her arms toward the door through which her mother had disappeared. But infants do not understand rank. They understand warmth, voice, scent, the rhythm of a familiar body carrying them through darkness. Within weeks, Clara began to settle against Nell's shoulder. Within months, she followed her from room to room. By the time the younger children arrived, Nell had become part of the nursery's natural order, as constant as the fire, the window, and the painted door. Yet the rules surrounding affection were never spoken plainly. A nursemaid must care deeply enough to be trusted, but not so visibly that her devotion appeared possessive. She could say, "The child is tired." She could not safely say, "He needs me more than he needs you." She could say, "I shall miss them." She could not say, "Do not take them from me." Attachment was praised while it remained useful. Once it became inconvenient, it could be renamed presumption. Some believe that this was one of the quietest cruelties of service. Love was required, but ownership of that love was denied. One winter, Edward became ill. The fever arrived slowly. At first, he complained of cold and refused his supper. By midnight, his skin burned beneath Nell's hand. The physician came through the snow. Curtains were drawn. Basins of water were carried upstairs. The nursery fire remained lit through 3 nights. Nell sat beside the bed, cooling the child's forehead and listening to the uncertain rhythm of his breath. The mistress visited, but could not endure the heat and the smell of medicine for long. The master stood in the doorway, asked whether the physician remained hopeful, and then withdrew. Nell stayed. Edward called for her, even when he no longer seemed to know where he was. He spoke of a gate beneath the sea, of stars falling into the garden, of a white horse waiting beyond the moon. She answered every wandering image, as though it belonged to a sacred story. "Yes," she whispered, "the horse is waiting. Yes, the gate will remain closed. Yes, the stars are safe." When the fever finally broke, dawn entered the nursery in thin gold lines. Edward opened his eyes. "You did not go," he murmured. "No," Nell said. "I did not go." Years later, he might remember nothing of those nights, perhaps only the scent of lavender water, the sound of wind beneath the window, a hand holding his as he crossed the dark chamber between illness and waking. Memory is a strange and oceanic thing. It preserves the shape of a room, while losing the name of the person who stood within it. Children grow. Their earliest years become mist. The face that once meant safety may dissolve, leaving only a feeling attached to no one, a warmth near the fire, a song without a singer, a sense that someone came whenever they cried. By the time Clara turned 12, she was moved from the nursery into the care of a governess. Her dresses lengthened. Her hair was arranged differently. She began taking meals at the family table on certain evenings. The separation occurred without ceremony. One morning, her bed was carried into another chamber. Books replaced toys. The blue nursery ribbon was removed from her hair. Clara embraced Nell quickly before leaving. "I shall visit every day," she promised. For a time, she did. Then lessons grew longer. Guests arrived. New customs taught her that too much familiarity with servants was unbecoming. Her visits became less frequent. When she did return, she stood differently, speaking with the careful politeness of the world above. Nell did not blame her. Children learn the architecture into which they are born. They learn which doors belong to them, which voices may interrupt, which people are loved privately but acknowledged carefully. Still, after Clara left, Nell found one of the girl's old ribbons beneath the bed. She folded it and placed it inside her prayer book. No one knew. The smallest relics often become the scrolls upon which forgotten affection is written. Years moved softly through the nursery. The wooden horse lost some of its paint. New wallpaper covered the faded stars. Edward grew too tall for the narrow bed. Beatrice learned to read and stopped asking for the same story each night. Then, One spring morning, the housekeeper entered while Nell was folding clothes. The family would spend the coming years at another estate. The children were old enough to travel with tutors and governesses. The nursery staff would be reduced. Nell's service would end at the close of the month. The words were spoken kindly. Her character would be excellent. A small sum would be given in recognition of her years. No accusation had been made. No duty neglected. Her usefulness had simply reached its appointed edge. Nell listened with her hands resting upon a child's shirt. She wished to ask whether Edward knew, whether Beatrice had been told, whether she might travel with them until they were settled, whether 11 years of care could truly end in a sentence delivered beside the linen cupboard. Instead, she said, "Thank you." That was the proper answer. On the final morning, the carriages left before noon. Trunks had been tied. Doors stood open. Voices moved through the hall. The children were hurried beneath cloaks and blankets. Clara, nearly grown, touched Nell's hand and said she hoped they would meet again. Edward seemed embarrassed by farewell. He looked toward the waiting carriage and then back at the painted door. Beatrice had begun to cry, but her mother called her sharply, and the child became quiet. No one asked Nell to come outside. No formal goodbye was considered necessary. The wheels crossed the gravel. The sound diminished beyond the trees. Then the house became still. Nell returned to the nursery. The beds were bare. The toys had been packed, though the wooden horse remained, because there was no room for it in the final trunk. The curtains breathed beside the open window. Dust moved through the sunlight, like pale celestial ash. Upon the floor lay one small garment, Edward's nightshirt. It had slipped behind the chest and been forgotten. Nell lifted it. For a long while, she stood beside the empty bed, holding the cloth against her hands. Then she pressed it once against her cheek. The gesture was brief, almost secret. She folded the garment carefully and placed it inside her own wooden trunk. Perhaps this was theft. Perhaps it was remembrance. Perhaps there are forms of love for which the law has no gentle name. Before closing the trunk, she placed the old ribbon beside it. Outside the painted door, the corridor waited. Nell looked once more at the room. The moon and stars sewn above the beds. The wooden horse beside the wall. The place where she had sat through fever. The window where Clara once waited for snow. Every object seemed to hold the outline of someone no longer there. She closed the door softly. No bell rang, no child called her name. And yet, as she descended the narrow stairs, Nell thought she heard the beginning of the old lullaby moving behind her. Only the first line, then silence. Perhaps the nursery had remembered. Perhaps rooms do not forget those who guarded them through darkness. Or perhaps the song lived only within Nell, following her beyond the house like a small and faithful star. Years later, the children might recall the painted door, the scent of lavender, the moonlit window, a wooden horse whose blue ribbon moved whenever the curtains stirred. They might remember being held, though not by whom. They might remember safety without remembering the face that gave it. Where memory fades, love sometimes remains as an unnamed warmth. And somewhere, inside an old trunk, a tiny garment may still rest beside a ribbon and a prayer book. No portrait marks the woman who kept them. No family record tells us where she went. Only the unfinished lullaby remains, suspended beyond the painted door, waiting in the silence, waiting beneath the dust, waiting for the child who once knew every word. Before sunrise, while frost still silvered the kitchen-yard stones and the upper windows of the house remained dark, the great range was already awake. Its iron doors glowed faintly. Coal breathed beneath the grates. Copper pans waited along the wall, holding the firelight in their curved surfaces, like dim and ancient moons. The kitchen seemed less a room than a hidden furnace beneath the sleeping estate. Its ceiling disappeared behind smoke and steam. Knives rested beside wooden boards. Baskets of vegetables stood in the passage. Flour lay across the long preparation table like pale dust upon an altar. At the centre of it all stood Mrs. Agnes Bell, the cook. She had risen before the bells, before the housemaids carried hot water upstairs, before the first footman opened the shutters, before anyone above had begun to dream of breakfast. In the uncertain light, her broad shadow moved across the range. A ring of keys hung at her waist. Her sleeves were rolled above the wrists. The skin of her hands had been marked by heat, blades, boiling water, and years of lifting what was too heavy to lift gracefully. It is said that every great house possessed a hidden kingdom of fire. Its gates were the service doors. Its sacred vessels were copper and iron. Its seasons were measured not by solstice or harvest, but by dinners, breakfasts, visiting parties, morning tables, and unexpected guests. And within that kingdom, the cook stood like the guardian of an ancient furnace, receiving commands from a world that rarely entered the heat, where its desires were made real. Mrs. Bell opened the range door. A red light touched her face. Around her, the kitchen awakened. A scullery maid carried water from the pump, 2 pails pulling heavily against her narrow shoulders. A kitchen maid chopped onions at the side table. The sound of the knife passed steadily through the room. Tap, pause, tap. The rhythm was quiet and almost meditative, though the girl's eyes had begun to water. Near the bread oven, dough rested beneath cloth. In the stillness before rising, it seemed to breathe. The day's menu had arrived the night before, in the housekeeper's hand. Soup, fish, roast saddle of mutton, game birds, vegetables dressed in butter, 2 sauces, a moulded cream, a fruit tart, a final course of cheese, nuts, and preserved fruit. 12 guests were expected. The family wished the meal served at 8. The instructions occupied only a page. The labour behind them would consume the day. Whispers tell us that the Victorian kitchen was governed by rank as carefully as the rooms above. The cook held authority over the kitchen maids. The kitchen maids stood above the scullery maids. The scullery maids cleaned what everyone else had used. The smallest tasks descended to the lowest person, gathering grease, ash, bones, dirty water, and exhaustion as they fell. Even below stairs, there were stairs within stairs. Mrs. Bell answered to the housekeeper. The housekeeper answered to the mistress. A request travelled downward as command. A failure travelled upward as blame. If the cream soured, the cook must answer. If the fish arrived late, the cook must answer. If a guest disliked the sauce, if the roast cooled, if the fire burned unevenly, or if the family changed its wishes after preparations had begun, the cook must still answer. Yet she could not speak honestly about the shape of the impossible. She could not say that a late delivery could not be repaired by obedience. She could not say that food did not move more quickly because the dining room had grown impatient. She could not say that the human body weakened in heat. Protest would be called temper. Explanation might be called excuse. The safer response was always the same. Yes, ma'am. And so anger entered the kitchen but rarely left in words. It travelled into the clatter of pan against stone, into the sudden closing of an oven door, into a knife pressed more firmly through bone, into steam that rose toward the ceiling and vanished among the beams. By 7, the windows had clouded. The outer world disappeared. The bare trees, the pale yard, and the sky beyond the glass dissolved behind water and heat. The kitchen became oceanic, enclosed within its own weather. Steam moved through it like a veil. Breath mingled with smoke. The girls worked within a small climate, made entirely by labour. Mrs. Bell tasted the stock. Too weak, she added bones and herbs. At another table, Ellen, the younger kitchen maid, lifted a pan from the edge of the range. The cloth around its handle had grown damp. Heat passed through it suddenly. She gasped. The pan struck the table. A red mark opened across her palm. For one moment, the room became still. Mrs. Bell looked at the hand. Cold water, she said. Ellen held it beneath the pump while the scullery maid poured. Her face had gone pale. Tears gathered, though she did not allow them to fall. Can you move your fingers? Ellen did. Then bind it. No one suggested that she rest. There was no one to replace her. The cream still had to be strained, the herbs cut, the pastry rolled. A servant's injury was measured not only by pain, but by whether work could continue around it. Ellen wrapped her palm in linen and returned to the table. Mrs. Bell watched her for a moment longer than necessary. She wished to say that the girl should sit. She wished to say that no dinner deserved a hand scarred for life, but care too had to pass through the narrow gate of duty. Use the other hand where you can, she said. It was the closest thing to tenderness the kitchen permitted that morning. Hours passed without clear edges. Vegetables were peeled. Birds were plucked. Sauces thickened. Fat hissed upon iron. The bread emerged golden from the oven, filling the room with a scent that seemed to belong to comfort rather than service. Yet no one paused to eat it. At noon, the kitchen servants received their meal. Broth from the previous day. Bread slightly hardened at the edges. A little cheese divided among them. Around them lay abundance. Cream, butter, fruit, roasted meat, sugar, spices carried across seas. Food prepared for people who might taste only a mouthful before leaving it upon their plates. The kitchen was a chamber of plenty and hunger at once. Its shelves held more than many village homes would see in a season, yet those who worked there often ate whatever could be spared without disturbing the household's expectations. Mrs. Bell sat for 6 minutes. She had learned to eat quickly. The body took nourishment in the time allowed, not the time required. Across from her, Ellen held the bread awkwardly in her uninjured hand. No one spoke of the burn. To name pain sometimes made it harder to continue. Some believe that food carries the memory of those who prepared it. The pressure of fingers upon dough, the patience of stirring, the weariness behind the blade. If this were true, then the evening's feast would contain more than flavor. It would hold Ellen's bandaged hand, the scullery maid's aching shoulders, Mrs. Bell's swallowed words. Yet the guests would taste only sauce, spice, sweetness, and smoke. At 3 in the afternoon, a footman entered. His formal coat had not yet been buttoned. He held a folded message between 2 fingers, as if even paper from upstairs carried rank. Mrs. Bell wiped her hands and opened it. The mistress had altered the menu. One guest did not eat game, another disliked the molded cream. A different fish course was requested. Dinner would now be served half an hour earlier. Mrs. Bell read the page twice. Around her, work continued more quietly. Everyone waited without appearing to wait. The new fish had not arrived. The cream had already been poured into its mould. The game birds had been cleaned and prepared. The day's careful order seemed to fracture without making a sound. Mrs. Bell's face hardened. Her hand tightened upon the paper. She felt the answer rise inside her. It is too late. There is not enough time. You cannot command the hours to lengthen. You cannot ask fire to hurry without burning what it touches. For one breath, the words stood at the threshold of speech. Then she looked at the footman. He had not written the message. He was only another messenger, caught within the machinery of the house. Mrs. Bell folded the paper. "Tell the housekeeper it shall be done." The footman departed. The kitchen remained still for half a heartbeat. Then Mrs. Bell turned. The cream would become part of another dessert. The birds would be kept for the following day. The soup must be strained now. The fishmonger's boy must be found. The range temperature must be raised. Her orders came clearly and without anger. That was how anger survived in service. It learned to dress itself as efficiency. The room quickened. Water boiled. Knives struck boards. Copper lids rose and fell. Steam gathered beneath the ceiling until the beams vanished entirely. Beneath the silence, the kitchen seemed to inhale every word no one was permitted to say. The house above began to glow with evening. Carriages arrived. Doors opened. Guests entered beneath lamps and polished stone. Coats were taken. Names announced. In the dining room, candles burned in silver branches. Flowers rested between crystal glasses. The tablecloth lay smooth and pale as untouched snow. No trace of the kitchen's disorder appeared there. The soup arrived warm. The fish was served. The roast rested beneath carved silver. Sauce shone in porcelain boats. Each dish passed through the green-baize door and entered another world, where heat became elegance and labor became abundance. Mrs. Bell remained below. She did not see the guests raise their glasses. She did not hear which dish received praise. She knew only the sound of plates returning. A little sauce remaining, half a portion of fish untouched, bread broken once and abandoned. The food returned changed. Above it had been choice, below it became scraps, judgment, and evidence. A plate sent back nearly full might mean the guest lacked appetite, or the dish had displeased. No explanation accompanied it. Servants learned to read remains as others read letters. By 10, the final course had gone upstairs. By 11, the trays began to descend. The kitchen maid scraped plates. The scullery maid faced a mountain of grease-darkened pans. Ellen's bandage had turned damp and stained. Mrs. Bell stood beside the range, though her legs had begun to tremble. The grand dinner was declared successful. This judgment travelled downstairs in a single sentence. The mistress was pleased. No one mentioned the changed menu. No one asked how it had been managed. Success erased the difficulty that produced it. By midnight, the kitchen emptied. The girls carried the final baskets away. The scullery maid left the last pan to soak. The lamps were lowered. Mrs. Bell remained beside the cooling range. For the first time since before dawn, no one required an answer from her. Steam faded from the windows. Beyond the glass, the yard reappeared beneath the moon. The stones shone pale and cold. Somewhere beyond the gate, the outer world continued in darkness. Mrs. Bell lowered herself into a wooden chair. The range clicked as its iron contracted. Red coals glowed behind the grate like buried stars. She looked at her hands. There was flour beneath one nail, a small blister near the thumb, a cut she did not remember receiving. Throughout the day, she had swallowed 100 sentences. They had gathered inside her like smoke. Now, in the empty kitchen, she spoke one of them aloud. "You cannot ask everything of us." Her voice was quiet. It barely crossed the room. No housekeeper heard. No mistress answered. No servant was present to remember. Only the fire listened. Mrs. Bell waited, as though the stones might respond. Nothing moved but the last pale ribbon of steam above the sink. She thought of Ellen's hand, of food returned untouched, of the girl carrying water before sunrise, of the guests who had eaten beneath candlelight without ever seeing the room that fed them. "You cannot ask everything," she repeated. The second time, the words sounded less like anger, more like prayer. Then the fire shifted. Ash collapsed softly around the coals. The sentence entered the stone, the soot, the iron, and the smoke-darkened ceiling. By morning, no trace of it would remain. The range would awaken again. Copper would shine. Bread would rise. Another page of instructions would arrive from above. And Mrs. Bell would stand before the fire, composed and ready, guardian of the hidden kingdom. Perhaps anger was never truly lost in that kitchen. Perhaps it remained within the blackened bricks, within the dents of copper pans, within steam stains upon the ceiling. Perhaps every word denied a voice became part of the house itself. Where memory fades, even soot may become an archive. And long after the dinners have ended, after the silver has been sold, and the grand table fallen into dust, an old kitchen may still seem warm beside its ruined range. Not with flame, with remembrance. The whisper of water poured before dawn. The echo of knives upon wood. The breath of women who laboured among abundance and remained hungry. And one quiet sentence offered to the dying fire before the endless appetite of the house began again. In a locked drawer beneath the housekeeper's desk, there rested a book heavier than many family Bibles. Its cover was bound in dark leather. The corners had softened beneath years of handling. A brass clasp held the pages shut, and along the spine, the faded remains of gold lettering caught the candlelight, only when the book was turned at a certain angle. Inside, the pages were ruled with careful lines: coal, candles, soap, meat, flour, repairs, wages. Every expense of the household had been given its appointed place. Figures stood in narrow columns. Dates marched down the margins. Names appeared beside sums written in steady black ink. The book knew how much bread had entered the kitchen, how many candles had burned through winter, how much silver polish had been purchased before Christmas. It knew the cost of keeping the house warm, bright, clean, and apparently effortless. Yet between those orderly lines rested a silence that no account could measure. It is said that a ledger remembers only what it has been taught to value. On one page, halfway through the winter quarter, a servant's name had been crossed through. The stroke was dark and final. James Harrow, footman. The name had first been written firmly, the letters even and deliberate. Beside it appeared several months of wages, each sum marked as paid. Then came a date in late November, a final amount, and the line drawn through his name. No explanation followed. No note described his conduct. No witness spoke from the margin. The page continued beneath him, as though a door had closed and the household had simply walked onward. A new name appeared 2 weeks later. Another footman. Another wage. Another hand ready to carry trays, open doors, and stand motionless beneath candlelight. The empty space where James's future should have continued remained unfilled. Whispers tell us that disappearance in service was often quiet. A servant might leave at dawn with a trunk upon a cart. A room would be stripped, a uniform reassigned. A new person would sleep in the same narrow bed before the week had ended. Above stairs, dinner would still arrive at the appointed hour. The fire would still burn in the library. Silver would still gleam upon the table. Only those below might notice the absence. Only they might remember the laugh that no longer crossed the servants' hall, the boots no longer left beside the stove, the place at the table filled by someone who did not know the old stories. James Harrow had entered the house 3 years earlier. He was 22, broad-shouldered, dark-haired and quiet in the manner expected of a man who spent much of his day standing behind other people's chairs. He came from a village near the eastern coast, where his father repaired nets and his mother kept a small lodging room for sailors. He had learned to read from a church clerk. His handwriting was slow but careful. He sent part of his wages home each quarter. Within the household, he was known for carrying trays without allowing the glasses to tremble. He polished boots thoroughly. He remembered which guest preferred the curtains closed. He rarely spoke unless spoken to. In time, such qualities became almost invisible. Reliability is noticed most clearly only when it is gone. Yet on the evening before his dismissal, something disappeared from the drawing room, a small silver box. It belonged to the mistress, and had rested for years upon a table beside the window. The lid bore a pattern of leaves and a tiny engraved crest. Inside, she kept visiting cards, old invitations, and perhaps a letter no one below stairs had ever seen. The object was not large, but silver carried more than material worth. It carried inheritance, rank, memory, and the confidence that property would remain where its owner had placed it. When the box could not be found, suspicion moved through the house like cold air. At first, no accusation was spoken. Drawers were opened, cushions lifted, the carpet examined. Servants were asked whether the box had been moved for dusting. Questions travelled downward with increasing weight. Had the housemaid seen it? Had the parlour-maid touched the table? Which footman had served tea? Who had entered the drawing-room after the family withdrew? James had carried the final tray. He had also remained behind to close the shutters. The fact settled around him. Not proof, only circumstance. But within a household shaped by rank, suspicion did not move equally in every direction. It travelled downward, toward those whose honesty depended upon another person's opinion. A guest might misplace an object, a child might hide it, a member of the family might remove it without explanation. Yet the servant was often the first door upon which doubt knocked. James was called into the housekeeper's room the next morning. The ledger lay closed upon the desk. The housekeeper sat beside it, her keys resting in her lap. The butler stood near the fire. The mistress did not attend. No one asked James to sit. He was told that the silver box had disappeared. He said he had not taken it. He was asked whether he had seen anyone else enter the room. He paused. There had been someone. Late in the evening, as James crossed the hidden passage, he had seen the mistress's eldest son emerge from the drawing-room. The young man held something beneath his coat. His face was flushed, perhaps with drink, perhaps with anger. James had stepped aside. The gentleman had looked directly at him. Neither spoke. Now, inside the housekeeper's room, James understood the shape of the danger. To name the young master would be to accuse the family whose word determined his future. To remain silent would leave suspicion resting upon himself. He chose the narrowest path. "I saw no one I could properly speak of," he said. The butler's expression changed. Perhaps he understood. Perhaps he did not. The housekeeper asked again whether James had taken the box. "No, ma'am. You must understand the seriousness of the matter." "I do. And yet you offer no assistance. I have told you the truth." The final sentence crossed an invisible boundary. A servant might defend himself, but only with restraint. Certainty could be called insolence. Pain could be called temper. The simple insistence upon truth, if spoken too firmly, might sound like defiance to those accustomed to obedience. By noon, James had been dismissed. No silver was found among his possessions. No witness accused him directly. He was paid the wages owed to him and given until evening to leave the estate. His written character was withheld. The account book received a date, a sum, a line through his name, nothing more. It is difficult to measure the power of a few words written by an employer. A servant seeking another place carried not only a trunk but a reputation. The character, or reference, could open the gate of another household. It might describe someone as honest, sober, attentive, capable, and obedient. Or it might say less, not suitable, left without notice, character declined. Such phrases could follow a person farther than any spoken defense. A servant dismissed without a reference might find doors closing before he reached them. Employers trusted one another's judgments more readily than they trusted the testimony of someone seeking wages and shelter. To complain of cruelty risked being called troublesome. To question an order risked being called unmanageable. To resist accusation risked being called dishonest. Thus, the written character became a second identity, composed by someone else, and carried into every uncertain future. James packed his trunk in the servant's attic. 1 spare shirt, 2 collars, a razor, a prayer book, letters from home tied with string. His formal coat belonged to the household and remained behind. By dusk, another servant had taken it from the peg. In the lower corridor, a housemaid named Ruth watched James descend with the trunk in his hand. She had seen more than she had admitted. The morning after the silver box vanished, Ruth had entered the young master's dressing room to remove ashes from the grate. Among the blackened paper lay a fragment of velvet lining, dark blue and finely stitched. The inside of the mistress's silver box had been lined in dark blue velvet. Ruth knew this because she had dusted it many times. Later that day, she had seen the young master speaking privately with a jeweller's assistant near the service gate. She did not know what had passed between them. She possessed fragments, a torn lining, a hidden meeting, a flushed face. Enough to doubt, not enough perhaps to prove. When James was questioned, Ruth stood beyond the door carrying folded towels. She heard his denial. She heard the housekeeper's cold reply. She could have entered. She could have spoken of what she had found. But fear held her still. Her mother depended upon part of her wages. Her younger sister had recently left school. Without a good character, Ruth too might find every gate closed. Silence became calculation. Survival placed one hand over conscience. By evening, James stood beside the servants' entrance. Rain had begun to fall. No carriage had been provided. The nearest station lay several miles away. Ruth found him beneath the stone arch, with his trunk resting upon the ground. For a moment, neither spoke. "Did you take it?" she asked, though she already believed the answer. James looked toward the dark upper windows. No. She wished to tell him what she had seen. Instead, she said, "I am sorry." The words were small beside the rain. James lifted the trunk. "If they ask," he said, "tell them I did not steal from this house." Ruth nodded, but no one asked. The gate opened, then closed. His footsteps disappeared along the wet road. The household returned to its rhythm. 2 weeks later, a replacement footman arrived. The missing silver box was never publicly found. Some said the mistress later received it anonymously through a London pawnbroker. Others whispered that the young master settled a debt soon afterward. No record confirms either story. The account book remained certain only about coal, candles, soap, meat, and wages. This was the ledger's strange authority. It preserved the measurable and abandoned the human. It knew that James received a final payment of £1 and several shillings. It did not know that he walked beneath rain without a reference. It knew how much coal was purchased that winter. It did not know how cold the servants' attic became after midnight. It recorded the cost of candles. It did not record the hours servants continued working after those candles were lit. It marked dismissal. It did not preserve defense. Sacred and merciless, the account book reduced life to columns while pretending nothing had been lost. Years passed. The mistress died. The young master inherited. The servants changed. Wallpaper faded and was replaced. A new silver box appeared upon the drawing-room table, larger than the first and engraved with another pattern. Ruth remained in the house. She became first housemaid, then assistant to the housekeeper. Her hair silvered. Her hands grew stiff in winter. Yet whenever she opened the old ledger, she saw the crossed-out name, James Harrow. The ink had faded slightly, but the stroke remained darker than the letters beneath it, like a gate, like a wound closed too neatly. Ruth sometimes wondered where he had gone, whether another household had accepted him, whether he returned to the coast, whether his family believed the accusation, whether he had learned that someone within the house had doubted it. She wondered whether her silence had protected only herself, or whether it had helped bury another person's future. There are questions that deepen with age. At first they seem small enough to avoid. Then years gather around them like dust. One winter evening, Ruth opened the ledger alone. The housekeeper had died, and the desk now belonged to her. Candlelight rested upon the page. Beside James's name, she wrote nothing. What could she add after so many years? Wrongly accused? Dismissed without proof? I knew and remained silent? Any sentence would arrive too late. She touched the page once with the tip of her finger. The paper felt dry and ordinary. Yet beneath it seemed to rest an entire vanished road. A man walking through rain, a trunk growing heavier, doors closing, a family waiting for wages that would not come. Where memory fades, a single line may become the only ruin left standing. Ruth closed the book. Dust settled slowly upon the leather. Above, dinner was being served. Silver shone beneath candlelight. The new footman moved around the table without sound. The house remained peaceful. Its calm had been repaired long ago, but perhaps such calm always asks a price. Perhaps every polished surface conceals something rubbed away. A name, a protest, a witness who chose silence. The account book slept again inside the locked drawer. It preserved candles while forgetting darkness. It preserved wages while forgetting lives. And there, among the ruled lines, James Harrow remained crossed out, but not entirely erased. Ink had entered the fibres. The paper had accepted him. Long after the hand that struck through his name had turned to dust, the letters endured beneath the mark. Perhaps that is how forgotten people wait for us. Not as ghosts, not as voices in empty corridors, only as names damaged but still legible, asking nothing more than that someone pause before turning the page. Perhaps the truth was never meant to survive the household's silence, or perhaps it survived precisely there, beneath the dark stroke, inside the paper, waiting for a gentler age to ask what was sacrificed so that the silver could shine again. In the afternoon hush, when the clocks had finished striking and the house seemed to rest between one command and the next, the grand staircase curved beneath the chandelier like a pale road ascending into shadow. Its rail had been polished until the dark wood held every passing light. Portraits watched from the walls, men in military coats, women with pearls at their throats, children painted beside gardens they would one day inherit. Above them all, dust drifted slowly through the high windows, turning in the air like faint celestial ash. It is said that staircases remember the manner in which people climb them. Some ascend with confidence, their hands resting lightly upon the rail. Some descend without looking at the steps, knowing the house will make room for them. Others learn to move along the edge, to pause, to withdraw, to become smaller as another person approaches. On this quiet afternoon, a housemaid named Rose climbed the staircase, carrying a bundle of fresh linen. The sheets had been washed, dried, pressed, and folded into perfect white squares. They rested against her chest, high enough to obscure part of her face. The scent of soap and cold air followed her upward. From the landing above came the sound of voices. The family was descending. Rose heard the soft brush of a gown against carpet. A man laughed. A bracelet touched the polished rail with a small metallic sound. She slowed. There were rules for such moments. No one had written them down for her. They had been taught through correction. Stand aside before being asked. Turn the body slightly toward the wall. Lower the eyes. Do not force a gentleman to alter his path. Do not appear to listen. Do not allow the linen to touch a guest. Above all, do not look too directly. A servant's gaze could be interpreted as many things: boldness, curiosity, judgment, invitation. The safest eyes were lowered eyes. Rose stepped into the narrow space beside a marble pedestal and waited. The family passed. First came the mistress, dressed in grey silk, one gloved hand resting upon the rail. Behind her walked the eldest daughter and a visiting gentleman whose voice Rose had heard often during the previous week. The gentleman said something amusing. The daughter smiled. Rose saw none of this directly. She saw only the lower edge of the gown, the polished shoes, the shadow of a hand moving across the carpet. When they had passed, she continued upward. The encounter lasted only seconds, yet within it lay the entire architecture of the house. The staircase belonged to everyone in stone. In custom, it belonged more fully to some than to others. Whispers tell us that Victorian service was built not only upon labour, but upon posture. A body revealed rank before a word was spoken. The master stood at ease. The butler stood straight. The footman waited behind a chair. The housemaid bent. The scullery girl hurried. The child of the family could run across a room where a servant of 60 years entered only after knocking. The body learned these distinctions until obedience became instinct. Rose had been 17 when she entered service. The housekeeper taught her how to carry a tray, how to knock, how to address each member of the family, and how to retreat from a room without turning too abruptly. Never stare, she had said. Never answer more than you are asked. And never imagine that what happens above stairs belongs to you. At first, Rose believed this meant she should not gossip. Later, she understood that it meant something larger. She was not to trust her own interpretation of what she saw. A raised voice might be called private business. Tears might be called fatigue. A hand placed improperly might be called misunderstanding. The servant was expected not only to remain silent, but to doubt the evidence of her own senses whenever that evidence threatened the order of the house. The staircase became the place where Rose learned this most clearly. Every chamber opened near it. Every secret crossed it eventually. One winter night, she saw the master return long after midnight. Rain struck the windows. The hall lamp had nearly gone out. Rose was carrying a warming pan toward the upper rooms when the front door opened below. The master entered alone. Mud covered the lower part of his coat. One sleeve had been torn. His face looked pale beneath the lamp. He stood still when he saw her. Rose lowered her eyes. "Go on," he said. She continued upward. The following morning, the coat had vanished from the dressing room. No one mentioned the tear. At breakfast, the master read his newspaper calmly, while the mistress spoke of the weather. Rose wondered where he had been. She wondered whether the dark mark near his cuff had been mud or something else. The questions remained within her. They had no safe destination. Another evening, while carrying towels past the daughter's chamber, Rose heard someone crying behind the closed door. The sound was restrained, broken carefully between breaths, as though grief itself feared being overheard. Rose paused. She wished to knock. Instead, she continued. A servant could enter when called. Compassion did not always count as permission. Later, the daughter descended for dinner wearing pale blue silk. Her face showed no trace of tears. The visiting gentleman walked beside her. Rose stood near the dining room door and looked only at the floor. Beneath the silence, the staircase collected these fragments: mud upon a coat, crying behind wood, a letter carried from one locked room to another, a guest descending before dawn. No single fragment became certainty. Together, they formed an atmosphere. A servant lived within that atmosphere without being allowed to name it. Some believe that uncertainty is one of the quietest forms of fear, not knowing whether something was wrong, not knowing whether one had the right to call it wrong, not knowing whether speaking would bring protection or punishment. For young women in service, complaint could endanger everything. Employment often meant shelter, food, wages sent home, a written character necessary for the next position. To accuse a guest or gentleman of improper behavior was to place one's own reputation against his. The scales were rarely balanced. The servant might be asked whether she had misunderstood, whether she had encouraged familiarity, whether she was seeking attention, whether she had ever complained before. Each question could turn the gaze back upon her, and so the words, "I was afraid," often remained unspoken. The words, "he behaved wrongly," might rise within the throat and find no door through which to pass. One afternoon, Rose encountered the visiting gentleman upon the half landing. She carried a basket of mended clothes. He stood beside the window, looking over the winter garden. The staircase was otherwise empty. Rose stepped aside. He did not pass. Instead, he reached toward the basket and lifted one folded handkerchief. "Such careful work," he said. Rose waited. His fingers touched hers when he returned it. The touch lingered beyond accident, only for a moment, but long enough. Rose withdrew her hand. The gentleman smiled. "You need not look so frightened." She had not realized that fear had reached her face. "I beg your pardon, sir." The apology came automatically. He was the one who had crossed the boundary. She was the one who apologized. Footsteps sounded above. The gentleman moved away. By the time the daughter appeared, he was examining a painting. Rose continued downward, with the basket held close against her. In the servants' hall, she considered telling someone. The housekeeper might warn her to avoid the guest, or she might accuse Rose of imagining significance where none existed. The butler might intervene, or he might protect the reputation of the household first. Rose looked around the table. Every servant carried some private burden. A cook worried about her sister. A footman feared dismissal. A maid waited for a letter from home. There was tenderness below stairs, but tenderness did not always possess power. Rose said nothing. That night, she washed her hands longer than necessary. The water cooled. Still, she rubbed at the place where his fingers had touched. The body remembers what the mind is instructed to dismiss. Days later, the guest departed. The house resumed its rhythm. No accusation was made. No scandal entered the record. The daughter continued to write letters at the morning room desk. The master wore another coat. The family attended church. The staircase gleamed beneath the afternoon light. Everything remained peaceful. Yet Rose no longer crossed the half landing without listening first. Fear changed the geography of the house. Certain doors became dangerous. Certain footsteps acquired meaning. Certain voices caused the body to grow still before the mind understood why. The servant's lowered gaze was not emptiness. Beneath it lived observation, memory, judgment, a private map of where safety ended. Rose remembered each detail the household asked her to forget. The angle of the gentleman's smile, the mud on the master's coat, the daughter's hidden crying, the words spoken as though fear were her own failing. Silence could conceal memory, but it could not destroy it. There remained within Rose a chamber the house could not enter. No bell reached it. No employer could inspect it. No reference could describe it. Within that hidden room, she knew what she had seen, and though she might never speak, she refused to tell herself that it had meant nothing. This refusal was small, invisible, yet perhaps it was a kind of freedom. Years passed. Rose became more skilled. She learned to move so quietly that guests rarely noticed her arrival. She could carry water without spilling, open curtains without waking a sleeper, and descend the back stairs in darkness. Her face learned composure, her eyes lowered before instruction. Those above might have mistaken this for surrender. They did not see the world continuing behind her lowered lashes. The portraits, the gestures, the contradictions, the ways power protected itself through politeness. Where memory fades from official history, the inner witness remains. No household ledger recorded Rose's fear. No family diary mentioned the half-landing. No portrait included the servants who stood aside while generations descended in silk. The visual history of the house belonged to those who could afford to be seen. Their faces remained above the staircase. Their names appeared beneath painted frames. The servants passed below them, carrying linen, coal, trays, medicine, and messages. They supported the life represented in every portrait. Yet their own faces disappeared. One night, long after the lamps had been lowered, Rose climbed the grand staircase alone. She had been sent to close a window left open on the upper landing. Moonlight entered through the high glass and lay across the steps like a silver veil. The chandelier hung dark above her. No family voices sounded. No command travelled through the hall. For once, the staircase belonged only to the quiet. Rose reached the half-landing, the place where the gentleman had touched her hand, the place where she had stood aside 1,000 times. She paused. Then, slowly, she lifted her eyes. The portraits looked down. The master's ancestors stood beside horses, columns, fields, and distant skies. Their painted faces carried confidence untouched by doubt. Rose studied them openly. No one corrected her. No one asked her to lower her gaze. She wondered who had cleaned those frames, who had lit the painter's room, who had washed the clothes worn during each sitting, who had soothed the children while their parents were immortalized upon canvas. What faces had been present beyond the frame? What names had been erased so that these names could endure? Perhaps history itself was a staircase. Some figures descended toward us in light, preserved in color and gold. Others remained along the wall, carrying the weight, instructed never to look up. Rose closed the window. The curtain settled. Before descending, she turned toward the dark glass and saw her own reflection. Plain dress, white apron, candle in hand. For a moment, the window became her portrait. No painter had arranged her posture. No family crest appeared above her. Only a tired young woman standing beneath the moon, holding more knowledge than the house would ever admit she possessed. Then a cloud passed across the sky. The reflection faded. Rose descended. Her steps made almost no sound. It is said that the grand staircase survived long after many servants had gone. Its rail remained polished. Its portraits remained watchful. Visitors praised its curve and the beauty of its wood. Perhaps no one asked how many people had stepped aside upon it, how many eyes had lowered, how many warnings remained trapped behind closed lips. Yet stone remembers pressure, wood remembers touch, and silence, perhaps, remembers every truth denied a witness. The moonlight withdrew from the stairs. Rose disappeared through the narrow service door. The grand hall returned to darkness. But somewhere between the portraits and the polished rail, her unseen image remained, not bowed, not erased, only waiting for a gentler age to look upward and finally see her. Beneath the house, below the servants' hall, and beyond the last turning of the stone stair, an iron gate waited in darkness. It was older than the wallpaper above, older than the polished dining table, older perhaps than some of the names painted beneath the family portraits. The gate had been set into a low arch of rough stone. Moisture darkened the walls around it, and the air carried the slow mineral breath of the earth. Beyond the bars, rows of bottles disappeared into shadow, their glass dim beneath dust, their necks tilted toward the passage like sleepers, listening for a distant bell. At midnight, a ring of keys descended the stair. They moved in the hand of Mr. Alden, the butler, striking softly against one another with each measured step. Some were small and bright, some were thin as old bones. One opened the silver cupboard, one belonged to the writing desk in the study, another opened the outer door, used after the household had retired. But the heaviest key was made of dark iron, worn smooth where generations of fingers had held it. This was the key to the wine cellar. It is said that a key is not merely a piece of metal, it is a promise, a warning, a burden shaped to fit the hand. Mr. Alden paused before the gate and lifted the lamp. Its glow entered the bars and awakened the first row of bottles. Dust shimmered in the light like faded starlight. Labels appeared and vanished beneath the flame. Bordeaux, Madeira, Port, Burgundy. Some bottles had been placed there before Mr. Alden entered the household. Others he had received himself, checking each case against the merchant's invoice before assigning it a shelf. Every bottle bore a date. Every shelf contained a season, sealed away from time. The cellar was a chamber of preserved summers, rain upon distant vineyards, heat resting over unfamiliar soil, harvest hands gathering fruit beneath skies no one in the house had seen. All of it had been pressed, darkened, bottled, carried across roads and oceans, and brought beneath the estate to wait. Marked by the moon only through memory, the wine slept below the foundations, while generations passed above. Mr. Alden placed the key in the lock. It turned with a low metallic breath. The gate opened. He entered alone. The butler's authority within the household was considerable, though none of it belonged entirely to him. Below stairs, servants watched his face for instruction. He determined which footmen served at dinner, when the plate cupboard was opened, which bottles were carried upstairs, and whether a young servant's mistake deserved correction or mercy. He possessed keys. He kept lists. He knew the hour at which every guest was expected and the order in which every door should open. Yet above stairs, his certainty changed its form. Before the master, his voice softened. Before the mistress, his judgments became recommendations. In the dining room, he could command an entire line of servants through the smallest movement of his hand, yet he remained behind the chairs, present and almost invisible. His authority was real, but borrowed, like the silver he guarded, like the wine he selected, like the dignity of the household itself. Whispers tell us that the butler's greatest duty was not to serve food or pour drink, it was to preserve order. He guarded the boundary between private disorder and public calm. He knew which guest should not be seated beside another, which gentleman must be quietly denied a fourth glass, which letter should reach the master before breakfast, which visitor should be shown into the library rather than the drawing room. He knew the household not as a portrait, but as a series of weaknesses carefully concealed. The master's temper after losing money, the eldest son's debts, the mistress's headaches, the uncle who drank alone after midnight, the young daughter who returned unopened letters to the morning room fire. Such knowledge made Mr. Alden valuable. It also made him dangerous. The household trusted him because he knew everything. The household could destroy him if he revealed any part of it. And so silence became the invisible uniform beneath his formal coat. He wore it everywhere. In the dining room, in the servants' hall, in the dark hours when an unsteady gentleman required help climbing the stairs, in the early morning when broken glass disappeared before the family woke. The wine cellar understood this silence. It too preserved what had been entrusted to it. Mr. Alden moved among the shelves, raising the lamp toward the labels. He knew their histories. A row of champagne remained from the eldest daughter's wedding. 24 bottles had been ordered. 11 had been opened. 1 had broken during delivery. The rest waited beneath dust, though the marriage itself had grown cold within a year. Near them rested a dark bottle of port purchased for the master's father. It had been set aside for a birthday dinner that never occurred. The old gentleman died 3 days before the date. No one had asked for the bottle afterward. It remained in place, a celebration that time had refused. On the lower shelf lay 2 spaces where bottles of brandy had once stood. They disappeared during the winter, when a guest remained in the house for 6 weeks longer than expected. No accusation was made. No account was corrected. The matter passed into the soft territory of things understood but unnamed. The cellar held weddings, deaths, reconciliations, and scandals without distinction. To the bottles, all occasions became dust. Some believe that this is the true mystery of preservation. Time can keep the object while dissolving the meaning. A bottle remains. The hands that chose it vanish. The table where it was opened disappears. The toast becomes silence. The grief returns to earth. Yet somewhere beneath the label, the season waits unchanged. Mr. Alden stopped before a shelf near the rear wall. One bottle was missing. He lowered the lamp. The dust around the empty space had been disturbed. A narrow trail led across the stone floor. Someone had entered the cellar. The gate showed no damage. The lock had not been forced. Only 3 people possessed access: Mr. Alden, the housekeeper, and the master. Yet the dust held the faint impression of a smaller boot. Mr. Alden stood very still. The household above had long since retired. Only the kitchen range remained faintly warm. Wind moved somewhere inside the chimney. The house seemed to breathe through stone. He followed the marks toward the far corner. There, behind a stack of empty crates, a figure crouched in shadow. It was Samuel, the youngest footman. He held a bottle against his coat. The boy's face had gone pale. For a moment, neither spoke. The lamp flame trembled. Samuel rose slowly. He could not have been more than 18. He had entered service the previous spring, carrying one worn trunk and a letter from a village clergyman. His work was not yet graceful. He moved too quickly with trays, and sometimes forgot which spoon belonged beside which course. But he was willing. He sent most of his wages home. Mr. Alden knew this because he had seen the addressed envelopes placed with the outgoing post. "Put it down," he said. Samuel obeyed. The bottle rested upon the crate between them. It was not one of the finest vintages. Still, theft was theft. A servant dismissed for stealing wine might never enter respectable service again. His written character would be withheld. His name might travel ahead of him from household to household, closing every gate before he reached it. Mr. Alden looked toward the disturbed shelf. "How did you enter?" Samuel lowered his eyes. The housekeeper's key was left in the pantry drawer. "And why did you take the bottle?" No answer came. The silence deepened. Mr. Alden could already imagine the required response. Wake the housekeeper. Search the boy's room. Inform the master before breakfast. Record the missing wine. Dismiss the servant. Restore order. The household possessed rules for such things. Rules protected silver, wine, property, and reputation. They did not always protect people. "Why?" Mr. Alden asked again. Samuel's hands tightened at his sides. "My mother is ill." The words entered the cellar softly. He explained that a letter had arrived 3 days earlier. His mother's coughing had worsened. The village doctor required payment. His younger sister had already sold her winter cloak. Samuel had asked for an advance upon his wages. The request had been refused because he had not completed a full year of service. He believed he could sell the bottle in town. Not for pleasure, not for drink, only for medicine. "I meant to replace the money," he whispered. Mr. Alden looked at him. Many servants promised repayment when fear had already overtaken judgment. Perhaps Samuel spoke the truth. Perhaps desperation had shaped the story. The butler's duty was not to investigate sorrow. His duty was to protect the household. Yet beneath that duty, another memory opened. Years before, when Mr. Alden had been a second footman, his own father fell ill. He had asked for 3 days away. The butler of that house refused because a hunting party was expected. By the time leave was granted, the funeral had ended. Mr. Alden had carried this memory for 30 years. He had never spoken of it. The old grief remained within him like a locked chamber whose key had been lost. Now, standing among the bottles, he heard the faint echo of his younger self inside Samuel's voice. Beneath the silence, rule and mercy faced one another. Rule was clear. Mercy was uncertain. Rule protected the visible order of the house. Mercy protected something smaller and perhaps more sacred. A sick woman in a distant village. A son ashamed of desperation. The fragile belief that service had not erased every claim of blood and love. Mr. Alden lifted the bottle. He examined its label, then he carried it back to the shelf. The glass settled into the disturbed dust. "You will return the key before dawn," he said. Samuel stared at him. "Yes, sir. You were never here." "No, sir. "And you will not attempt this again?" The boy swallowed. "No, sir." Mr. Alden reached into his inner pocket. There was a small amount of money there, part of his quarterly savings. He removed several coins and placed them upon the crate. Samuel looked down. He did not touch them. "I cannot." "You can." The words were quiet, but final. "Send them tomorrow." The seller held their silence. Samuel took the coins. No thanks seemed large enough, so none was offered. He lowered his head and moved toward the gate. Before leaving, he turned. Mr. Alden had already raised the lamp toward the shelves, pretending to inspect the bottles. The boy disappeared up the stairs. The official history of the house would contain nothing of that night. No ledger would record the missing bottle because it had been returned. No household account would mention the coins. No written character would praise the mercy that allowed a servant to remain. The event existed only between two people and the cellar walls. Perhaps compassion survives most purely in places where it receives no witness. Mr. Alden continued his inspection. He adjusted one bottle, wiped dust from another label, counted the champagne, checked the port. His hands moved with their customary precision, though something within him had shifted. Loyalty had always seemed to him like a locked chamber. A servant entered it willingly at first. He gave discretion, patience, years. In return, he received wages, shelter, and a place within the order of the household. But the longer he remained, the more difficult it became to find the door. He knew too much to leave easily. He had witnessed too much to speak freely. Silence had made him trusted. It had also made him alone. What would happen if he one day told the truth about everything he had concealed? The master's debts, the bottles emptied after midnight, the letters burned. The quarrels softened before breakfast. His loyalty would be forgotten at once. Only the betrayal would remain. Trust was the key placed in his hand. Silence was the lock around it. Near midnight, Mr. Alden returned to the gate. He stood within the arch and looked back. The bottles rested in their rows, dark and patient. Each one contained a season. Each one also seemed to contain a question. What is preserved when truth is sealed away? What disappears when duty is obeyed perfectly? What kind of history remembers the wedding wine, but forgets the servant who poured it? The lamp cast his shadow across the floor. For a moment, it stretched between the shelves like a second gate. Then he stepped into the passage. The iron bars closed. Mr. Alden placed the heavy key inside the lock. It turned softly. A single metallic sound passed through the stones and faded. Behind him, the cellar returned to darkness. The wedding bottles slept. The unopened birthday port waited for a man long dead. Dust settled over the space where Samuel's hand had disturbed it. By morning, the house would awaken unchanged. Breakfast would be served. The silver counted. The young footman would answer the bell. No one would know that a rule had been broken and quietly repaired. No one would know that mercy had entered the cellar and left without leaving its name. Perhaps the bottle was never the secret. Perhaps the secret was that Mr. Alden, guardian of order, had chosen a human life over the perfect account. The official history would remember him only as the butler. A title, a function, a figure standing behind the dining room chairs. But beneath the house, where memory faded into dust, the iron gate had witnessed something else. A man carrying another man's fear. A key, turning not only in metal, but in the locked chamber of an old grief. And one small act of compassion, sealed more carefully than any vintage, waiting in darkness for no praise and no reward. Some secrets are guarded because they would bring shame. Others are guarded because they are too gentle for the world that made them necessary. The cellar kept both, wine and silence, duty and mercy. Seasons preserved beneath stone, and when the final lamp disappeared up the stairs, the bottles returned to their ancient dreaming, while the heaviest key rested once more in the butler's hand, darkened by years of touch, warmed for a moment by kindness, and carrying a truth no ledger would ever be able to hold. In a room lit by one candle, black cloth lay across the table like a piece of night. It had been taken from a cedar chest before sunset and carried downstairs beneath folded linen, as though sorrow itself required concealment until the proper hour. Now it rested beneath the wavering flame, heavy and lightless, absorbing every small gleam that touched it. Beside the cloth stood a wooden box of needles, a spool of black thread, a silver thimble worn thin along one edge, and a length of mourning ribbon, dark as a road beneath a moonless sky. Beyond the closed door, the house had fallen silent. Death had entered before dawn. By evening, every room had learned its presence. The curtains were drawn, the clocks were stopped, the mirrors were covered in black crape so that no living face would be caught unprepared beside the absence of the dead. Portraits remained upon the walls, but the lamps beneath them had been lowered. The piano stood closed. Flowers were removed from the drawing room. Even the bells seemed to ring more softly, as though the wires within the walls understood that the household had crossed into another season. It is said that grief changes the shape of time. An hour beside the dying may feel like a lifetime. A week after death may pass, as though no day has truly begun. Within the Victorian house, sorrow was given rules so that time might become orderly again. There were garments to prepare, letters to border in black, cards to deliver, rooms to darken, meals to simplify, carriages to arrange. The dead had departed, but the living were immediately surrounded by duties. At the table sat Clara Wren, lady's maid to the mistress of the house. Her shoulders bent over the black dress. The garment had belonged to her mistress for many years, though it had not been worn since the death of an aunt. Now its seams must be altered before morning. The bodice had grown narrow. The sleeves were no longer fashionable. A panel of bombazine had to be added at the waist, and the old trim removed and replaced with dull black crepe. Across from Clara sat Mrs. Vale, a seamstress summoned from the village. She had arrived after dark, carrying a leather case and smelling faintly of rain. Her fingers moved quickly despite the lateness of the hour. She pinned the new cloth, examined the line, and spoke only when necessary. "The sleeve must fall more plainly," she whispered. Clara nodded. The candle stood between them. Its flame leaned whenever either woman moved, casting their shadows across the wall until they seemed like figures from an older ritual, attendants preparing sacred robes for someone about to cross a hidden gate. Above them, the dead man rested in a closed chamber. Sir Edmund Ashford, master of the house, father, husband, landowner, justice of the peace. His name would soon appear in newspapers and church records. Bells would toll for him. Carriages would line the drive. Black horses would carry him beneath plumes and veils. Stone would preserve his name when the voices of those who knew him had faded. Yet within the servants' rooms, he was remembered differently. The butler recalled the particular way Sir Edmund tapped his glass when impatient. The cook remembered that he disliked nutmeg, but asked for it every Christmas, because his mother once used it. The old valet knew which shoulder stiffened in cold weather. A housemaid remembered him pausing once to lift a fallen fledgling from the terrace stones. Another remembered the winter he dismissed a groom for answering too sharply. No person is held in memory in only one form. The dead become many people, beloved, feared, misunderstood, forgiven. Each witness carries a different fragment, as though a life were a shattered mirror whose pieces could never again be joined. Whispers tell us that servants often knew the intimate habits of those they served more closely than distant relations did. They entered bedrooms before visitors arrived. They tended illness. They heard confusion in the night. They removed the cups left untouched. They carried messages between family members who could not bear to speak directly. They witnessed weakness before it was arranged into dignity, and yet when death came, their grief was expected to remain below the threshold. The family mourned publicly. The servants mourned while working. Clara drew the needle through the cloth. The thread entered one side and emerged from the other, binding darkness to darkness. She had dressed Lady Ashford throughout the week of Sir Edmund's final illness. She had fastened the mistress's gown each morning while physicians crossed the corridor. She had brought smelling salts after the final breath. She had removed the blue silk dress Lady Ashford wore at the bedside and replaced it with grey, until the proper black garments could be prepared. Clara had seen grief before it learned ceremony. She had watched the mistress stand beside the covered bed, one hand gripping the bedpost, unable to speak. She had heard her whisper her husband's childhood name, a name no one else in the household knew. By evening, that raw sorrow had been folded beneath custom. Instructions were issued. The undertaker summoned. The household placed into mourning. Lady Ashford's private anguish became a schedule. Clara understood why rituals existed. Without them, grief might have no walls. It might flood every room. It might dissolve the ordinary boundaries between dawn and night, body and spirit, memory and present breath. Black cloth gave sorrow a visible shape. The covered mirror told the living not to search for themselves while death remained near. The stopped clock admitted that ordinary time had briefly lost its authority. Yet ritual also created another silence. It decided whose grief could be seen. A widow might wear black for years. A servant who had cared for the dead through decades might receive only a black armband and continue polishing silver before breakfast. The butler could not abandon his duties because his hands trembled. The valet could not refuse to prepare the clothes his master would never wear again. The maid could not sit alone in darkness without being missed from the work. Their sorrow had to remain useful, measured, quiet. Clara set down the needle and flexed her fingers. Mrs. Vale looked toward her. "You are tired. We must finish before dawn." "That was not what I said." Clara lowered her gaze. Fatigue was easier to admit than grief. On the table beside her lay a letter. It had arrived that afternoon, its edges softened by rain. The village postmark was from the north, where Clara had been born. She had recognized her younger sister's handwriting before breaking the seal. Their father had died 4 days earlier. A cough that had lingered through winter had deepened. Fever followed. He had asked for Clara once during the final evening, though the family had told him she was too far away to return. The funeral would take place the following morning. By the time Clara read the letter, there was no train she could take that would carry her home before the burial. Still, she had asked the housekeeper for leave. The answer was given kindly. The household could not spare her. Lady Ashford required her. There were garments to alter. Guests would arrive. The funeral procession must be prepared. Perhaps Clara could travel after the week had ended. Grief obeyed no timetable. The duty did. Clara had folded the letter and placed it beside the black thread. She had not cried when reading it. There had been water to carry upstairs, a visitor to receive, a veil to locate, a drawer of gloves to search. The day had moved around her loss so completely that, for several hours, it seemed unreal. Now, beneath the candle, her father's death rested beside the mourning dress of another man. One would be marked by bells, horses, newspaper lines, and a stone carved with his full name. The other would be buried beside a small church among fields Clara had not seen in 7 years. Perhaps the village bell would ring, perhaps not. Perhaps her father's name would be spoken by 20 people beneath the rain, then carried home in their memories until those too began to fade. Does sorrow become smaller when fewer people witness it? Does love require ceremony in order to endure? Clara did not know. She lifted the needle again. Each stitch became a silent prayer. One for Sir Edmund, whose death had darkened the house. One for her father, whose death had arrived only as ink upon paper. The thread passed through the cloth. In, out, a small black path appearing beneath her hand. She remembered her father sitting beside the cottage hearth, mending the handle of a broken kettle. He had possessed large hands, roughened by work. When Clara left for service, he had carried her trunk to the cart and told her not to let grand rooms make her feel small. She wondered whether he had remembered saying it. She had remembered every word. The room around her seemed to recede. The walls faded behind candle smoke. The ticking clock had been stopped with all the others, and without its sound, the night felt suspended outside the ordinary world. Mrs. Vale continued sewing. For a long time, she said nothing. Then she reached across the table and placed her hand briefly over Clara's. The touch lasted only a breath. No question, No consolation too large for the moment, only recognition. Servants often built tenderness from such gestures. A cup left warm, a place covered for someone too tired to eat, a door closed softly. A name spoken when the household had forgotten it. In worlds where feeling could not be displayed freely, compassion learned to hide inside usefulness. Mrs. Vale moved the candle closer to Clara. The small circle of light widened. The sewing continued. Above, the house slept uneasily. A floorboard sounded. A bell trembled once and fell still. Wind moved along the chimneys. In the chamber of death, candles burned beside the bed. In another room, Lady Ashford lay awake behind covered mirrors, perhaps listening for footsteps that would never cross the threshold again. Below, Clara and the seamstress shaped grief into cloth. The black dress grew beneath their hands. Sleeves lengthened, seams closed. Ribbon followed the edges like a dark river. By 3 in the morning, the bodice was complete. By 4, the hem had been examined. Mrs. Vale packed her needles and rested her head briefly against the chair. Clara remained awake. She had one final piece of ribbon to attach along the inner seam. No one would see it once the dress was worn. It served no decorative purpose. Yet Clara sewed it carefully, making each stitch smaller than the last. She imagined the thread passing through 2 worlds. The grand house and the distant cottage. The public funeral and the village grave. The grief-permitted ceremony and the grief asked to wait. Perhaps the dress would carry both men for a little while. Not in name, not in history, only in the pressure of black thread against hidden cloth. Beneath the silence, sorrow often travels in secret forms. A ribbon, a folded letter, a handkerchief pressed beneath a pillow, a garment kept after everyone has forgotten why. Near dawn, the dress was finished. Clara lifted it from the table. The black fabric unfolded toward the floor, swallowing the candlelight. It seemed at once empty and inhabited, shaped for a body not yet inside it. Mrs. Vale departed through the servants' entrance while the horizon remained grey. Clara carried the dress upstairs. The house felt altered in the hour before morning. Portraits disappeared behind darkness. The stopped clocks waited upon mantels. Black cloth covered every mirror, turning each room into a chamber without reflections. She entered Lady Ashford's dressing room. The air smelled of lavender and extinguished candles. Beside the wardrobe stood the tall mirror, veiled from top to floor. Clara hung the morning dress upon the screen. It rested there like a figure waiting beside a gate. As she adjusted the sleeve, a narrow gap opened in the covering over the mirror. Her reflection appeared. Pale face, tired eyes, black thread caught upon one cuff. For a moment, Clara looked at herself. Not as a servant, not as the hand that had prepared another woman's mourning, only as a daughter whose father would be lowered into the earth that morning. Her face changed. Grief rose within it, quiet and ancient. She thought of the road home, the churchyard marked by the moon, the cottage door, her father's hands. No bell in the great house would toll for him. No black horses would cross the drive. No newspaper would record what had vanished from the world when he died. Yet he had existed. He had loved. He had carried her trunk to the gate. Perhaps this was enough. Perhaps remembrance required no audience. Clara touched the edge of the mirror cloth and drew it closed. Her reflection disappeared. The veil became whole again. Soon the household would awaken to its appointed mourning. Lady Ashford would put on the dress. Visitors would arrive wearing black. Voices would lower. Carriages would gather. Everything would proceed with the solemn precision expected of grief. No one would know that another death had travelled through the same night. No one would see the father sewn into the hidden seam. Clara left the room. Behind her, the black dress remained beside the covered mirror. It held the shape of sorrow before the body entered it. Outside, the first light touched the upper windows. Somewhere far to the north, a church door opened. Perhaps rain fell upon a small grave. Perhaps Clara's sister stood beneath a dark umbrella, listening to earth strike wood. The distance between them could not be crossed. Yet within the dress, every stitch remained. One prayer for the man above stairs. One prayer for the man beyond the fields. In, out, like breath, like footsteps, passing between worlds. It is said that grief leaves no visible mark after its rituals have ended. The curtains are opened, the clocks begin again. Black garments fade in cedar chests, but perhaps sorrow remains within the things touched during its passage. Inside thread, inside wood, inside the silence of covered glass. Years later, someone might unfold the mourning dress and find the hidden ribbon still secure along the seam. They would not know who sewed it. They would not know why the stitches became so careful near the end. They would see only black cloth. But beneath the fabric, two names would remain unspoken. Two dead men, two daughters of grief. One mourned before the world, one mourned in secret before dawn. Perhaps love does not need recognition to endure. Perhaps it survives precisely where history fails to look. In a seam, in a letter, in the brief reflection of a tired face before the veil is drawn. And perhaps some sorrows are never truly folded away. They remain beneath the surface, quiet, sacred, and dark as cloth laid across a table at midnight. Across the fields, before the mist had lifted from the hedgerows, the church bells began to ring. Their sound travelled slowly, over the sleeping village, across frost-pale meadows, beyond the stone walls of the estate, where bare trees stood beneath a washed and colourless sky. The bells did not hurry. Each note opened into the morning and faded before the next arrived, as though some invisible hand were placing circles of sound upon the earth. It was Sunday, a day set apart, a day of rest, prayer, mercy, and quiet reflection. At least, that was what the sermons said. Inside the great house, fires still required tending. Breakfast still required serving. Boots carried yesterday's mud. Beds needed straightening. Silver waited beneath a pale film of dust. The household awakened more slowly than it did on other mornings, but it did not awaken by itself. It is said that sacred rest reveals who is permitted to stop. In the servants' attic, a parlour-maid named Hannah opened her eyes at the first bell. For several moments, she remained beneath the blanket and listened. The sound reached her faintly through the roof. She imagined the churchyard beyond the village lane, its iron gate damp with morning mist. She saw the dark yew trees, the old stones leaning into one another, and the small porch where people gathered before the service. Her younger sister Martha had promised to wait there. They had not seen one another since autumn. Martha worked at a farm several miles away and rarely had permission to leave. But on this Sunday, their free hours were meant to meet. They would sit together after the service, share bread beneath the churchyard wall, speak of home, speak of their mother. Perhaps, for one brief afternoon, Hannah would belong to her own family again. The bell sounded a second time. She rose. Her Sunday dress remained folded inside her trunk, beneath an apron and a bundle of letters. It was plain brown wool, carefully brushed and mended. A blue ribbon lay beside the collar. Hannah touched the ribbon, then she put on her working clothes. Before she could walk through the church door, she first had to pass through the morning's duties. Below stairs, the kitchen glowed with a softer fire than usual. The cook had prepared a cold joint the night before, so that less labour would be required. Bread stood ready beneath a cloth. The breakfast trays were simpler. Even so, simplicity belonged mostly to those who received it. The servants carried it into being. Hannah swept the morning room hearth. She opened the shutters. She laid out the newspaper. She carried hot water to the guest chamber and collected the shoes left outside the doors. The family would attend church at 11. Their carriage had to be prepared. Coats brushed, gloves found, prayer books placed in the hall. The mistress expected every servant who could be spared to attend worship. But the meaning of spared shifted from week to week. A guest staying late could close the gate. An additional meal could close it. A request for a fire in an unused room could close it. The church might stand open to every soul in the village, yet the servants' entrance remained governed by permission. At breakfast, Hannah watched the clock. The hands approached 9, then past. If she finished by 10, she might change quickly and walk to the village before the final bell. The family ate slowly. The master read letters. A guest requested more tea. The mistress sent one egg back because it had cooled. Hannah carried the plate downstairs, waited for another, and returned. When she entered again, the conversation had turned towards Sunday observance. The guest remarked that modern servants lacked discipline. The mistress agreed that regular worship encouraged humility and gratitude. Hannah stood beside the sideboard, holding the coffee pot. No one looked at her. She wondered whether gratitude could be commanded, whether humility remained a virtue when demanded only from those with less power. The thought passed quietly through her. It did not reach her face. Whispers tell us that morality in the Victorian household often moved downward as instruction. Servants were expected to be sober, modest, clean, punctual, religious, obedient. Their employers might lead household prayers, distribute religious tracts, or question them about church attendance. Yet devotion could become another test of service. A servant who missed worship because she was working might be judged careless in faith. A servant who asked to leave work in order to worship might be judged inconvenient. Scripture spoke of rest. The household spoke of duty. Between them stood the servant, trying to honor both without losing her place. After breakfast, Hannah found the housekeeper in the linen room. "May I attend the village service, ma'am?" The housekeeper continued counting napkins. "Has the drawing room been finished?" "Yes, ma'am. The breakfast things, nearly cleared, and the guest chamber fire. I shall see to it now." The housekeeper looked toward the clock. "We are short this morning. Lucy is unwell." Hannah waited. No refusal had yet been spoken. "Perhaps the afternoon service," the housekeeper said. "My sister is waiting after the morning service." The words escaped before Hannah could soften them. The housekeeper's expression changed only slightly. Family arrangements must not interfere with the household. "No, ma'am. You may go when luncheon is cleared, if everything is in order." "Thank you, ma'am." The permission sounded kind. Yet Hannah knew the afternoon service began before luncheon usually ended. She returned to work. A door had not been shut directly. It had simply been placed farther away. The family left for church at 11:15. Hannah stood in the front hall, holding the mistress's cloak. The master took his prayer book. The guest adjusted his gloves. Outside, the carriage waited in the pale sunlight. For a moment, the open front door framed the road toward the village. The bells were sounding again, closer now, fuller. Their echo entered the hall and moved through the house. Hannah could almost see Martha standing beneath the church porch, searching each approaching path. The family descended the steps. The carriage rolled away. The front door closed. Silence entered. Sunday then changed its breath. The house seemed larger when the family had gone. Sunlight reached the servants' hall through a high window, illuminating dust above the table. The cook hummed part of a hymn while covering the luncheon dishes. Somewhere in the scullery, Lucy coughed. For a little while, the strict boundaries of the house softened. The butler sat with his tea instead of standing. A footman read several lines from a small Bible. The kitchen maid rested beside the warm range. Hannah polished a tray while listening to the hymn. She knew the melody. Her mother had sung it while washing clothes near the cottage door. Martha had sung the higher part. Hannah had once believed that Sundays would always sound like their three voices together. Memory opened the old cottage around her. Whitewashed walls, a kettle singing, their father's worn coat behind the door. Her mother dividing the bread. In those years, poverty had been close, but time had sometimes belonged to them. Now Hannah earned wages and slept beneath a grand roof. Yet even an hour with her sister depended upon bells, meals, and the moods of people who did not know Martha's name. Where memory fades, a hymn can become a hidden road. For several minutes, Hannah followed it home. Then the kitchen bell rang. The family had returned earlier than expected. The guest had developed a headache and wished to rest. Coats came through the hall damp with mist. Prayer books were placed upon the table. The mistress remarked upon the beauty of the sermon. Its subject had been mercy. Hannah carried the guest's tea upstairs. The tray shook slightly in her hands. She thought of the open church door, of Martha waiting, of the word mercy spoken beneath stained glass, while another person remained behind polishing silver. Still, she said nothing. Perhaps the sermon had touched the mistress deeply. Perhaps she would later show kindness in some unseen way. Human contradiction rarely arrives in simple forms. Those who speak of goodness may believe sincerely in it. They may simply fail to see the people standing nearest to them. Luncheon was delayed because the guest no longer wished to eat at the appointed hour. Then the master requested cold beef in the library. The mistress asked for letters to be carried to the village post. The cook discovered that a dish required reheating. No single duty seemed unreasonable. Together, they consumed the day. The clock passed 1, then 2. The afternoon service began. Hannah folded napkins. She imagined Martha leaving the churchyard alone. By 3, the dishes had been cleared. The housekeeper gave permission without apology. "You may go now, but return before the lamps are lit." Hannah climbed to the attic and changed quickly. She tied the blue ribbon at her throat. She took no food, fearing the delay. Then she left through the service gate and followed the road toward the village. The day had grown warm for winter. Sunlight lay across the fields in long faded bands. Crows moved above the hedges. The church tower appeared beyond the bare trees, dark against the pale sky. Hannah walked quickly at first. Then the house disappeared behind the hill. Her pace slowed. For the first time that day, no one was waiting for her to complete a task. The road belonged to silence. Wind touched the grass. Cloud shadows moved across the earth like vast, slow wings. It is said that freedom can feel unfamiliar when measured in minutes. Hannah reached the churchyard after the congregation had gone. The main door was closed. Warm sunlight rested upon the stones. A few crushed leaves lay along the path. Wax and old wood could be smelled beneath the porch. "Martha!" No answer came. Hannah walked among the graves. She looked behind the yew tree, beside the wall, near the stone where they had agreed to meet. Her sister was gone. At the gate, a small piece of paper had been tucked beneath the iron latch. The wind lifted one corner. Hannah recognized Martha's hand. She unfolded it. Their mother had been unwell. A fever had kept her in bed for several days. Martha had hoped Hannah might come home soon. She had waited as long as she could, but the farmer's cart was leaving before dusk. The note contained no accusation, only news. That gentleness made it heavier. Hannah stood with one hand upon the gate. Beyond the churchyard, the road divided. One direction returned to the estate. The other led toward home, too far to reach before night, and farther still without permission. Her mother was ill, perhaps mildly, perhaps not. Paper rarely reveals the true weight of the words it carries. Hannah read the note again. The church door remained closed behind her. The service had ended. The prayers had been spoken. Mercy had been preached. But none of it could return the morning. Some losses do not announce themselves loudly. They arrive as an empty churchyard, a folded note, a meeting missed because a meal was served late. Hannah sat upon the low stone wall. The sunlight had warmed it. Around her, names were carved into weathered markers. Some were deep and clear. Others had softened until only fragments remained. Beloved wife, faithful husband, infant daughter. The dead had been given inscriptions. Hannah wondered what words might be carved for the hours lost in service. No stone records the visit that did not happen, the farewell delayed, the news received too late. The prayer that could not be spoken in the proper place. She closed her eyes. The village was quiet. Somewhere, a door opened. A dog barked once. Leaves moved beneath the yew trees. Hannah prayed without kneeling. Not the prayer printed in her book. Not the words led by the clergyman. Only a private plea that her mother would recover and that no new letter would arrive before she could reach her. She also prayed for Martha, traveling home alone. Then, after a long silence, she asked a question she had never heard spoken in church. If rest was sacred, why did it belong unevenly? The sky offered no answer. Perhaps no sermon could. The evening bell began to ring. Its first note moved across the churchyard, then another. The sound passed over every grave without distinction. It crossed the village roofs, the fields, the cottages, and the walls of the estate. It called the wealthy and the poor with the same voice. The master heard it from his library, the housekeeper from the linen room, the cook from the kitchen. Hannah heard it beside the gate, equal in sound, unequal in circumstance. She placed Martha's note inside her glove and began the journey back. By the time she reached the estate, the sky had turned blue-grey. Lamps glowed in the upper windows. The front entrance stood closed. Hannah entered through the servants' gate. The iron latch fell behind her. Inside, work had begun again. The family required tea. The guest's headache had passed. The mistress wished to write a letter concerning the morning sermon. Hannah removed her brown coat and tied on her apron. No one asked whether she had found her sister. No one asked what news she carried. Her prayer remained within her. So did the unanswered question. Later, while crossing the darkened hall, she heard the final echo of the church bell fade beyond the windows. For one moment, the house seemed to listen. Then another bell rang beneath the stairs. A smaller bell, a household bell, a command shaped in brass. Hannah turned toward it. Perhaps this was the true division of her Sunday. One bell called every soul toward rest. The other called her back to service. She answered the nearer sound. The night gathered around the house. Beyond the fields, the church door stood locked. Martha's footprints had already faded from the path. At home, their mother slept beneath an uncertain fever. Hannah carried a tray upstairs. Her steps were quiet, her face composed. Yet somewhere within her, the evening bell continued to sound. Perhaps faith does not always live within the ceremony prepared for it. Perhaps it waits instead beside a closed gate, inside the heart of someone who arrived too late. Perhaps the prayer no one hears is not lost. It travels across fields, through stone, beneath doors, into the silence where all unanswered questions are kept. And perhaps, when every household bell has finally fallen still, the distant church will call once more, not to command, not to judge, but to remind the sleeping world that every soul was meant to rest beneath the same sky. Upon a small rosewood table in the drawing room, beneath a window where afternoon light entered like pale water, there rested a photograph in a silver frame. The image had been taken in the garden many years before. A father sat beneath an elm tree, with one hand resting upon the head of his cane. Beside him, the mother wore a high-collared gown and held her chin with the still dignity expected of a woman accustomed to being observed. Their children stood around them in pale summer clothes. Aunts, cousins, and an elderly uncle occupied the outer chairs. No one smiled. The exposure had required stillness. Time itself seemed to have paused beneath those branches. The frame was polished each week. Dust was removed from the glass. Visitors sometimes lifted it and remarked upon the children's solemn faces, or upon how young the mistress had once appeared. Yet no one asked who carried the chairs into the garden. No one asked who pressed the gowns, who arranged the flowers, who kept the youngest child from running away before the photographer uncovered his lens. The family remained inside the image. The servants vanished beyond its edge. It is said that every photograph preserves a moment, yet perhaps it also preserves an absence. On the morning the picture was made, the household had risen earlier than usual. The photographer was expected at 10. By 7, the house was already moving with the quiet urgency of preparation. In the dressing rooms, gowns were removed from wardrobes and held near the windows so that stains, loose threads, and crushed folds could be discovered before they appeared beneath the merciless eye of the camera. Shoes were polished, collars fastened, buttons replaced. A ribbon was changed because the mistress decided its shade appeared too ordinary. In the nursery, the children were washed, combed, dressed, and warned not to touch the garden soil. The youngest boy, Arthur, disliked the stiff lace around his neck. He pulled at it until the nursemaid caught his hands. "You must leave it," she whispered. "It scratches." "I know. I shall tear it." "You shall not." The nursemaid's name was Elizabeth Ward, though the children called her Bess. She had cared for Arthur since infancy. She knew that commands alone rarely settled him. So she told him that the lace was a sailor's collar and that the garden would become an ocean when the photographer arrived. Arthur considered this. Beyond the nursery window, sunlight moved across the lawn. "Will there be ships?" "Perhaps," Bess said. The answer calmed him for several minutes. Below stairs, another servant pressed the mistress's summer gown beneath a warm iron. A footman carried 3 wooden chairs through the French doors and arranged them according to instructions from the photographer's assistant. The parlour-maid removed dust from a small table that would hold flowers. The gardener cut pale roses. The cook prepared lemonade that no servant would have time to drink until much later. The garden became a stage. Every branch, chair, fold of cloth, and angle of shade was considered. What appeared natural in the final image would be the result of many invisible decisions. Whispers tell us that early photography demanded patience. The camera was large, the plates were fragile. Light had to be judged carefully. Those being photographed were asked to remain still while the image gathered slowly upon treated glass. A tremor of the head might blur a face. A child's movement might reduce a hand to mist. Time entered the camera differently than it entered ordinary life. It accumulated. It asked the living to become statues. By 9:30, the household had assembled in the drawing room. The children had already grown restless. The eldest daughter worried that her hair had been arranged too severely. The mistress asked whether the roses appeared fresh enough. The master stood near the window, reading a letter and giving no sign that the morning's labour concerned him. Outside, the photographer placed his equipment beneath a dark cloth. Servants moved back and forth through the open doors. One carried a screen to soften the sun. Another adjusted the table. Bess knelt to tie Arthur's shoe after he deliberately loosened it. For nearly 3 hours, every servant's attention had been directed toward the creation of one preserved moment. Yet when the family stepped into the garden, the servants began to retreat. This, too, was part of the arrangement. The housemaid withdrew behind the drawing-room curtain. The footman stood beyond the tree line, holding the screen at an angle while keeping his boots outside the camera's field. Bess remained close enough to Arthur that she could reach him quickly, but far enough that no part of her dress would enter the plate. The family was arranged, the master at the center, the mistress beside him, children grouped by age, relatives placed outward in diminishing importance. Even stillness had a hierarchy. The photographer disappeared beneath the black cloth. For a moment, the camera resembled a dark gate set upon 3 legs. It faced the family in silence. Arthur began to cry, not loudly. At first, only his mouth tightened. Then his eyes filled. The lace scratched his neck. The sun was bright. He had been promised an ocean and saw only chairs, flowers, and adults telling him not to move. The mistress's expression hardened. "Do something," she said without looking toward Bess. The nursemaid moved just beyond the edge of the arranged group. She began the sailor's story again, softly. Only Arthur could hear. She described a ship hidden beyond the garden wall. Its sails were silver. Its captain was waiting for a boy brave enough to remain still while the moon charted his course. Arthur turned toward her voice. His crying slowed. Bess held one hand near her heart and counted silently. 1, 2, 3. The photographer asked everyone to remain motionless. A breeze passed through the garden. The tablecloth lifted at one corner. Leaves moved. The footman struggled to keep the sunscreen steady. Arthur looked toward Bess. The lens opened. Time gathered. For several long seconds, the family surrendered their movement to the plate. Then, the photographer covered the lens. The moment was complete. Those inside the image relaxed. The children ran toward the shade. The mistress asked how soon the proofs would be ready. The master returned to his letter. Servants entered the frame again. They collected glasses, lifted chairs, calmed children, carried gowns away from damp grass. The garden resumed its ordinary life. Only the plate retained the arrangement. Some believe that history works in the same way. For a brief moment, it opens its lens. Those permitted to stand at the center are preserved. Those supporting the scene withdraw. Then time closes. The result appears complete. The missing people become difficult to imagine because the image offers no empty chair bearing their names. When the photograph was delivered, the family gathered to inspect it. The master appeared dignified. The mistress's gown had photographed beautifully. The eldest daughter disliked the angle of her face. Arthur's eyes were turned slightly to one side. He was looking at something, an aunt observed. No one said that he had been looking toward Bess. No one asked what voice had quieted him. Along the far edge of the image, near the drawing room window, there appeared a faint vertical shape, pale above, dark below. It might have been a curtain lifted by the wind. It might have been a defect in the plate. Or it might have been the blurred outline of the housemaid who believed herself hidden beyond the frame. The photographer offered to remove the mark from later prints. The family declined. It was too small to matter. The shape remained, unnamed, uncertain, a witness without a face. The photograph entered the family album. Beneath it, someone wrote the year, the place, and the names of those seated in the garden. No servant appeared in the caption. Years passed. Arthur left the nursery and went away to school. His lace collars disappeared into trunks. He forgot the sailor's ship beyond the wall. The eldest daughter married. The elderly uncle died. The elm tree lost a great branch in a storm. Bess remained in the household until her hair began to grey. She cared for the younger children. Then for the children of a married daughter who returned to the estate during a difficult winter. She crossed the garden thousands of times, but no photograph was taken of her there. The visual memory of the family expanded. Wedding portraits, school photographs, military uniforms, infants in christening gowns. Each image preserved names that would later be copied into albums and genealogies. Bess remained mostly outside the frame. Once, she appeared accidentally in a photograph of the terrace. Only half of her figure could be seen beside an open door. Her face had blurred because she was moving. Beneath the picture, someone later wrote, "House servant." Not Elizabeth, not Bess, only a function. It is strange how easily a life can be reduced when no one believes its details deserve preservation. A name becomes a role, a face becomes a blur, a person becomes part of the background against which another person's story is told. Many years after the garden photograph was taken, Bess stood alone in the drawing room. The house had changed. The master was dead. The mistress spent much of her time upstairs. Arthur, now a grown man, visited only occasionally. The silver-framed photograph still rested upon the rosewood table. Its glass had clouded slightly. Bess lifted it. At first, she saw only the formal arrangement. Then the summer morning returned to her, not as stillness, as movement. She remembered Arthur pulling at his collar, the gardener complaining that the roses had been cut too early, the cook sending lemonade into the garden, the footman's arms shaking beneath the weight of the screen, the wind lifting the cloth, the mistress's impatience, the photographer emerging from beneath the black hood, with hair pressed strangely against his forehead. She remembered everything the photograph had removed. Her memory contained noise, heat, irritation, tenderness, work. The image contained only calm. Bess looked at Arthur's turned eyes. She knew exactly where he had been looking, toward her, toward the story of the silver ship. For one brief moment, the photograph seemed to acknowledge her presence through his gaze. The family saw a child who had failed to face the camera. Bess saw a thread connecting them across time. She moved the frame closer to the window. At its edge remained the shadow. Was it the housemaid? A curtain? A flaw in the chemistry? Bess could not remember where the housemaid had stood when the plate was opened. She studied the shape as though it might speak. Perhaps it was no one. Perhaps that made it an even truer symbol, an absence given form. A space where all the servants might stand, the maid who pressed the gown, the footman who carried the chairs, the nursemaid who calmed the child, the cook who prepared the drinks, the gardener who cut the roses. Every preserved moment had someone beyond the frame making stillness possible. Yet no one entered the room and asked Bess what she remembered. Memory, like service, often waited to be summoned. No bell rang for her story. She returned the photograph to the table. Outside, late sunlight moved across the lawn. The old elm cast a shorter shadow than it had in her youth. Where memory fades, images begin to seem more truthful than they are. The photograph says the family sat peacefully beneath the tree. It does not say how long they waited, who cried, who labored, who comforted, who was told to step away. Its silence is not a lie, but it is not the whole truth. Perhaps no preserved image can contain the whole truth. The frame itself chooses, the lens chooses, custom chooses, who may occupy the center and who must disappear before time is captured. Years later, after Bess had gone, the photograph remained. Sunlight touched it each afternoon. Slowly, the image began to fade. The master's dark coat softened into grey. The mistress's face grew pale. The children became lighter against the garden. Names beneath the album print remained clearer than the people themselves. At the far edge, the uncertain shadow nearly vanished. Yet not entirely. A narrow trace remained in the silvered dust. A vertical breath, a shape without a name. Visitors no longer noticed it. The photograph had become old enough that the family itself seemed mysterious. No living person remembered the arrangements, the heat, the crying child, or the story whispered beyond the lens. Still, the shadow endured. Perhaps it was never a servant. Perhaps it was only light, but even light can reveal what history has forgotten. Someone stood beyond the frame. Someone always does. Someone steadied the chair, fastened the collar, opened the curtain, calmed the child, then stepped backward so that another person's memory could appear complete. It is said that photographs preserve the dead. Perhaps they also guard the missing. Not visibly, not by name, only in a turned gaze, an unexplained shadow, or an empty margin where a life once waited. The silver frame darkened. The drawing room filled with evening. Across the glass, the garden disappeared into reflection, and for one suspended moment, the faint figure at the edge seemed almost to return, not asking to be placed at the center, not asking for praise, only waiting for someone to notice that the picture had never truly been empty beyond the family's faces. Some voices echo through words, others remain in silver, and some lives survive only as the quiet knowledge that, just beyond every preserved moment, an unseen hand was holding the world still. Rain touched the bedroom windows with the softness of distant fingers. It had begun before sunset and continued into the deep hours, flowing down the glass in silver threads. Beyond the panes, the garden had disappeared. Trees, paths, stone walls, and the far gate were hidden behind darkness and water, as though the whole estate had drifted away from the known world. Inside the chamber, one candle burned beside a narrow bed. Its flame was low and uncertain. White curtains had been drawn around the child, forming a small sacred enclosure within the larger room. Beneath them, linen sheets rose and fell with each shallow breath. Beside the pillow lay a folded cloth, a porcelain basin, a spoon, a brown medicine bottle whose label had been read so many times that the words seemed to have faded into the night. At the bedside sat a servant nurse named Miriam. She had not moved for nearly an hour. One hand rested upon the child's wrist, the other held the cool cloth against his brow. It is said that illness changes a room before it changes anything else. Ordinary objects begin to carry unfamiliar meaning. A cup becomes a measure of hope. A candle becomes a clock. A breath becomes a message from a hidden shore. The smallest sound is listened to as though the darkness itself were trying to speak. Miriam counted. One breath, a pause, another, then 2 breaths close together. The child's name was Henry. He was 7 years old and ordinarily restless, forever leaving muddy shoes in the wrong place and asking questions no adult wished to answer before breakfast. Now he lay still. His hair clung damply to his temples. His cheeks were bright with fever. One hand remained open upon the sheet, as though he had released something invisible during sleep. The illness had begun 3 days earlier. At first, it appeared to be no more than a winter chill. Henry complained of cold during luncheon, and refused his pudding. By evening, his skin had grown hot. The household physician was summoned. He listened to the child's chest, examined his throat, and prescribed rest, broth, cool cloths, and measured drops from the brown bottle. The family was told not to be alarmed, yet fear had already entered the house. It moved quietly through the corridors. The mistress remained close to the nursery, but could not endure the sick room for long. The master asked for reports from the landing. The housekeeper ordered fires kept burning and instructed the laundry maid to boil the linen separately. Doors were closed, voices lowered. The room became a chamber around which the household revolved. Miriam remained at its center. Whispers tell us that servants often stood closest to sickness in Victorian homes. They emptied basins, washed sheets, carried cups, prepared remedies, sat beside children through fever, and elderly masters through their final nights. They entered rooms others feared to remain within, often without knowing whether the illness could pass into their own bodies. A servant might receive warnings. She might be told to wash carefully or hold a cloth across her mouth. But she could rarely refuse. Her safety existed beneath the household's need. Duty opened the door. Rank decided who crossed the threshold. Miriam had served in nurseries and sick rooms for almost 20 years. She knew the smell of fever before the thermometer was brought. She knew the restlessness that came before vomiting, the strange stillness that could follow exhaustion, and the moment when a child's breathing no longer belonged to ordinary sleep. She possessed no medical title, no certificate hung upon the wall. Her knowledge had been gathered through nights, through losses, through hands placed against foreheads in cottages, nurseries, and servant rooms. It was knowledge carried in the body, rather than written in books. That night, Henry's breathing had changed. The physician had visited shortly before 10. He listened carefully and said the fever must be watched. He spoke outside the chamber to the child's parents, believing Miriam too far within the room to hear. "The night may be unsettled," he said, "but there is no immediate cause for alarm." His voice was calm, professional, designed to steady those listening. Miriam heard the mistress ask whether she should remain awake. "There is no need," the physician replied. "The nurse will send for you if the child worsens." The words placed the night into Miriam's hands. The family withdrew. The physician descended the stairs. A carriage door closed beneath the rain. Soon the upper corridor became silent. Miriam returned to the bedside. At first, Henry slept restlessly. He murmured of a river, then of a locked gate. He asked whether the stars had fallen into the garden. Miriam answered softly, "No, dear, they are still above us," though no stars could be seen through the storm. She changed the cloth, measured the medicine, lifted his head so that he might drink. Hours passed without clear borders. The candle shortened. Rain moved against the windows. The fire settled into red chambers of coal. Beneath the silence, Miriam listened. A sick room possesses its own language. The rustle of linen, the tap of a spoon against porcelain, a dry swallow, a whispered name, the small, uneven machinery of breath. Near midnight, Henry's breathing became faster, not greatly, only enough that another listener might have mistaken it for the fever's ordinary course. Miriam counted again. She placed her palm against his chest. Something had altered. The breath seemed caught high within him, as though each one had to pass through a narrowing gate. She lifted the candle and studied his face. A faint shadow had appeared around his mouth. The physician had not mentioned such a sign, yet Miriam had seen it once before. Years earlier, in another household, a little girl had developed a fever after rain. The doctor spoke calmly. The family slept. The child's breathing changed after midnight. By dawn, it was too late. Memory entered the room like a cold draught. Miriam stood. Her first thought was simple. Something is wrong. The sentence was clear inside her. But between knowing and speaking lay the architecture of rank. The physician had given instructions. The parents had retired. The housekeeper had said that the household must not be disturbed without necessity. What counted as necessity? A servant who summoned a physician too soon might be accused of panic. A nurse who questioned medical judgment might be told she had mistaken experience for authority. If the doctor returned and found no crisis, the expense and inconvenience might become her fault. She could be called excitable, presumptuous, unreliable. The words would follow her beyond the house. A good servant knew when to speak. A better servant, some believed, knew when not to. Miriam looked at Henry. His hand moved weakly across the sheet. "Hurts," he whispered. "Where?" He did not answer. His breath caught again. The forbidden sentence rose within her. Something is wrong. It contained no accusation, no challenge, only observation, compassion, fear. Yet even truth had to pass through the gate of rank before it could become action. Some believe that power reveals itself most clearly in who is permitted to be certain. The gentleman may declare, the physician may conclude, the servant must suggest. She must soften truth before offering it to those above her. Perhaps, it may be, I wondered whether. Forgive me, but Miriam crossed the chamber and opened the door. The corridor beyond was dark. She could wake the mistress. She could call the housekeeper. She could ask permission to send for the physician. Each step would consume time. Each voice might hesitate. Each question might require another answer. At the far end of the corridor, the bell pull hung beside the wall. Miriam looked back toward the bed. Henry's chest rose too quickly. She made her decision. Rather than wake the family first, she descended the servants' stair. The house appeared enormous at that hour. Every corridor stretched farther than it did by day. Covered furniture stood like veiled figures. Portraits disappeared into darkness. Rain whispered along the roof. Miriam reached the lower hall and found the night footman asleep beside the dying lamp. She touched his shoulder. "Take the stable horse." He woke in confusion. "Fetch Dr. Vale. Has the mistress sent you?" "No." The footman hesitated. That single pause contained the whole order of the house. "Tell him the child's breathing has changed," Miriam said. "Tell him to come now. Should I wake Mr. Graves, the butler? Another gate?" "No, go." Something in her voice ended the question. The footman took his coat and disappeared into the rain. Only then did Miriam return upstairs and wake the mistress. Lady Fenwick opened her chamber door in a pale robe. "What has happened?" "Henry's breathing has worsened, my lady." "Did the doctor say it would?" "He said the night might be unsettled." "Then why?" "I have sent for him." The words entered the corridor. Lady Fenwick stared at her. Miriam lowered her eyes. For one suspended breath, dismissal seemed possible. Reprimand. Anger. The accusation that she had acted beyond her station. Then, from the fever room, Henry coughed. The sound was weak and strange. Lady Fenwick moved past Miriam, without another word. By the time the physician arrived, the household was awake. Lamps burned along the corridor. The master stood beside the fireplace with one hand upon the mantel. The housekeeper waited near the door. The mistress sat beside the bed, holding the child's foot beneath the blanket as though afraid to touch him elsewhere. Dr. Vale entered with rain upon his shoulders. He listened to Henry's chest. His expression changed. Not dramatically, only a tightening near the mouth. He requested hotter water, additional blankets, and another medicine from his case. He asked when the breathing had altered. "Shortly before midnight," Miriam said. "You sent for me immediately." "Yes, sir." The physician nodded once. Nothing more. The next hours unfolded like a ritual performed at the edge of an unseen world. Steam rose from a basin. Cloths were changed. Medicine was measured. The child was lifted, settled, turned. The fire was rebuilt. Outside, the rain continued, but its sound became distant beneath the quiet instructions within the room. Miriam moved without stopping. The physician directed. The family watched. Yet it was Miriam who knew where every cloth lay, how Henry preferred to be held, and which whisper could calm him when fear opened his eyes. At one point, his fingers closed around hers. He held tightly. She remained beside him. The moon passed behind the clouds. The night thinned. Somewhere beyond the estate, a bird called before dawn. Then, almost imperceptibly, the child's breathing eased. The pauses shortened. The shadow around his mouth faded. Sweat appeared along his brow. Dr. Vale touched Henry's wrist and exhaled. "The fever is breaking." The The mistress began to cry. The master turned toward the window. The physician accepted a cup of tea. No one spoke of what might have happened had Miriam waited. No one said she had been right. The official memory of the night formed almost immediately. The doctor had arrived in time. The treatment had succeeded. Providence had been merciful. All of this was true. Yet another truth rested beneath it. A servant had noticed. A servant had doubted the calm authority above her. A servant had spoken through action when permission might have arrived too late. By morning, this truth had already begun to dissolve into the background. Where memory fades, courage often loses its name first. Pale light entered the room. It moved through the rain-washed windows and rested upon the white sheets, like starlight lingering after dawn. Henry slept. His breathing had become slow and deep. The family withdrew at last. The master escorted the physician downstairs. Lady Fenwick kissed her son and allowed the housekeeper to lead her away. Miriam remained in the chair. Her body had begun to feel the night. Her back ached. Her eyes burned. Her hands smelled of vinegar, smoke, medicine, and damp linen. Henry's small hand still held one of her fingers. She did not move. For a little while, the room existed outside rank. There was no mistress, no servant, only a sleeping child and the person who had stayed beside him through darkness. But Miriam knew that health would restore more than the child. It would restore distance. When Henry could walk again, he would return to lessons and family rooms. The mistress would resume authority over his future. The physician's name would be praised. Miriam would continue dressing him, carrying trays, and answering bells. The night's intimacy would become invisible. Perhaps this was inevitable. Care often enters most deeply when a person is weak, then withdraws when strength returns. The one who held the hand is remembered only as warmth. The voice becomes part of the dream. Henry stirred. "You stayed," he murmured without opening his eyes. "Yes." "Did the stars fall?" "No," Miriam whispered. "They waited for morning." His fingers loosened. Miriam placed his hand upon the sheet. She rose slowly. The chair cushion held the shape of her body, a softened hollow formed by hours of watchfulness. She adjusted the curtain, changed the final cloth, lowered the lamp. Then she left the fever room. Another day had begun below stairs. Soiled linen waited. Breakfast trays had to be carried. The household, relieved of its fear, required order once more. No one suggested that Miriam sleep. She descended toward the kitchen while morning gathered over the garden. Behind her, the bedroom grew quiet. The basin reflected the pale window. The medicine bottle stood beside the bed. The empty chair remained close to the child. It is said that rooms remember those who keep watch within them. Perhaps the cushion remembered her weight. Perhaps the curtain remembered the movement of her hand. Perhaps the window held the faint reflection of a woman counting breaths, while rain erased the world beyond the glass. The family history might later say that Henry survived a dangerous fever in childhood. The physician's name might appear in a letter. The date might be recorded. Miriam's decision would not. Yet somewhere within the silence of that room, her forbidden sentence remained. Something is wrong, not as panic, not as insolence, as truth, as mercy, as a small gate opened before dawn. Years later, Henry might remember nothing clearly, only rain, a candle, a dream of fallen stars, a hand that did not leave. He might never know who dared to summon help before the household gave permission. But some voices do not need to be remembered in order to save us. Some acts vanish from history because they were performed for the living rather than for recognition. And perhaps the fever room kept its own account. Not in ink, not in portraits, only in the hollow of an empty chair, where the night remained pressed into the cushion long after the silent nurse had gone downstairs. In the first week of autumn, when the trees beyond the kitchen yard had begun to loosen their leaves, a silver spoon was found beneath the floor. It rested in darkness, under a narrow board near the scullery wall. No light had touched it for many months. Dust lay thick along its handle. Moisture had darkened the silver until the metal resembled a fragment of clouded moonlight. Yet beneath the tarnish, The family crest remained visible, a small stag beneath a crown, engraved with such precision that even the years below the floor had not erased it. The spoon lay in the palm of a scullery maid named Edith. It was cold, heavier than it appeared, and as she held it beneath the weak afternoon light, she felt the sudden weight of something far greater than silver. It is said that certain objects become dangerous, not because of what they are, but because of what they remember. A key may remember a forbidden door. A ribbon may remember a farewell. A spoon, hidden beneath a floorboard, may remember the life broken by its disappearance. The household had entered its autumn cleaning. Curtains were taken down, carpets beaten in the yard, cupboards emptied and wiped. Dust gathered through the summer was driven from shelves, picture frames, narrow passages, and corners no guest would ever see. The scullery floor had to be scrubbed before winter. Edith was on her knees beside a pail when the loose board moved beneath her hand. At first, she thought the wood had swollen with damp. She pressed again. The edge lifted slightly. From the dark seam came a faint metallic sound. Not loud, only a small touch of metal against stone. Edith looked toward the doorway. No one stood there. The kitchen beyond was filled with its ordinary noises. The cook striking dough against a board, water running into a basin, a distant bell calling from above. She slipped her fingers beneath the timber and raised it. The spoon waited below. For several breaths, Edith did not touch it. She knew the crest. Every servant did. It appeared upon the household's silverware, carriage panels, stationery, and seals. It belonged to a family whose names had been spoken in the district for generations. A crest was meant to declare possession. Here, hidden beneath the floor, it seemed instead to mark an accusation. Edith lifted the spoon. A dark stain crossed the bowl. Threads of blue wool clung to the handle, as though it had once been wrapped in cloth. No ordinary fall could have carried it beneath the board. Someone had placed it there, carefully, deliberately, perhaps in fear, perhaps in mischief, perhaps for reasons no living person would now confess. Whispers tell us that silver held a sacred place in the Victorian household. It was counted, polished, locked away, passed from one generation to another. A spoon was not merely a tool placed beside a bowl. It carried the weight of inheritance. It bore initials, crests, family stories, and the quiet authority of possession. At formal dinners, silver reflected the chandelier and multiplied its light across the table. Below stairs, it reflected something different: responsibility, suspicion, danger. The butler or housekeeper might count each piece before and after use. Servants entrusted with plate were expected to guard it as carefully as their own reputations. A missing object could summon questions before the last candle had burned down. Who handled it? Who entered the room? Who remained behind after dinner? Suspicion rarely travelled upward. It moved toward those whose rooms could be searched, whose trunks could be opened, and whose word carried less weight than engraved metal. Edith had seen this happen. Months earlier, a parlour-maid named Alice Gray had disappeared from the house after a silver spoon went missing. It had happened after a winter dinner. 14 guests had gathered beneath the chandelier. Soup was served in porcelain bowls. Silver spoons rested beside every place. By midnight, the table had been cleared. The following morning, one spoon could not be found. The servants searched the dining room. They examined the carpet, the kitchen drawers, the waste pails, the passage between the dining room and pantry. Nothing. Alice had carried the final tray. She had also entered the room alone to gather the remaining glasses. This became the beginning and end of the evidence. Her trunk was searched. No spoon was found. Still, questions closed around her. Had she taken small objects before? Did she have debts? Had she recently asked for an advance on her wages? Alice answered quietly, no, no, and yes, because her younger brother needed boots. The request for money, innocent when first made, became suspicious after the silver vanished. Alice denied the theft. The mistress believed her manner insolent. The housekeeper said she appeared frightened. Fear itself became evidence. She was dismissed before evening. No public accusation was entered into the household record. No proof was offered. Her written character simply stated that she had left under circumstances which prevented recommendation. Those few words were enough. Alice departed through the servants' gate, carrying a trunk, and wearing the same blue wool coat she had arrived in 2 years earlier. Edith remembered standing near the kitchen steps. Alice had looked toward the windows above, as though expecting someone to call her back. No one did. The gate closed. By the following week, another parlour-maid slept in her bed. The household continued. Silver shone beneath candlelight. The missing spoon became an uncomfortable story, then a warning, then silence. Now that same spoon rested in Edith's hand, perhaps not the same, yet the crest, the size, and the old pattern were correct. Edith had polished enough silver to know. She also noticed the threads of blue wool caught beneath the tarnish. Alice had worn blue, but so had the curtain in the nursery. So had the lining of the young master's winter coat. A thread revealed almost nothing. Still, it seemed to whisper. The spoon had not travelled beneath the floorboard by itself. Someone had hidden it. A child playing a secret game might have placed it there. A guest could have taken it as a joke, then feared discovery. A member of the family might have concealed it after some private argument. Or perhaps another servant had hidden it to bring suspicion upon Alice. The object offered truth and uncertainty together. This was often the way of hidden things. They reveal enough to disturb the past, never enough to repair it cleanly. Edith lowered the floorboard and placed the spoon inside her apron. Immediately, the metal seemed to burn against her through the cloth. She returned to scrubbing. The brush moved across the boards. Water darkened the wood. Leaves drifted through the open yard beyond the window. Yet her thoughts remained beneath the floor. If she revealed the spoon, Alice's innocence might become possible, not proven. Possible. Perhaps the housekeeper would send word. Perhaps the household book would be corrected. Perhaps someone would admit that dismissal had been too quick. But another possibility followed. Why had Edith lifted the floorboard? Had she known the spoon was there? Had she hidden it herself and waited months to retrieve it? Would the housekeeper believe that she had found it by chance? A servant's discovery could become accusation as easily as evidence. Edith possessed no witness. No one had seen the board move. No one had watched the spoon rise from the dust. To speak was to place her own word beside the silver and hope the household valued them equally. She knew it would not. Beneath the silence, truth and survival began their quiet struggle. Truth said the spoon must be shown. Survival said the house had already decided what happened. Truth said Alice had walked into winter without a character. Survival reminded Edith that her mother depended upon her wages. Truth asked what kind of person remained silent. Survival asked what good another dismissed servant would do. The spoon became a small, forbidden relic. Its tarnished surface held two possible futures. In one, Edith spoke, and justice returned. In the other, justice remained buried, while Edith joined Alice beyond the gate. During supper, she carried the secret beneath her apron. The servants spoke of ordinary things. The changing weather, the price of flour, a delivery expected from the village. Edith looked at the empty place where Alice once sat. A different maid occupied it now, eating bread beside the fire. No one spoke the former servant's name. People who vanished from service often became dangerous to remember aloud. Their absence suggested that anyone's place could be emptied and filled. Later, Edith climbed to the attic. She placed the spoon beneath her mattress. Moonlight entered through the small window and touched the edge of its bowl. Marked by the moon, the crest appeared almost black. Edith lay awake beside it. She imagined Alice walking from household to household with no favourable character. At each gate, the same questions. Why did you leave? Why will your former employer not recommend you? Are you honest? Perhaps Alice returned home. Perhaps shame had travelled ahead of her. Perhaps her family doubted her. Perhaps she found work in a place less respectable, more dangerous, and farther from anyone who knew her name. The spoon offered no answer. Objects rarely tell us what happened after the damage they caused. They remain beautiful, silent, untouched by consequence. Before dawn, Edith rose. She wrapped the spoon in a piece of plain cloth and carried it downstairs. The housekeeper's room stood near the lower hall. Mrs. Fenner had served the household for almost 30 years. She was known for order, restraint, and an ability to notice disorder before anyone else became aware of it. Edith waited outside until the door opened. Mrs. Fenner looked at the bundle in her hands. "What is it?" "I found something, ma'am." The housekeeper allowed her inside. Mourning had not yet reached the room. A lamp burned upon the desk beside the household ledger. Keys hung from Mrs. Fenner's waist. Behind her stood a cupboard containing medicines, ribbons, lists, and objects awaiting decisions. Edith unwrapped the spoon. Mrs. Fenner did not gasp. She did not ask where it came from at once. She only looked. The silence that followed was more troubling than surprise. "Where?" she asked at last. "Beneath the loose board in the scullery." "How long has it been there?" "I cannot say." Mrs. Fenner turned the spoon toward the lamp. The family crest emerged beneath the tarnish. Her eyes rested upon the blue threads. For one moment, something changed in her expression. Recognition, weariness, perhaps guilt. Edith gathered courage. Was this the spoon Alice Gray was accused of taking? Mrs. Fenner placed the object upon the desk. No formal accusation was made. She was dismissed. She was considered unsuitable because the spoon was missing. The housekeeper looked at her. Edith lowered her eyes, but she did not withdraw the question. At last, Mrs. Fenner sat. "Some discoveries are dangerous," she said quietly, "because they arrive too late." The words settled between them. Too late for what? To find Alice? To restore her character? To preserve the household's belief in its own fairness? Edith waited. "Will you write to her? I do not know where she is. Could her name be corrected in the book? No theft was entered. Then nothing says she was innocent." Mrs. Fenner's face became still. Nothing said she was guilty either. Yet the absence of an accusation had not protected Alice. It had only allowed the household to avoid responsibility for making one. The housekeeper took a cloth from the drawer and rubbed the spoon slowly. Tarnish darkened the fabric. Silver emerged beneath. "It will be returned to the plate cupboard," she said. "And Alice," Mrs. Fenner's hand stopped. "The matter is finished. There are sentences that close doors without touching the latch." Edith understood that the conversation had ended. The housekeeper stood, unlocked the silver cupboard, and placed the spoon among the others. It entered the row easily. No space marked it as different. No stain revealed where it had slept. By evening, it would shine like every innocent object upon the shelf. Mrs. Fenner made no report. No word travelled upstairs. No note entered the household ledger. No letter crossed the fields in search of Alice. The restored spoon became proof, not of error, but of recovery. A household prefers a returned object to a reopened wound. The first can be polished. The second may ask questions no rank can answer comfortably. Edith returned to the scullery. The loose floorboard remained where she had found it. She pressed it firmly into place. The wood settled. For a moment, she imagined all the things hidden beneath houses: broken glass, lost coins, children's toys, letters, evidence, shame. Floorboards conceal without judgment. They keep what is placed beneath them until time, accident, or conscience lifts the edge. That night, the family gave a dinner for 6 guests. The table was covered in white linen. Candles burned beneath the chandelier. Crystal reflected gold across the walls. The restored spoon was placed beside a porcelain bowl. It shone. The crest appeared clear. A guest lifted it without thought and stirred the soup. No darkness clung visibly to the handle. No echo of Alice's footsteps sounded in the room. Beauty does not confess what it has cost. From the doorway, Edith saw the spoon rise and fall. Mrs. Fenner stood near the sideboard. Their eyes met for one brief moment. Between them passed the knowledge of the floorboard, the blue thread, the gate closing behind Alice. Neither spoke. Their silence became another board laid carefully over the truth. Perhaps Mrs. Fenner believed she was protecting the house. Perhaps she was protecting Edith. Perhaps she feared that admitting the error would bring dismissal upon herself after 30 years of service. Silence often contains more than cowardice. It may contain fear, calculation, loyalty, weariness, and the terrible knowledge that truth does not always arrive with enough power to survive being spoken. Yet Alice remained gone. No complexity changed that. The dinner continued. Soup gave way to fish. The spoon was removed, washed, counted, and returned to the cupboard. Its journey beneath the floor became invisible. Years later, no one would know where it had rested. The household book would show that Alice Gray's wages ended in winter, nothing more. A historian might assume she chose another place. A descendant might study the family silver and admire the engraving. The spoon might pass through generations, polished by hands that never heard her name. Where memory fades, objects often survive more faithfully than people, but they survive without explanation. The silver remembers no accusation. The crest offers no apology. Only the human conscience gives meaning to what is found. It is said that truth eventually rises. Perhaps sometimes it does, but sometimes it rises into a room unwilling to receive it. Sometimes it is cleaned, counted, and returned to its proper place. Sometimes justice arrives after the gate has closed and discovers that no one kept the road. Beneath the dining room chandelier, the spoon shone with quiet perfection. Its surface held the candlelight like a small captured moon. Nothing about it appeared guilty. Nothing about it appeared cruel. Yet two servants knew the darkness beneath its beauty. They knew that a life had been judged against it and found less valuable. They knew that the house had chosen calm over correction. And though the floorboard had been closed, the shame had not vanished. It had only changed its hiding place. Now it rested inside silence, inside memory, inside the pause between two servants who could not safely say what the shining object meant. Perhaps every great house has such a floorboard, a place beneath appearances where inconvenient truths are laid down and covered. Perhaps every polished table holds one object whose history no guest has been invited to hear. And perhaps, long after the dinner has ended, when the chandelier is dark and the room has fallen quiet, the silver spoon still carries a faint trace of the dust beneath the floor, a buried shadow beneath its gleam, a name no ledger restored, and the echo of a gate closing upon someone who was never asked to return. Beyond the kitchen yard, where the last flagstones surrendered to grass, there stood a narrow iron gate. By day, it seemed unremarkable. Its hinges had rusted beneath many winters. Ivy crossed one post. The latch was darkened by rain and the touch of hurried hands. Beyond it lay a footpath between hedges, then open fields descending toward a line of trees. But after curfew, beneath the moon, the gate became something else. A border, a question, a small forbidden opening between the life a servant was required to live and the life that might have waited beyond the household walls. On a summer night, long after the family had withdrawn and the kitchen fire had fallen low, a young footman named Daniel crossed the yard alone. He wore no formal coat. His white gloves had been left beside the servants' entrance. Without the livery that marked him as part of the household, he seemed less certain, but more entirely himself. The moon stood above the chimneys. Its light rested upon the fields like a pale veil. Dew gathered along the grass. Somewhere beyond the orchard, an owl called once, and then became silent. Daniel reached the gate. For several breaths, he did not touch it. It is said that the smallest boundaries are sometimes the most powerful. A locked chamber announces its refusal. A great wall makes no secret of whom it excludes. But a garden gate appears almost gentle. It suggests that one may pass, even when custom, fear, and necessity have already said otherwise. Daniel lifted the latch. The iron gave a soft metallic breath. He stepped beyond the estate. For a few stolen minutes, he was no longer the second footman. He was not the young man who stood behind dining chairs, carried wine, polished boots, and answered bells. He was simply Daniel beneath the stars. The distinction felt fragile. The house remained behind him, its dark windows rising above the trees. Though no lamp moved within them, he felt their presence. Even beyond the gate, the household seemed capable of seeing. Whispers tell us that private life was difficult to preserve in domestic service. Servants lived where they worked. Their sleeping hours, visitors, letters, clothing, friendships, and courtships might all fall beneath another person's authority. Curfews were common. Unapproved guests could lead to dismissal. A young woman believed to be courting unwisely might be warned, watched, or sent away. Affection had to fit into whatever fragments of time remained after duty. A conversation beside a pump, a meeting after church, a letter written by candlelight, a walk shortened by the evening bell. Love did not enter the servant's world as freedom, it entered as risk. Daniel followed the path toward the lower hedge. There, where an old ash tree leaned over the boundary ditch, someone waited. Her name was Anna. She served as a housemaid at another estate across the valley. Daniel had first seen her at the village church, though they had not spoken then. Later, they met beside a market stall, while both carried lists from their respective kitchens. Their acquaintance had grown through brief and ordinary moments. A greeting near the post office, a shared walk along part of the Sunday road, a note carried by a groom who believed himself discreet. Months had passed before they dared meet after curfew. Anna stood beneath the ash tree in a plain dark shawl. Moonlight touched one side of her face. The other remained veiled in shadow. "You came," she said. "So did you." The words were simple, yet each had crossed a boundary to speak them. Daniel stopped a short distance away. Servants learned caution even in tenderness. A gesture seen by the wrong person could become a story. A story could grow as it travelled from kitchen to stable, from village to household, until affection became scandal. Rumour did not require truth, only repetition. For a while, they walked along the hedge. Neither hurried to speak of what mattered. They spoke of weather. The recent rain had damaged the hay. The cook at Anna's house believed the summer would end early. A merchant in the village had increased the price of tea. These harmless subjects gave their hearts time to settle. Above them, the sky opened wide. Daniel rarely saw so much of it. From the servants' corridor, the world was divided by walls, narrow windows, and duties awaiting completion. Here, beyond the gate, there was only the field, the moon, and the faint silver road of stars. Some believe that freedom first appears not as action, but as space. Enough distance to hear one's own thoughts. Enough silence for a name to belong to the person who carries it. Anna stopped near a low stone wall. "Did you receive your wages?" "Yesterday." "Were they complete?" Daniel smiled faintly. "Almost." A small deduction had been made for a broken glass, though Daniel had not broken it. The first footman blamed him, and challenging the matter would have cost more than the missing coins. Anna understood. At her estate, money had been taken from a maid's wages for a damaged sheet already worn thin with age. They spoke of such injustices quietly, without surprise. Service trained people to accept small losses because greater security depended upon it. Wages were not merely money. They might support parents, siblings, or children living elsewhere. Employment meant food and shelter. A servant could dislike the household and still fear the road beyond its gate. Daniel sat upon the stone wall. Anna remained standing beside him. "What would you do," she asked, "if you did not serve?" The question drifted into the field. Daniel looked toward the distant trees. He had imagined many answers. A small shop, work at a railway station, a public house near the coast. Yet each dream required savings he did not possess. "I would like a room with a window that was mine," he said. Anna laughed softly. "Only a room first." He described it slowly. A table beneath the window, 2 chairs, a stove small enough that they could warm it without carrying coal through half a house. Perhaps flowers in a jar, no bells in the walls, no need to ask permission before stepping outside. Anna listened. Her expression changed when he said 2 chairs. Neither mentioned it. Her own dream was quieter. She wanted a garden no larger than a tablecloth, where she could grow rosemary and beans. She wanted to sleep until daylight at least once each week. She wanted a door that belonged to her and could be closed without waiting for someone else's command. Their hopes were modest. This made them no less distant. Marriage could remove a woman from domestic service. Some employers preferred unmarried maids and dismissed those whose attachments seemed likely to interfere with duty. For Anna, leaving service without another source of income could mean dependence upon a husband's uncertain wages. For Daniel, marriage required the ability to provide a room, food, and security. Affection alone could not pay rent. A child arriving too soon might turn hardship into desperation. In the world beyond the gate, freedom waited with uncertainty beside it. On one side stood service, long hours, restricted movement, but also wages, meals, and a roof. On the other side stood the wider night, choice, risk, possible hunger. Neither path promised peace. The iron gate behind them became a symbol of both protection and confinement. Daniel could cross it tonight, but could he truly leave what stood beyond it? The manor held no affection for him, yet it held his livelihood. A cage may remain a shelter during the storm. The contradiction did not make the bars disappear. It only made departure more difficult. They walked farther until the house was hidden by the hedge. There, the night seemed to belong to no estate. Moonlight marked the stones. Moths passed above the grass like fragments of ash. A small stream moved beneath reeds, carrying pale reflections toward an unseen river. Anna hummed part of a song. It was a melody played during a village dance the previous year. Daniel remembered standing near the doorway, unable to remain because the household carriage was expected. He had heard only half the tune. Now Anna supplied the missing part. The music was quiet enough that the field nearly absorbed it. There were few places where servants could sing without being asked to lower their voices. Daniel wished the moment might continue until dawn. Yet, time beyond the gate was borrowed. Every minute carried the danger of discovery. A butler making an unexpected round, a maid waking and noticing an empty bed, a stable boy crossing the yard. Curfew transformed even stillness into disobedience. Anna stopped humming. "You said there was something you wished to tell me." Daniel looked down. He had carried the words for a week. They had seemed clear while he polished silver, while he lay awake beneath the attic roof, while he crossed the field alone. Now they became difficult. "I have been offered another place." Anna waited. Where? Near Bristol. The distance entered the silence between them. A former guest had recommended him to a household there. The wages would be higher. He might become first footman within a year. It was an opportunity servants were expected to accept with gratitude. For Daniel, it might also mean the beginning of the room with 2 chairs. "When would you go?" "At the end of the month." Anna turned toward the stream. "That is soon." "Yes." Daniel wished to ask her to come. The words were almost formed. "Come when I have saved enough. Wait for me. Let us find a room together." But each promise opened into questions. Where would she live until then? Would her employer give her a character? Could he support them if the new position failed? What right had he to ask her to exchange one uncertainty for another? Love could become selfish when it offered no shelter. He looked at her profile beneath the moon. "I thought perhaps..." From across the fields came the sound of a bell. Small at first, then again. The servant's bell at the manor. It travelled weakly through the night, yet Daniel recognized its rhythm. The upper guest chamber. Someone was calling. The household had discovered a need, and the wire within the walls had carried it downward. Even beyond the gate, the bell found him. Daniel stood. Anna looked toward the estate. "You must go." The unfinished words remained between them. "I could stay." "No." Her answer was gentle. Both knew what dismissal might mean. The bell sounded again. A little more urgently. Daniel reached for Anna's hand. For one moment, she allowed him to hold it. Her fingers were cold. No promise passed between them. No pledge beneath the moon. Only touch. The kind that memory enlarges after time has taken everything else. "Will you come next Sunday?" he asked. "If I can. If I am still here. Yes." Neither trusted the future enough to speak more firmly. They returned along the path. The manor reappeared above the hedge, dark and immense. Its chimneys rose against the stars. The garden gate waited at the end of the yard. Anna stopped beneath the ash tree. Daniel wished to say goodbye, in a way that might hold the whole unfinished conversation. Instead, he said, "Take care on the road. You too." She walked toward the valley. Her shawl slowly became part of the shadow. Daniel stood until he could no longer see her. Then he crossed the gate. The latch fell behind him with a soft metallic sound. Not a prison door, not entirely, but something closed. By the time Daniel reached the house, the bell had ceased. The first footman stood inside the service passage. "Where were you?" "In the yard." The lie entered easily. "What for?" "I thought I heard something near the gate." The other man studied him, then handed him a tray. The guest required hot water. Daniel returned to service. Within minutes, he wore his coat again. The plain man beneath the stars disappeared beneath buttons, posture, and duty. Yet Anna's touch remained in his hand, like hidden starlight beneath cloth. By morning, the fields revealed no record of their meeting. Dew covered the path. Birds moved through the hedge. The iron gate looked ordinary in daylight. Daniel carried breakfast upstairs. Anna opened curtains in another house. They entered separate rooms and answered separate bells. Perhaps they met the following Sunday. Perhaps rain closed the road. Perhaps Daniel left for Bristol before another night could be stolen. No household ledger recorded the courtship. No family archive preserved their letters. Servants' private lives often survived only in fragments. A ribbon in a trunk, a photograph without a name, an address crossed from an envelope. The great houses preserved wages and duties more faithfully than hope. Years later, the estate changed hands. The service wing emptied. The kitchen yard cracked beneath weeds. The garden gate remained. Rust spread across the latch. Ivy buried one hinge. Beyond it, fields continued toward the same dark trees. No one remembered Daniel. No one remembered Anna. Visitors might pass the gate and wonder why such a narrow entrance had been built there. They would not know that two servants once stood beyond it, beneath the moon, imagining a room, two chairs, a small garden, and a door of their own. Where memory fades, landscapes become the final witnesses. The field remembered only footsteps pressed briefly into dew. The stream remembered a half-finished song. The iron remembered the warmth of hands lifting its latch after curfew. Perhaps Daniel and Anna found one another again. Perhaps the room was built, perhaps rosemary grew beside their window, or perhaps the bell ended what their hearts had only begun to say. There is no answer, only the gate. One side facing the house, the other facing the wider night. It is said that love needs freedom in order to speak fully. But some people were given only minutes, a path between hedges, a hand held once, a sentence interrupted by a distant bell. Still, perhaps unfinished words do not disappear. Perhaps they remain where they were spoken, or almost spoken, gathering softly among grass, moonlight, and stone. And when the rusted gate moves in the night wind, its hinge may release a faint metallic breath, not quite a lament, not quite a promise, only the echo of two servants who crossed a boundary for a few stolen moments and discovered that beyond every wall, however uncertain, the stars belonged to them too. In the housekeeper's room, against a wall darkened by years of coal smoke and winter damp, there stood a cabinet no guest had ever opened. It was made of oak, tall, narrow, and severe. Its upper doors were fitted with small panes of clouded glass, though curtains had been pinned behind them so that nothing within could be clearly seen. The lower drawers carried brass handles rubbed pale by use. At the centre waited a keyhole blackened by age. For nearly 40 years, the cabinet had belonged to Mrs. Adelaide Mercer, housekeeper, keeper of linen, keeper of keys, keeper, too, of many things for which the household possessed no proper name. After her death, the cabinet remained locked for 3 days. Her room had fallen strangely still. The keys no longer sounded against her dress. No measured footsteps crossed the lower corridor. Her chair stood close to the cold grate, holding the faint hollow shaped by her body over many winters. On the fourth morning, the new housekeeper brought the master key. Two senior servants stood beside her. A candle burned upon the desk. Outside, rain gathered on the small window, and the bare branches beyond the servants' yard moved like writing no one could read. The key entered the lock. It turned slowly. It is said that every old cabinet becomes a kind of tomb, not for bodies, for unfinished meanings. A ribbon saved after the person who wore it has gone, a note whose urgency has faded, a medicine bottle empty of its remedy, but not of the night in which it was needed. The doors opened with a dry wooden sigh. A breath of lavender, dust, camphor, and paper entered the room. Inside, the shelves held no silver, no jewels, nothing the family would have called valuable. Yet almost every object had once carried the weight of a life. On the upper shelf lay 3 rings of keys. Some were labelled in Mrs. Mercer's careful hand. Blue room cupboard, old nursery, East linen press. Others had no labels at all. Their locks had perhaps been replaced, their doors removed, or their purpose forgotten so completely that metal alone remained. Beside them stood small glass bottles, tincture for coughs, salts for faintness, oil for burns. A dark mixture once given to a kitchen maid who worked through fever because no replacement could be found. The labels had browned, the corks had hardened, yet the bottles remained arranged according to use, as if Mrs. Mercer might return at any moment and send one of them upstairs. Below the medicines rested a broken brooch. Its clasp was missing. Blue stones formed a circle around an empty centre. A folded scrap of paper lay beneath it, returned by E. Morris on departure. Nothing more. Whispers tell us that a servant leaving a great house might be required to return every object associated with her position: keys, uniform pieces, household property. Sometimes even gifts, if their ownership could be questioned. E. Morris had perhaps been a maid. Perhaps she had been dismissed. Perhaps the brooch belonged to the family and had been lent for a particular evening. Or perhaps it had been her own, placed in the cabinet because she left too hurriedly to carry it. The note preserved no reason, only departure. The cabinet was full of such fragments: a child's first tooth wrapped in tissue, a black-edged letter announcing a death in a distant village, a bundle of unpaid wage notes tied with grey string, 2 faded ribbons, a miniature prayer book, a tiny shoe, worn thin at the toe, belonging to a child whose name no one in the room recognized. The new housekeeper lifted it carefully. Its leather had once been white. Now it held the colour of old parchment. Was there a child in service here? One servant asked. No one knew. Perhaps the shoe had belonged to a family child, perhaps to a maid's infant, briefly hidden in the servants' rooms during some desperate winter. Perhaps it had been kept after a death. Old objects rarely surrender their meanings without resistance. They wait. They offer shape, texture, and silence. The rest must be imagined. Mrs. Mercer's cabinet was not an archive in the formal sense. The family papers lay upstairs in the library. Deeds, marriage settlements, letters from public men, accounts of property, and records of inheritance. Those documents preserved the official life of the house. The cabinet preserved what official history had no category for: a servant's toothache remedy, a warning never delivered in writing, a ribbon cut from a dress after mourning ended, a note saying a maid's wages remained unpaid because she had left suddenly, a small lock of hair, a child's shoe. Where memory fades, ordinary objects sometimes become the final witnesses. Mrs. Mercer had governed the servants' world for almost 4 decades. To the younger maids, she had seemed permanent. Her black dress, her silver watch, her keys at the waist, her habit of appearing in a passage moments before someone made a mistake. She inspected linen, assigned rooms, approved leave, questioned lateness, and carried instructions from the mistress to those below. Her word could alter a servant's day, sometimes a life. She had refused requests, issued warnings, dismissed those she believed unreliable. A maid crying over a letter might remember Mrs. Mercer as cold. A kitchen girl sent back to work with a bandaged hand might remember her as severe. Authority, even borrowed authority, leaves bruises. Yet the cabinet suggested another Mrs. Mercer, one who kept medicine ready for the servants, one who concealed a broken plate so that its cost would not be taken from a frightened maid's wages, one who quietly changed sleeping arrangements when a visiting gentleman began lingering near the upper servants' staircase, one who sent a footman to warn the nursery maid before a difficult relative arrived. Her mercy rarely announced itself. It lived within procedure, a room reassigned, a duty exchanged, a report delayed until anger had passed, a sentence altered before it reached the mistress. Mrs. Mercer could not dismantle the household's order. She could only bend it slightly, create a little space within it, a pause, a hidden doorway, a narrow shelter between command and punishment. Some believe that those who stand between power and vulnerability become divided within themselves. To protect the weak, they must remain trusted by the strong. To remain trusted, they may sometimes enforce the very rules they wish to soften. Mrs. Mercer lived within this contradiction. She knew the limits of her authority because she had once been young beneath someone else's keys. Long before becoming housekeeper, she had entered service as a maid of 16. She had scrubbed floors, carried coal, and learned that truth spoken without rank often sounded like insolence to those above. With time, she rose. First housemaid, then assistant housekeeper, then keeper of the household's hidden machinery. But advancement did not free her from service. It placed her higher within the same structure. She could command many servants. She still answered to the mistress. She could recommend mercy. She could not demand justice. Inside the cabinet's lowest drawer, beneath old inventories and rolls of black ribbon, the servants found a sealed envelope. The paper was thick. Its edges had softened, but the red wax remained unbroken. Across the front, in Mrs. Mercer's hand, were the words, "To be opened if the truth is ever wanted." The room became quiet. Rain moved against the window. The new housekeeper turned the envelope over. No name appeared upon the back. No date. Only the sentence. It did not say when the truth should be wanted, or by whom. For a moment, no one moved. The sealed paper seemed less like a letter than a gate. One servant suggested taking it upstairs to the family. Another said that Mrs. Mercer's private effects should first be sorted. The new housekeeper held the envelope near the candle. Then she broke the seal. Inside lay several pages written closely in fading ink. The account concerned a former parlour maid named Lucy Hale. She had served in the house many years earlier, during the autumn when Sir Arthur Bellamy stayed for several weeks. The family papers remembered Sir Arthur as a distinguished guest. His name appeared in letters concerning dinners, horses, and political conversation. Mrs. Mercer's pages remembered him differently. Lucy had come to her in tears. She said Sir Arthur had cornered her in an unused passage and behaved in a way that frightened her. She had resisted and fled. Later, when she refused to answer his private bell, he accused her of stealing a small gold pin from his dressing table. The pin was never found. Lucy denied taking it. She also repeated her complaint. The master believed the guest. The mistress said the maid had misunderstood familiarity and was attempting to protect herself from a theft accusation. Lucy was dismissed. No character was provided. Mrs. Mercer wrote that she believed the girl. She had seen Sir Arthur watching the female servants. She had previously changed one maid's duties to keep her away from him. She had found Lucy's account consistent, and yet, when questioned before the family, Mrs. Mercer had softened her words. She said only that Lucy appeared sincere. She did not say she believed her. She did not challenge Sir Arthur directly. She did not risk her own position. The pages confessed this without excuse. "I feared that if I were removed, there would be no one left to warn the others." The sentence appeared twice. Perhaps Mrs. Mercer had believed silence would allow her to continue protecting servants in future. Perhaps she had been right. Perhaps over the following decades, other maids were spared because she remained. Yet Lucy had not been spared. One life had been offered to preserve the possibility of helping others. The arithmetic of such mercy is unbearable because no answer is clean. Mrs. Mercer wrote that she had tried to find Lucy later. A letter sent to her village was returned. Another inquiry received no answer. The dismissed servant vanished from the record. Only the account remained, folded, sealed. Hidden in the cabinet, was this courage, to preserve the truth when the household wished it forgotten? Was it cowardice, to preserve it only after it had lost the power to save the accused? Was it guilt, hope, a message cast forward toward an age not yet born? The new housekeeper finished reading. No one spoke. The room seemed crowded with those who were absent. Mrs. Mercer in her black dress, Lucy Hale carrying a trunk through the servants' gate, Sir Arthur ascending the main staircase beneath candlelight. Every person separated by rank, time, and the survival of one written account. Beneath the silence, the cabinet had kept a private court. No judgment had been issued, only testimony preserved. It is said that truth arrives when it is ready, but perhaps that is a comforting belief. Truth may arrive too late, after the witness is dead, after the accused has vanished, after the person who could have acted has spent a lifetime explaining her silence to herself. Still, late truth is not meaningless. It may not repair the past, but it can prevent forgetting from becoming innocence. The papers were placed upon the desk. Sorting began. Some notes were judged unimportant. Expired remedies were emptied. Old lists were carried to the kitchen fire. The unpaid wage slips were sent to the steward for review, though no one could say whether the servants named upon them still lived. The tiny shoe was placed in a box. The broken brooch set aside. The sealed account remained among the papers, awaiting a decision. Then the mistress sent word that the room must be cleared before evening. Mrs. Mercer's personal things would be given to a distant niece. Household papers would be separated from private ones. Anything without clear value should be burned. The work quickened. Paper passed from hand to hand. Inventories, recipes, notes, letters. Some preserved, some discarded. Some read too quickly to be understood. The fire in the grate grew brighter. The written account of Lucy Hale lay near the edge of the desk. A drawer was opened. The papers shifted. The account slipped behind it. No one noticed. By evening, the sorting was complete. The cabinet stood almost empty. The fire held the remains of decades. Edges of paper glowed, curled, and became ash. No one asked about the envelope. Perhaps the new housekeeper assumed another servant had taken it upstairs. Perhaps memory blurred the detail beneath the weight of the day. The drawer was closed. Behind it, Mrs. Mercer's pages waited in darkness. Years passed. The room changed purpose. For a time, it became a sewing room. Later, a store for unused furniture. The cabinet lost its key. One glass pane cracked. Its shelves emptied. The family changed. Servants came and went. Sir Arthur's portrait appeared in a published volume of Distinguished Gentlemen. Lucy Hale remained absent from every official page. Then the house itself began to fade. Rain entered through the roof. Wallpaper loosened. Dust settled upon the cabinet until its dark wood grew pale. The written account remained behind the drawer. Perhaps it was found during repairs. Perhaps it still waits there. No one can say. In forgotten corners of the earth, truth often survives by accident. A page slips behind wood. A box escapes the fire. A name remains legible beneath a stain. History may depend upon such fragile mercies. Years later, the cabinet stood in the abandoned housekeeper's room. Moonlight entered through broken glass and touched the empty shelves. No bottles remained, no ribbons, no medicines, no tiny shoe. Yet when the air grew warm, the wood released the faintest scent of lavender. Dust moved inside it like dim starlight. The cabinet seemed empty, but emptiness is not always absence. The keys had left impressions in the shelf. The bottles had marked circles in the dust. A drawer resisted closing where hidden papers had pressed against its back. Every object had gone, yet its shape remained. Perhaps this is how memory endures. Not as a complete story, as pressure, scent, a hollow. A sentence sealed and almost burned. Mrs. Mercer had ruled, protected, punished, feared, regretted, and remembered. She had been neither hero nor villain, only a woman holding a ring of keys inside a house whose doors she could not all unlock. Her cabinet had become both confession and shelter, a place where she preserved what she lacked the courage, power, or permission to speak aloud. Was that enough? Perhaps not. Perhaps nothing can be enough for the person who was sent away unheard. But some voices survive because someone, however late, refused to let the final silence close over them. The cabinet waits within the ruined room. Its doors hang slightly open. The moon marks the wood. Beyond it, the manor is quiet. No bells ring. No master calls. No servant hurries along the corridor. And somewhere behind an old drawer, a page may still be breathing beneath the dust. It asks for no grand ceremony, only a careful hand, a patient eye, a listener willing to receive a truth that arrived too late for justice, but not, perhaps, too late for remembrance. Some voices only echo when we are ready to listen. Some cabinets are opened only after those who guarded them have gone. And some forgotten things were never forgotten at all. They were simply waiting in darkness, among lavender, keys, broken ornaments, and the soft remains of courage, for another age to decide that the truth was finally wanted. Mist gathered over the railway platform before the morning had fully awakened. It rested upon the iron tracks in long pale ribbons. It softened the station lamps, covered the distant signal post, and turned the small waiting room into the shape of a forgotten chapel. Beyond the platform, a black engine breathed beneath the grey sky. Steam curled around its wheels. Carriage doors stood open. A porter moved through the haze carrying trunks and parcels toward compartments where travellers were already settling beneath blankets and hats. Then the station clock marked the quarter hour. The train would soon depart. 3 miles away, at the servants' entrance of a country house, a maid named Lydia stood holding a letter. The paper had been opened so quickly that one edge had torn. Her sister's handwriting crossed the page in hurried lines. Their mother's illness had worsened. She no longer rose from bed. The doctor had said that Lydia should come if she wished to see her while there was still time. The final sentence had been underlined twice. Come today. Lydia knew every word, though she continued to hold the letter before her, as if another meaning might appear between the lines. Behind her, the household clock ticked in the lower passage. Ahead, beyond fields hidden by mist, the train prepared to leave. It is said that distance is not always measured in miles. Sometimes 3 miles may become an ocean. Sometimes a door, a question, or a delayed permission may lie between one life and another, like an iron gate. The letter had arrived with the first post. Lydia was polishing the brass around the drawing-room fireplace when the footman brought it downstairs. She recognized the village postmark before he placed it in her hand. For a moment, the room seemed to tilt. She read the message beside the service window while pale morning light entered through the courtyard. Then she folded the paper and went to the housekeeper. "May I speak with the mistress?" The housekeeper examined Lydia's face. "Is something wrong? My mother is very ill." "You received word?" "Yes, ma'am." "Is it urgent?" Lydia looked down at the letter. The question seemed strange. The lines upon the page had already answered it. "I believe so." The housekeeper told her to wait. The mistress had not yet finished breakfast. Above stairs, silver covers were lifted. Coffee was poured. Letters were opened. The family spoke of weather, and the guests expected that evening. Below stairs, Lydia stood beside the baize door, while each minute entered the clock and vanished. The morning train left at 8:45. It was the only train that would carry her north before evening. If she boarded it, changed lines at the market town, and walked the last distance from the village station, she might reach home while daylight remained. If she missed it, the next train would not depart until after 6. The difference was more than hours. It was the difference between perhaps and too late. Whispers tell us that servants possessed little authority over their own time. A day off might arrive once a month, once every 6 weeks, or according to the convenience of the household. Visits home required planning. Illness, weddings, births, and funerals did not always receive permission to interrupt service. The servants' time was considered part of the employment. Morning belonged to the fires, afternoon to the rooms, evening to the table, night to whoever pulled the bell. Family affection had to wait for the hours that duty did not consume, yet grief does not understand timetables. It does not remain patiently in one chamber until the linen has been folded and the guests have departed. It comes when it comes. A letter at breakfast, a messenger after midnight, a name spoken in a corridor. Lydia waited. The clock marked 8, then 5 minutes passed. From the kitchen came the sound of knives and pans. The cook had begun preparations for dinner. 6 guests were expected. The blue bedroom and the west chamber had to be made ready. Lydia was responsible for both. A fire needed lighting in each room. Fresh water had to be carried. Sheets turned down. Dressing tables dusted. The housekeeper returned. The mistress will see you shortly. Shortly. The word contained no fixed amount of time. Lydia went back to the drawing room and finished polishing the brass, because standing idle would be noticed. The metal shone beneath her cloth. She saw her reflection within it, distorted and small. Her thoughts travelled toward home. She imagined the cottage at the edge of the village, the narrow upstairs chamber, her mother lying beneath the patchwork quilt, the white jug beside the bed, her sister opening the curtains to let in the morning. Lydia had not been home since Christmas. During that visit, her mother had seemed thinner. She tired after walking to church. Still, she had stood at the gate when Lydia left and pressed bread and apples into her hands for the journey. "Do not worry about me," she had said. Parents often offer such sentences as protection. Children carry them until another letter proves that worry had already been waiting. The clock marked 10 minutes past 8. Lydia approached the housekeeper again. "May I ask whether the mistress is ready?" "She is speaking with the master." "The train. I know about the train." The housekeeper's voice was not unkind. That almost made the delay harder to resist. No one had said she could not go. No door had closed openly. Instead, concern was being considered, arrangements reviewed, questions prepared. The machinery of permission moved slowly, because the urgency did not belong to those controlling it. At 20 minutes past 8, Lydia was summoned. The mistress sat in the morning room wearing a pale robe. Beside her lay a list of provisions for the evening dinner. The master stood near the window. The letter rested in Lydia's hand. The mistress asked to see it. Lydia passed it over. The woman read the page, then folded it carefully. "I am very sorry," she said. "Thank you, ma'am. Has your mother been ill for long?" "Several weeks." "And your sister is with her?" "Yes." "Then she is not alone?" "No, ma'am." The mistress looked toward the provision list. "We have guests arriving this afternoon." Lydia waited. "Could your journey be made tomorrow?" The suggestion entered the room softly. No harshness, no command. Yet Lydia felt the train breathing in the distance. "I fear tomorrow may be too late." The master shifted near the window. "Does the doctor say death is imminent?" The letter had not used that word. It said only that Lydia should come while there was time. "No, sir, not exactly." "Then perhaps there is no need for panic." Panic. The word reduced everything inside her to an error of emotion. Lydia lowered her gaze. The sentences she wished to speak gathered behind her teeth. "No dinner equals this. No guest's comfort can replace my mother's final breath. You speak of family as sacred, yet ask me to wait while mine disappears." She imagined saying these things. For one moment, the words seemed almost possible. Then she saw the future they might create. Dismissal, a damaged character, no wages sent home, no place after her mother's death. Truth rose within her, but survival placed a hand over its mouth. "The housekeeper says another maid may manage the blue bedroom," the mistress continued. "But the west chamber will still require attention. I have already prepared the linen. And the fires, I can light them now." The clock in the room gave a small click. 8:27. The train would depart in 18 minutes. 3 miles of road lay between the house and the station. Even with a cart, time had become narrow. The mistress asked whether Lydia had packed. "No, ma'am." "How long would you be away?" "I cannot say." That presents difficulty. Every question became another stone placed upon the path. How ill? How long? Who else is there? Could tomorrow be enough? Could grief be made more convenient if discussed calmly? The contradiction at the heart of the household remained unseen by those seated within it. Family portraits covered the walls. Children's letters were preserved. Birthdays, engagements, illnesses, and mourning were treated as sacred events. Yet the servant who maintained this domestic world could be prevented from answering the needs of her own family because other beds required smoothing. It is possible to believe deeply in virtue and still ration it according to rank. Lydia stood beside the chair. Her mother's letter seemed to grow heavier in her pocket. At last, the mistress said she might leave once the guest rooms had been made ready. "Thank you, ma'am." Permission had been granted. Yet the train had nearly gone. Lydia climbed the stairs quickly. She carried water, opened shutters, built fires, placed towels, smoothed sheets that would hold people she had never met. Her movements remained careful because haste could cause breakage, and breakage might delay her further. The west chamber seemed endless. Each object demanded attention. A vase stood slightly crooked. Ash remained in the grate. Dust marked the edge of the mirror. The room had to appear untouched by labor. Lydia worked while the clock sounded from the lower hall. 8:30, 8:35. The station existed inside her imagination. Porters closing doors, steam thickening, a whistle prepared. She finished the chamber and ran to the attic. Her small traveling bag stood beneath the bed. She placed inside one dress, a nightgown, stockings, a brush, her prayer book, and the few coins she possessed. No time remained to change. She wore her work dress beneath a plain coat. At the servants' entrance, the housekeeper handed her wages owed to the end of the week. "Send word when you know how matters stand." "Yes, ma'am." A stable cart had been requested, but the groom was not ready. Lydia looked toward the road. "I shall walk." "You will not reach it." "I must try." She began to run. The estate gate opened before her. Mist lay across the lane. Her boots struck the damp ground. The bag pulled against her arm. Hedgerows passed in grey shapes. Ahead, somewhere beyond sight, the train whistle sounded. Long, low, ordinary to everyone else. To Lydia, it was the voice of a gate beginning to close. She ran faster. The road curved through fields. A cart approached, forcing her toward the muddy edge. She lifted her skirt and continued. Her breath became sharp. The letter moved against her coat with every step. The whistle sounded again. Then came the distant rhythm of wheels. Slowly at first, metal upon metal, a measured pulse gathering speed. It might have been a great clock leaving the world behind. Lydia reached the station road. Smoke rose beyond the trees. She crossed the final field path and passed through the gate as the last carriage disappeared into mist. For several moments, she did not understand what she was seeing. The platform remained, the clock remained, a porter wheeled an empty trolley, but the train had become only smoke moving into the pale distance. The tracks trembled faintly, then they grew still. Lydia stood beneath the station clock. 8:47. 2 minutes had separated her from departure. 2 minutes, and 3 miles, and a breakfast conversation, and the dust upon a mirror, and a guest who required a fire. She did not cry. Not yet. Helplessness can be too large for tears. The porter approached and asked whether she had intended to travel. "Yes. The evening service is at 6:10. She nodded. 6:10. More than 9 hours. He suggested that she wait in the village or return later. Lydia sat upon the wooden bench. The station gradually emptied. Mist lifted from the tracks. The signal changed. Wind moved along the rails, producing a low singing sound. The place became a sacred chamber of delay. Its architecture had been built for movement, yet Lydia could not move. The rails stretched toward her mother, but offered no passage until evening. A railway map hung inside the waiting room. Lines crossed the country like veins. Stations appeared close together upon paper. But maps do not record permission. They do not show the hours withheld before a journey begins. They do not mark the difference between distance and power. Lydia removed the letter. She did not open it. She knew every line. Still, she held it in both hands, as though holding her mother's voice. Time passed, The station clock moved without concern. 10, 11, noon. A goods train thundered through without stopping. Its wind lifted the edge of her coat. For a moment, she saw unknown faces behind windows and wondered whether any passenger was travelling toward a final farewell. At midday, she ate a piece of bread, purchased with 1 coin. She walked to the church beside the station, but the door was locked. She returned to the bench. Clouds crossed the sky. Shadows moved over the platform. Some believe waiting is an empty thing, but waiting is filled with imagined endings. Lydia saw herself arriving in time, then too late. She imagined her mother waking and asking for her, then sleeping beyond all questions. She remembered childhood winters, her mother warming stockings beside the fire, summer evenings shelling peas near the door. The day Lydia left for service, when both women had spoken bravely until the cart turned beyond the hedge. Memory became oceanic. Each small recollection opened into another. The shape of her mother's hands, the song she hummed while sweeping, the way she folded letters twice before placing them in envelopes. All afternoon, the rails shone beneath the fading light. At last, the evening train arrived. Lydia entered a third-class carriage, smelling of damp wool, coal smoke, and old wood. She sat beside the window with the letter upon her lap. The engine pulled them north. Fields passed. Stations appeared and vanished. Night gathered around the glass until Lydia saw only her own reflection floating above the darkness. The train carried her toward home. Whether it carried her quickly enough remained unknown. Hours later, after changing lines and walking from the village station beneath a starless sky, Lydia reached the cottage. A candle burned behind the downstairs window. The front door stood slightly open. Inside, voices had fallen quiet. Her sister appeared in the passage. Neither woman spoke at first. Lydia looked toward the staircase. A second candle glowed above. The chamber door was closed. Perhaps her mother still breathed beyond it. Perhaps the candles had been lit for another reason. The story does not tell us. History often abandons servants at the threshold of their most private grief. No letter preserves the next sentence. No household account records whether Lydia arrived in time. Only the train's departure remains certain. The delay, the smoke fading beyond the platform. An ordinary timetable carrying extraordinary consequence. It is said that progress made the Victorian world smaller. Railways crossed distances once travelled over days. Towns drew closer. Journeys quickened. Yet the servant could still remain trapped 3 miles from the station if another person controlled the hour of departure. Iron rails conquered distance. They did not conquer rank. Perhaps Lydia entered the chamber and heard her name. Perhaps she held her mother's hand before dawn. Or perhaps she stood beside a bed already quiet, knowing that the final words had been spoken while she polished a stranger's mirror. There is no answer, only a cottage, 2 candles, a staircase rising into silence, and far away, the echo of a train moving through the night. Its wheels keep the same rhythm they kept that morning. Too late, too late, too late. Or perhaps that is only grief giving language to iron. The sound fades across fields, through mist, beyond the reach of every servant who once waited for permission, while someone they loved slipped toward silence. Some farewells were delayed by oceans, others by war, and some by a tray, a guest room, a question asked too slowly. Perhaps no departure is truly ordinary when someone is running toward it. Perhaps every empty platform remembers the person who arrived moments after the smoke was gone. And perhaps, when wind moves along abandoned rails, it carries the breath of all those journeys that should have begun earlier. All the daughters, sons, sisters, and mothers separated not by distance alone, but by time that never fully belonged to them. Deep beneath the house, beyond the kitchens and below the servants' hall, there was a passage where the walls no longer pretended to be beautiful. The plaster ended there. Stone emerged, black, damp, and rough beneath the hand. At the end of the passage stood the coal cellar, its wooden bins filled with dark fragments brought from the earth. Dust lay over the floor, the shovel, the hinges, and the lower stones of the wall. Even the air seemed darkened by it. No family portrait watched this place. No guest descended so far. The bells above could still be heard, but only faintly, as though their commands had travelled through deep water before reaching the cellar. It was here, beside the coal bins, that a young servant whispered a confession no one was meant to hear. Her name was Ellen Marsh. She stood beneath a single lamp, turning the edge of her apron between her fingers. Coal dust had settled upon her sleeves. Her face appeared pale against the darkness. Across from her stood Sarah Bell, a housemaid who had served in the household for more than 15 years. Sarah did not speak. She waited. It is said that darkness can sometimes feel kinder than light. In light, the face is examined. The trembling hand is noticed. Every word appears to demand an answer. But in darkness, a person may become only a voice, a breath, a small living thing trying to cross the distance between fear and mercy. Above them, footsteps moved through the dining room. A bell rang once, then another. The household continued in its polished rhythm, while Ellen searched for the sentence that might end her place within it. Sarah had found her crying near the back stair after supper, not openly. Ellen had turned toward the wall and pressed one hand against her mouth so that no sound escaped. Sarah might have continued walking. Servants learned when not to notice, but something in the younger woman's posture carried a weight too large to ignore. "What is it?" Sarah had asked. Ellen shook her head. "Not here." And so Sarah led her downward, past the scullery, past the storeroom, beyond the passage where the firewood was kept, into the coal cellar, where secrets could settle into dust. Now Ellen stood before her, unable to begin. Sarah lowered the lamp. "You asked me to come. I know, then speak while you can." Ellen looked toward the stone stair. No one followed. "Still," she whispered, "I have done something wrong." The words entered the cellar and disappeared among the bins. Sarah's face remained still. "What have you done?" Ellen tried to answer. Her first attempt produced only breath. Then she said, "I am married." For a moment, the confession seemed almost too small for such fear. Marriage was not a crime. In the village church, it was called sacred. In family portraits, it was the foundation of inheritance, respectability, and domestic virtue. Yet within service, marriage could become disobedience. Some employers preferred unmarried female servants. A husband might demand time, loyalty, or movement the household considered inconvenient. A married maid might become pregnant. She might need to leave suddenly. She might no longer be seen as belonging wholly to the service of another family. Ellen had married in secret 3 months earlier. The man's name was Joseph Hale, an assistant in a printer's shop in the nearby town. They had met on Sunday afternoons and written letters through a kitchen boy who believed them to be messages from a cousin. Only 2 witnesses attended the ceremony. Ellen returned to the house that evening and tied on her apron before supper. No ring appeared upon her hand. No announcement entered the servants' hall. Her marriage remained hidden beneath uniform, routine, and silence. Sarah listened. "Does he treat you well?" "Yes." "Then why are you frightened?" Ellen's fingers stopped moving. She looked down. "I have missed 2 months." The coal cellar seemed to grow quieter. Even the distant bells paused. Sarah understood. The secret marriage alone might bring dismissal. A pregnancy would make concealment impossible. Victorian domestic service demanded respectability from women while offering little shelter when private life crossed the narrow boundary of household convenience. A pregnant unmarried servant might be dismissed at once. A secretly married woman could also be accused of deception. If she lost her character, another respectable household might refuse her. If Joseph's wages could not support them, there would be rent, food, and a child to consider. A woman could be condemned for affection, abandoned for motherhood, and told that morality required her to bear the consequences quietly. Whispers tell us that respectability often protected appearances more carefully than people. The household might speak of virtue at prayers. It might condemn dishonesty. Yet honesty from a servant could carry a terrible price. To confess was to invite judgment. To remain silent was to allow danger to grow. No path was clean. Sarah leaned against the wooden bin. How certain are you? I am certain. Does Joseph know? Yes. And what does he say? He says I should come to him. Can he keep you? He believes so. Belief was a fragile currency. Printers' wages were uncertain. Work could vanish. Illness could empty a week's earnings. A single rented room might be all they could afford. Still, a room in the city might offer something the great house never would. A door belonging to Ellen. A life in which her marriage did not need to hide. Sarah asked when Ellen meant to tell the housekeeper. I do not know. You must decide soon. I thought she might help. She might. The answer held no promise. The housekeeper had shown kindness before. She had arranged medicine for servants, granted leave when she could, and softened certain reports before carrying them upstairs. But she also guarded the household's order. A secret marriage might be interpreted as deliberate deceit. A pregnancy might be called a scandal. Even compassion had limits when it depended upon permission from above. Ellen looked at Sarah. What would you do? Sarah did not answer immediately. The question opened an old chamber within her. Years before, another maid had confided in her. That girl had not been married. The father of her child was a footman who denied everything when questioned. The maid was sent away before dawn, carrying a small trunk and no reference. Sarah had given her 2 shillings. For years afterward, she wondered whether the girl survived. She never learned. Servants vanished easily. A bed was reassigned. A name ceased to be spoken. The house continued as though no life had been broken within it. Sarah remembered the girl's face at the gate. She remembered saying, I am sorry, when what the girl needed was a place to go. Now another young woman stood before her. History had returned in a different dress. Above them, a bell rang. 3 quick notes. The drawing room. Someone needed a tray removed or a lamp adjusted. The sound reached the cellar faintly, stripped of urgency by stone. Ellen looked upward. They will notice I am gone. Not yet. How long do I have? Sarah studied her. A few weeks, perhaps. Less if someone is watching closely. The words felt cruel, though they were only honest. Ellen pressed one hand against her body, not yet changed enough for the household to see. In that gesture, the secret became more than rule-breaking. There was a life within it, uncertain, unseen, already subject to wages, reputation, shelter, and the judgment of people who did not know it existed. Sarah's expression softened. Are you afraid of Joseph? No. Of going with him? Yes. Why? I have never lived outside service. The confession beneath the confession. Ellen had entered household work at 14. Before that, she lived with an aunt who could not afford to keep her. Service gave her food, a bed, wages, and rules that governed nearly every hour. She disliked those rules. Yet without them, the world seemed vast and unmarked. She knew how to clean silver, carry water, mend linen, and answer bells. She did not know how to bargain with a landlord, how to find work in the city, how to feed a family when wages failed. The household confined her. It had also become the only structure she understood. A cage may become frightening to leave when the land beyond it has no visible road. Sarah knew this too. Domestic service created dependence, and then called dependence loyalty. The servant's roof belonged to the employer. Her meals belonged to the employer. Her reputation was written by the employer. Leaving meant freedom, but freedom without money could become another form of danger. Beneath the silence, the coal cellar held the weight of this choice. The walls offered no guidance, only black stone, dust, a lamp flame trembling in stale air. Sarah asked, Where is Joseph now? In the city. Does he have a room? Yes, near the printing works. And family? An aunt. She has written to say I may come. Do you have the address? Ellen reached inside her dress and removed a folded scrap of paper. Sarah read it beneath the lamp. A narrow street, a lodging house, a name written carefully. She returned the paper. Keep it hidden. Ellen's eyes filled. What shall I do? Sarah looked toward the stair again. There were rules for such moments. Report the matter to the housekeeper. Protect the household from deception. Ensure no scandal reached the family. But beneath the official order of service, existed another world, a hidden network built from small mercies, a kitchen maid lending coins, a footman carrying a private letter, a cook hiding food inside a parcel, an older servant warning a younger one which guest should never be met alone, a dismissed maid given the address of a boarding house, a mistake concealed long enough for someone to escape its harshest consequence. This counterworld had no ledger, no uniform, no declared authority. It survived because servants understood that the rules protecting the household did not always protect them. Compassion therefore learned to travel quietly, through glances, keys, addresses, doors left unbolted. Sarah had participated in such mercies before. She once hid a broken serving dish until a maid's wages had been paid. She had carried a letter to a servant's mother after the housekeeper refused use of the post. She had warned a young maid to exchange duties when a guest's attention became dangerous. Nothing she did changed the structure of the house, but each small act created shelter for a moment. Perhaps that was all limited power could offer, a place to breathe, a chance to choose before judgment arrived. Sarah reached into her pocket. From a narrow ring, she removed a small iron key. It opened the garden gate beyond the kitchen yard. The official key remained on the housekeeper's ring. This one had been copied years earlier, after a lock repair. Sarah had kept it, though she could not fully explain why. Perhaps some part of her had always believed that every house required one secret exit. She placed the key in Ellen's hand. The younger woman stared at it. "What is this?" "The garden gate." Ellen closed her fingers around the metal. Sarah then removed 3 coins from beneath her cuff and set them beside the key. "For the morning coach." "I cannot take these. You can repay me when you are able." The promise of repayment allowed dignity to remain. Sarah touched the folded address inside Ellen's dress. "You will leave before dawn," Ellen's breath caught. "Without telling anyone. If you tell them, they may stop you. My clothes. Pack only what you can carry. My wages, they will be lost." The truth entered sharply. Several weeks of wages remained unpaid. Leaving without notice would likely forfeit them. Her character would be damaged. The household might describe her as dishonest or unreliable. She would exchange financial security for the uncertain protection of her husband. No choice offered innocence. "What will you say?" Ellen asked. "When they look for me," Sarah looked at the coal dust, "I will say, I know nothing." The lie waited between them. Servants were expected to be truthful, yet truth, within the household, often served the powerful first. Was a lie still wrong when it sheltered someone from rules that offered no mercy? Sarah did not know. She knew only that, years earlier, she had allowed another girl to walk alone through the gate. She would not do so again, without offering a road. Ellen began to cry, silently at first. Then one small sound escaped. Sarah stepped forward and held her, not as a superior servant, not as a guardian of rules, as one woman holding another beneath the earth. Coal dust marked both their sleeves. The lamp shone behind them. For a moment, the cellar became a sacred chamber, darker than any chapel, and perhaps more merciful. There was no sermon, no judgment, only breath, fear, and the warmth of another body saying, without words, that Ellen had not yet been abandoned. At last, Sarah released her. "Listen carefully," she explained the route. "Across the garden, through the gate, along the lower road, avoid the village centre, wait near the old mill until the first coach arrived. If questioned, say she was travelling to an ill relative. The city address should be kept inside her shoe in case her bag was taken. Go before the kitchen wakes," Sarah said. Ellen nodded. The lamp flame trembled. "Will I ever see you again?" Perhaps. Both knew how fragile the word was. Sarah closed Ellen's fingers around the key. Go before dawn. The sentence was simple, yet it contained risk, loyalty, memory, and forbidden kindness. Above them, bells rang again. The household was growing impatient. They returned separately. Sarah went first, carrying an empty coal scuttle as proof of purpose. Ellen followed several minutes later with dust upon her apron and her face restored to calm. No one questioned them. The evening continued. Dinner plates descended. Water was heated. Fires were prepared for the night. Ellen moved through her duties, knowing it was the final time she might cross those rooms. She folded a guest's shawl, closed the drawing room curtains, carried a tray to the library. The house appeared unchanged, yet every object had become part of farewell. Near midnight, she climbed to the attic. Her trunk was too large. She filled a cloth bag instead. One dress, a shawl, letters from Joseph, a brush, her prayer book, a small photograph of her sister. She left behind her spare shoes, her winter coat, and several years of accumulated objects that could not be carried into uncertainty. Before dawn, Sarah waited near the servants' entrance. The corridor was dark. The range had not yet been lit. Ellen descended with the bag over one shoulder. Neither spoke. Sarah opened the outer door. Cold air entered. Beyond the yard, the sky had begun to pale. Ellen crossed the stones. At the garden gate, she turned once. Sarah stood inside the shadow of the doorway. Then Ellen used the key. The gate opened. She stepped through. The iron closed behind her with a quiet click. No bell rang. No alarm was raised. Her figure faded along the lower road until mist received it. Sarah returned the copied key to her pocket. By sunrise, the house was awake. Ellen's empty bed was discovered. Her bag was gone. The housekeeper summoned Sarah. "Did Ellen speak to you?" "No, ma'am." "Did you know she intended to leave?" "No, ma'am." "Did you see her this morning?" "No." Each answer entered the recordless space beneath truth. Sarah's face remained composed. Her lie became an act of shelter, not pure, not free of consequence, but chosen. The household called Ellen ungrateful, deceptive, morally uncertain. Her wages were withheld. No reference would be given. A replacement was sought before the week ended. No one searched the coal cellar. No one noticed the 2 sets of footprints near the bins. During the morning, a scullery maid carried in fresh coal. Dust fell from the shovel. It settled across the stone floor. By afternoon, the marks had vanished. Where memory fades, dust becomes a merciful veil. Years later, Sarah would wonder whether Ellen reached the city, whether Joseph waited, whether the child was born safely, whether the room near the printing works possessed a window. No letter arrived. Perhaps writing would have endangered them both. Perhaps Ellen chose not to look backward. Perhaps the address had failed. There is no answer. Only the coal cellar beneath the house, the wooden bins, the dark stone, the place where one confession was received without condemnation. It is said that great houses were held together by discipline, obedience, and silence. But perhaps they were also held together by secret acts of mercy that the rules would have punished. A coin passed beneath a table, a warning whispered in a corridor, a key placed into a trembling hand. The official history preserved none of this. It recorded servants arriving and leaving, wages paid or withheld, rules followed or broken. It did not record the warm ember buried beneath the household's order, the compassion that allowed one frightened woman to reach the gate before judgment closed it. Long after Sarah was gone, coal dust remained inside the cracks of the floor. The house changed. The cellar emptied. The bins collapsed. Moonlight entered through broken masonry and marked the black stone with a pale celestial line. No footprints survived, no voices. Yet perhaps, in the deepest silence, the cellar still remembers 2 women standing beneath the earth, one confessing, one listening, and the words that opened a road where none had seemed to exist. Go before dawn, not a command, not a blessing. Something between them, a small gate formed from language, a shelter built from a lie, a promise that, for one night at least, judgment would not be the only hand waiting in the dark. Some truths are spoken to be recorded, others are whispered only so that someone may survive them, and some acts of kindness remain hidden forever, warm beneath the dust, quiet beneath authority, like a coal that refuses to go entirely cold. Candles burned in every window of the great house. From the lower road, their light appeared through the evening mist, like a constellation brought down to earth. The eastern wing glowed faintly, The drawing room shone behind tall curtains. Along the upper floor, bedroom windows opened one by one into gold. For a traveller passing beyond the estate wall, the house might have seemed full of life, prosperous, permanent, protected by stone, inheritance, and the long obedience of time. Yet beneath the illuminated windows, half the rooms were already closed. Dust sheets covered furniture in the west wing. Rain had entered through a crack above the old schoolroom. Fires had not been lit in the gallery for 2 winters. Portraits remained upon the walls, but their frames had dulled because there was no longer enough polish to spare. The candles concealed these things. That was partly why they had been lit. It is said that a house shines most beautifully when it is trying not to reveal that darkness has already entered. The final dinner had not been called final. No announcement had been made below stairs. The family spoke only of distinguished guests, an important evening, and the necessity of maintaining appearances. But the servants knew. They knew through the wages delayed by another week, through the coal ordered in smaller quantities, through the rooms locked after furniture quietly disappeared, through merchants who waited at the service door with unpaid accounts folded inside their coats. The old estate was fading. Debt had entered slowly, like damp beneath wallpaper. War had altered fortunes. Land no longer yielded what it once had. Death had divided the inheritance. Taxes, repairs, and changing times pressed against the family from every direction. Above stairs, these matters were discussed behind closed doors. Below stairs, their consequences appeared as smaller meals, reduced staff, and silence. The servants did not need to be told that the house would close. They could feel the ending in the walls. On the afternoon of the dinner, the butler opened the silver cupboard. His name was Mr. Harcourt, and he had served the family for 32 years. He removed the great serving pieces one by one, a salver engraved for a wedding, a pair of candlesticks presented after the birth of an heir, the old soup tureen bearing the family crest. Each object was carried to the pantry and polished beneath a narrow window. The silver had been used for births, engagements, political dinners, Christmas feasts, and nights of mourning when visitors came in black. Now it reflected the face of an old servant who did not know where he would live by winter. Mr. Harcourt lifted the largest tray. For a moment, he saw the pantry behind him curved across its surface, the shelves, the locked cupboards, the green-baize door. His own figure seemed small within the shining metal. Then he lowered the tray and continued polishing. Whispers tell us that ritual often survives after belief has weakened. The household no longer possessed the wealth its ceremony implied. Still, the flowers had to be arranged, the napkins folded, the glasses aligned, the wine selected according to rank and course. The final dinner would be served as though generations still waited ahead. In the kitchen, Mrs. Bell touched the worn edge of her work table. Her hands had passed over that wood for nearly 40 years. The surface bore knife marks, heat stains, and shallow grooves made by countless bowls. Flour had settled inside the cracks until the grain of the timber seemed dusted with pale memory. Mrs. Bell knew every uneven place. She knew where pastry remained coolest, where the leg of the table shifted during storms, and where a kitchen maid had once carved a tiny star with the point of a knife. The star remained beneath the flour bin. No one else remembered who made it. The cook rested her fingers upon the mark. Then she turned toward the ranges. Soup simmered. Fish waited upon crushed ice. Game birds had been dressed. A moulded dessert stood in the cold pantry, trembling whenever a door closed. The work continued with its old precision, yet each sound seemed to carry farewell within it. The strike of a knife, the closing of an oven, the scrape of copper against stone. A kitchen may be built of brick and iron, but over decades it becomes a chamber of memory. Recipes pass through it. Arguments, songs, scalded hands, birth announcements, news of death. Servants came young and left older, while the table received the weight of every day. Mrs. Bell wondered who would stand there after the house was sold. Perhaps no one. Perhaps the table would be broken for wood. Perhaps a dealer would remove it and call it an example of rural craftsmanship, never knowing how many exhausted women had leaned against it before dawn. Upstairs, A housemaid named Florence opened the curtains in the long drawing room. She had cleaned its windows since she was 16. In spring, she washed pollen from the glass. In winter, she removed smoke. Before dinners, she polished every pane until the garden appeared untouched by the barrier between inside and out. Yet she had never opened the central window for herself. Guests opened it. Children leaned through it. The mistress once stood there during a summer storm and allowed rain to fall upon her hands. Florence had always remained behind the curtain, holding the cloth. Now, at 29, she looked through the glass at the lawn turning blue beneath evening. The estate stretched toward the woods. She had lived beside those fields for 13 years and crossed them only on appointed afternoons. Soon she would be free to leave. The thought did not feel entirely like freedom. She possessed a trunk, a modest reference, and wages still partly unpaid. Another household might employ her. Or it might not. Factories were drawing women toward towns. Smaller families required fewer servants. The old world of great domestic staffs was shrinking, though no one knew what would replace it. Florence placed one hand upon the window latch. She could have opened it. No one was in the room. Instead, she lowered her hand. Habit may outlive authority. A door remains closed because it has always been closed. Beneath the silence, the servants prepared the house for its final performance. Flowers were carried from the greenhouse. White roses for the table, dark ivy for the hall. The footmen filled lamps and trimmed wicks. The maid assigned to guest rooms placed fresh water beside beds no guest would use after that night. Mr. Harcourt descended to the wine cellar. The iron gate opened with its familiar breath. Rows of bottles rested beneath dust. Many had already been sold. Empty spaces crossed the shelves like missing teeth. He selected the claret ordered for dinner and paused before an older bottle near the rear wall. It had been set aside for the young master's 21st birthday. The young master had died in France before reaching 21. The bottle remained. Mr. Harcourt touched the dust near its neck, but did not disturb it. Some things survive because no one can bear to decide what should be done with them. He closed the gate. The key turned. For the last time, perhaps. By 8, carriages began to arrive. Wheels crossed the gravel. Doors opened. Guests entered beneath the chandelier wearing evening clothes, jewels, ribbons, and expressions of warm familiarity. They admired the flowers, the silver, the glow of the rooms. Several remarked that the house had never looked finer. This too was true. Farewell can sharpen beauty. When loss approaches, every candle seems brighter. Every worn surface becomes sacred. The guests entered the dining room. Behind the baize door, servants took their places. Soup passed through, then fish, then game. Dishes travelled along hidden routes from kitchen to pantry, from pantry to dining room, carried by hands trained to remain steady. The family sat beneath ancestral portraits. The servants moved below their gaze without appearing to interrupt the scene. After the final course, the master rose. Through the wall, those waiting in the service passage heard his voice. He spoke of tradition, of difficult times, of loyalty preserved across generations. He thanked friends for standing beside the family. He praised the estate as a place shaped by duty and affection. The guests raised their glasses. The word loyalty passed through the wall. Mr. Harcourt heard it. So did Florence. So did Mrs. Bell, who had come upstairs to supervise the dessert. No one mentioned the unpaid wages. No one asked where the servants would go. No speech honoured the maid who had lost her youth cleaning windows she did not open. No toast named the cook whose hands had fed the family through births, mourning, and war. Gratitude remained ceremonial. Consequence remained private. Perhaps the master felt genuine sorrow. Perhaps he believed loyalty moved equally in both directions. Human beings often mistake feeling for justice. A beautiful speech can emerge from a sincere heart and still fail those standing behind the door. The applause ended. Glasses touched the table. The servants returned to work. Near midnight, the guests departed. Carriages carried their voices down the drive. The last wheels faded beyond the gates. The front door closed. For several moments, the great hall stood silent. Then Mr. Harcourt removed his gloves. It was a small act, almost nothing. Yet Florence noticed. The servants began clearing the rooms. Crystal descended to the pantry. Plates returned to the kitchen. Candles were snuffed upon the dining table, though the lamps in the hall remained. When the work was nearly done, Mrs. Bell brought a pot of tea into the servants' hall. Someone found a bottle of ordinary wine left from the kitchen stores. No formal permission was requested. The remaining staff gathered around the long table. Mr. Harcourt sat at its head, not because rank required it now, but because habit placed him there. For a while, no one spoke. The house seemed to wait with them. Then a footman recalled the evening an ambassador's dog had stolen an entire bird from the dining table. A maid remembered a guest who rang for hot water 6 times because each jug arrived at what she called the wrong temperature. Mrs. Bell told of the winter the kitchen chimney filled with snow and smoke drove everyone into the yard wearing nightclothes. Laughter rose, softly at first, then more freely. It travelled into the passage. No one lowered a voice. They remembered births announced by bells. Children carried down to the kitchen for secret pieces of cake. A young maid taught to read beside the range. A butler who died in the pantry and was mourned by servants who were expected to serve dinner the same evening. They remembered hidden kindnesses. The mistress sending broth to a servant's sick mother. Mr. Harcourt altering an account so that a broken decanter would not cost a footman a month's wages. Mrs. Bell hiding food in the parcels of those leaving. They remembered storms when the roof shook and everyone believed the west chimney would fall. They remembered wartime letters. Empty chairs, marriages, dismissals, names spoken now with no fear that the family might overhear. The house had stored these memories without recording them. Every corridor contained a life the family albums ignored. For once, the servants became the narrators of the place. The absurd and the sacred mingled. Laughter entered grief. Grief entered laughter. It is said that when an old world ends, its truth may appear briefly after ceremony has lost control. The servants' hall grew warm. The wine passed from hand to hand. Florence spoke of the window in the drawing room. "I always wished to open it," she said. "Then open it now," someone replied. They carried lamps upstairs. Together, they entered the dark drawing room. Florence crossed to the central window. She lifted the latch. The frame resisted, then opened. Cold night air entered. Curtains moved inward like pale wings. For the first time, Florence leaned through the window and looked across the lawn without glass between herself and the world. The others stood behind her. No one told her to step away. Outside, the moon marked the garden paths. The old trees stood beneath the stars. The house no longer seemed to own the land. It merely rested upon it. One by one, the servants extinguished the remaining lamps. The library darkened. Then the drawing room. The staircase lost its gold. Portraits disappeared into shadow. Mr. Harcourt paused beneath the chandelier in the great hall. He looked upward at the crystals, now colourless without flame. For decades, he had crossed that floor while carrying messages, trays, keys, and the dignity of others. Now he held only a lamp. He turned its wick down. The flame became small, then vanished. Darkness entered the hall, not violently, like water filling an abandoned chamber. The servants stood together near the service door. Their voices remained, no longer whispers, no longer careful fragments spoken beyond the family rooms. The house, emptied of rank and ceremony, seemed to listen. Perhaps it had always listened. Perhaps stone remembers every voice forced to lower itself. The cook's song, the maid's warning, the footman's hidden laughter, the nurse's prayer, the butler's silence. Now these voices moved freely through the corridors. They became the final life within the house. By morning, trunks would be closed. References folded, keys returned. Some servants would travel to other households, some to relatives, some into cities where new work waited without certainty. The family would move to a smaller residence and carry the portraits, silver, and selected furniture. What could the servants carry? A ribbon, a letter, a recipe, a scar. The memory of moonlight through a window opened too late. No buyer would purchase such things, yet they were the true inheritance of service. Years later, the house would stand empty. Rain would enter the west wing. The dining room ceiling would crack. Dust would cover the place where the final table had been laid. Visitors might speak of the family who once lived there. They might admire the architecture. They might wonder why so many servants' bells remained along the lower wall. Few would ask whose hands answered them. Where memory fades, buildings become monuments to those who owned them rather than those who kept them alive. But on quiet nights, perhaps the house would remember differently. A laugh in the servants' hall, a pan set upon stone, a key turning in the wine cellar gate, a window opening at last. The final lamp had gone dark, yet the voices remained. They moved through abandoned rooms like warm breath. Not ghosts, not accusations, only memory freed from the command to be silent. Perhaps the house did not end when the family departed. Perhaps it ended when the servants carried their trunks beyond the gate. Or perhaps it did not end even then. Perhaps every place continues inside those who labored there, long after rank and ownership have crumbled into dust. The candles in the windows were gone. The great rooms slept. Marked by the moon, the house stood pale above the fields. And from somewhere deep within its darkened corridors came the echo of laughter, soft, unrecorded, and finally unafraid, as those once forbidden to speak became the last voices the old house would ever truly keep. Long after the household had vanished, the house remained beneath the moon. Its roof had opened in places to rain and winter. Ivy entered through broken glass and travelled slowly across the walls, following cracks where wallpaper had loosened. The chimneys stood dark above the trees. No smoke rose from them. No carriage crossed the gravel. The windows reflected only clouds. Inside, dust covered the staircase in a pale and undisturbed veil. The bells along the servants' passage no longer trembled. Their wires had rusted inside the walls. Labels still remained beneath some of them. Drawing room, blue bedroom, nursery, library. But no hand pulled the cords above, and no servant waited below to answer. The house had become silent. Yet silence is not always emptiness. It is said that stone remembers pressure, wood remembers footsteps, cloth keeps the shape of the body that rested upon it. Perhaps a house, after those who lived within it are gone, becomes a vessel for everything that was never spoken aloud. The moon entered through the ruined drawing room window. Its light crossed the floorboards and reached the great staircase, where the carpet had rotted away. Beneath it, the old wood showed shallow hollows worn by generations of feet. The family had climbed the broad centre. Servants had used the edges. Even now, the difference could be seen. Along the outer boards, the grain had softened, where maids carried water, footmen carried trays, nurses carried sleeping children, and housekeepers moved through darkness with keys at their waists. No portrait bore their names, but the stairs remembered their weight. Marked by the moon, each worn place became a kind of writing. Not ink, not language, a record made by repetition, step after step, year after year. The abandoned house offered no guide, yet its chambers opened one into another, like pages from a damaged book. Beyond the great staircase, a broken panel revealed the servants' corridor. It had once been hidden from the principal rooms. Narrow, dim, designed to move labour through the house without allowing that labour to disturb the appearance of ease. Now the panel hung open. The concealed passage could be seen from the hall. Its secrecy had failed. Moonlight reached the green-painted walls. Hooks remained where lamps and aprons once hung. At the far end, a small door stood ajar, opening toward the back stairs. Whispers tell us that great houses were designed to separate presence from visibility. Meals appeared without kitchens. Fires burned without coal being carried. Clothes returned clean, without hands seeming to have washed them. Comfort emerged as though summoned by the house itself. Yet behind every effortless room lay a corridor of footsteps. A servant waiting, a bell answered. A private sorrow folded away before the door opened. Now that the family rooms and service passages were equally ruined, The old division seemed strangely fragile. Plaster had fallen from both. Dust covered both. The moon made no distinction between the front stair and the back. Through the corridor stood the nursery door. It hung crooked from one hinge. Inside, faded stars remained upon the ceiling. A wooden horse lay on its side near the cold fireplace. One wheel had come loose. The small bed frame leaned against the wall, its curtains long gone. The room seemed to hold the quiet after a child has been carried away. Perhaps somewhere in its darkness remained the voice of a nurse counting breaths beside a fevered bed. Something is wrong. The sentence had once struggled to cross the boundary of rank. Now no physician stood in the corridor. No parent questioned her certainty. Only the empty chair remained, its cushion opened by mice and weather. Yet the hollow where a body had sat could still be imagined. The long vigil, the cool cloth. The child's hand closing around one tired finger. The room remembered care, even if the family history remembered only recovery. At the window, ivy moved in the night air. Its leaves brushed the glass with a faint whisper. I loved that child. Perhaps no nurse had ever spoken those words openly. Love between servant and child was expected, used, and carefully limited. A nurse might raise a child through illness, nightmares, first words, and lonely mornings. Yet when the child grew older, distance returned. The servant's devotion could shape a life without earning a place within the family story. The nursery kept no official account, but perhaps love leaves pressure too, in worn floorboards, in toys mended more carefully than duty required, in the turned gaze of a child inside an old photograph. Beyond the nursery, the passage descended toward the kitchen. The range was cold. Its iron doors had rusted shut. Copper hooks remained above the work table, though the pans were gone. Rainwater gathered in one corner, where the ceiling had failed. The table survived. Its edge had been worn smooth by hands, knives, bowls, and exhausted bodies, leaning briefly for support. Near the flour bin, beneath dirt and dust, a small star remained carved into the wood. No one knew who had made it. A kitchen maid during an idle minute. A child hiding below stairs. A cook marking the place where some private promise had been made. The tiny star had endured more faithfully than the person who cut it. The kitchen once held 1,000 sounds. Knives, water, laughter quickly silenced. Arguments swallowed when a bell rang. Songs hummed before dawn. News carried from the village. Here, perhaps, someone had once whispered, I am tired. Such a simple sentence. So ordinary that history rarely thought to preserve it. Yet fatigue shaped the lives of servants as surely as wages and duties did. Tired from climbing stairs, tired from waking before light, tired from standing behind chairs while others ate, tired from grieving without leave, tired from being told that endurance was character. The abandoned range gave no warmth now. But blackened stone still surrounded it like the remains of an ancient altar. How many mornings had begun there? How many servants had held cold hands toward the first flame before carrying heat into rooms where no one knew they were shivering? Beneath the silence, the kitchen seemed crowded, not with ghosts, with effort. The unseen labor that had once moved through it like breath. A narrow doorway led from the kitchen toward the scullery. There, the floorboards had lifted. One lay broken across a dark cavity beneath the wall. In another age, a silver spoon had been found under such a board. Tarnished, hidden, heavy with accusation. Perhaps this was the same place, perhaps not. Old houses create many chambers where truth may sleep. A missing object could destroy a servant because the servant's word weighed less than silver. The accusation was false. The sentence seemed to rise from beneath the floor. No voice spoke it. Still, it filled the room. Some names disappeared from household books after dismissal. No proof followed them. No correction returned when lost objects were later found. The family's peace depended upon closure. The servant's life continued somewhere beyond the gate, carrying suspicion into every new request for work. What would restoration mean now? An apology could not reach the dead. A corrected line in a forgotten ledger could not return lost wages. safety, or dignity. Yet perhaps truth does not cease to matter when repair becomes impossible. Perhaps late recognition cannot heal the wound, but it can refuse the lie its final victory. The moonlight touched the open floor. Dust drifted downward in slow spirals. The room seemed to breathe. Farther along stood the housekeeper's room. The cabinet was gone. Only a pale rectangular mark remained upon the wall, where its dark wood had protected the wallpaper from smoke and sun. The square resembled a sealed doorway. Within the floor, old brass screws lay among plaster. A single dried sprig of lavender rested beneath the skirting board. Here, keys, medicines, ribbons, wage notes, and private fragments had once been kept. An unofficial archive of lives the family papers ignored. Perhaps behind a drawer had rested a sealed account. I saw what happened. Another forbidden sentence. To witness wrongdoing was dangerous when the accused stood above and the witness below. A servant might know the truth and still lack the authority to make truth effective. To speak could mean dismissal. To remain silent could mean complicity. The housekeeper had lived between these choices. She had enforced rules. She had softened punishments. She had warned the vulnerable. She had sometimes failed them. No simple judgment could contain her. Perhaps the missing cabinet had been taken to another house. Perhaps burned, perhaps sold without anyone opening its final drawer. But the pale square remained, an absence preserving the shape of what had once stood there. Where memory fades, absence may become evidence. The house continued toward the dining room. Its chandelier hung crooked beneath the cracked ceiling. Most crystals had fallen. A few remained and caught the moonlight, scattering dim reflections across the walls. The long table was gone. Only marks upon the floor showed where it had rested. Here, speeches had once been made about tradition, loyalty, morality, and family. Behind the wall, servants had listened. My family needed me. The sentence moved through the empty room like distant thunder. A maid waiting for permission while a train prepared to leave. A daughter prevented from reaching a dying mother because guest rooms required fires. A servant sowing public mourning while her own father was buried far away. The Victorian household honoured family devotion as a sacred principle. Portraits celebrated it, sermons praised it, inheritance depended upon it. Yet the family ties of servants could be treated as interruptions to service. Their emergencies were questioned, their leave delayed. Their grief measured against domestic convenience. The contradiction had once been hidden beneath ceremony. Now the room was stripped. No linen softened the table. No silver reflected the candles. Without beauty to conceal it, the architecture of dependence stood bare. The family's harmony had required other people to carry disorder silently. Illness, fear, desire, homesickness, anger, grief. All were folded beneath aprons, coats, lowered eyes, and careful voices. A servant could be compassionate, but not intrusive, religious, but not unavailable, loyal, but not demanding, human, but only within limits that did not disturb the household's image of itself. I was afraid. The words gathered near the doorway. Afraid of a guest, afraid of dismissal, afraid of pregnancy, afraid of accusation, afraid to say that something was wrong. Fear rarely appeared in formal records. It lived in rearranged duties, hidden letters, doors quietly locked, and warnings passed from one servant to another. A secret counterworld of compassion had existed beneath the official house. Coins lent, food wrapped, keys copied, mistakes concealed, routes explained before dawn. Such acts were not grand enough for monuments. Yet they may have saved lives. The abandoned dining room opened into the hall. Along one wall, the servants' bells remained. Their labels had faded. Some bells leaned sideways. One cord dangled from a hole in the plaster like a broken vine. A housemaid once answered these bells while carrying a prayer no sermon had resolved. A footman once heard them call him back from a moonlit gate before he could complete a promise. A nurse heard them while counting a child's breath. A butler heard them above a wine cellar, where mercy quietly replaced punishment. The bells had commanded bodies. But perhaps they had also gathered memory. Each ring had passed through metal, wire, wall, and air. Each had been heard by someone whose private life paused at the sound. Now the bells were still. Their silence seemed almost oceanic, deep, layered, filled with the echo of every interrupted thought. At the end of the hall stood the servants' entrance. The door had fallen inward. Beyond it, the garden gate could be seen through mist and weeds. Its ironwork remained, though ivy had nearly buried the latch. How many had crossed it, dismissed, married, running toward a station, leaving before dawn, returning after curfew? Some passed through with references, some with accusations, some with only a cloth bag and an address hidden inside a shoe. I deserve to be heard. The sentence did not belong to one servant. It belonged to all of them. The maid erased from a household book. The nurse whose warning saved a child. The servant who knew where the spoon had slept. The woman who could not attend her father's funeral. The young couple given too few minutes beneath the stars. Their words were rarely preserved because the world did not expect their inner lives to become history. Yet absence itself has begun to speak. A caption naming everyone except the blurred figure at the door. A wage book ending without explanation. A staircase worn along its edges. A letter never answered. A silver object returned without apology. To notice these things is to loosen the old gate. To ask who cleaned the room, calmed the child, carried the message, or disappeared after accusation, is to admit that history's frame was never complete. The act of listening cannot give the servants back their lost hours. It cannot place them beside the people who were dying while permission was delayed. It cannot repair every life broken by suspicion or silence. But listening is not nothing. Attention can become a form of restoration, a name recovered, a story reconsidered, a hidden labor made visible, a silence no longer mistaken for consent. Some believe the past is fixed. Perhaps events are fixed, but meaning is not. Every generation stands before the same ruins and chooses what to see. A palace, a kitchen, a family, a workforce, a beautiful room, a concealed corridor. To listen differently is to alter the moral shape of memory. The night began to soften. Beyond the broken windows, the moon lowered toward the trees. A faint grey line appeared above the fields. Dawn approached. Its first light entered the servants' hall through a high window. Dust rose into the beam. Thousands of particles moved in silence, bright as distant stars. Nothing else stirred. Yet the house no longer felt empty. The passage seemed crowded with footsteps. The kitchen with voices, the nursery with quiet breathing, the housekeeper's room with papers waiting behind a drawer, the staircase with generations ascending before the household woke. Perhaps the servants had never been entirely voiceless. Perhaps their words survived in forms history did not first recognize. Inside the polish of silver, inside the softness of a worn step, inside the hollow of a chair cushion, inside a child's gaze turned beyond the camera, inside the faint scent of lavender released from old wood. Their testimony may have become material, part of the house itself. The dawn widened. Light reached the bellboard. For one moment, a tarnished bell reflected gold. It did not ring. It did not need to. The walls had heard everything. They heard the confessions in the cellar, the tears swallowed before doors opened, the quiet laughter after the final dinner, the unfinished proposal beside the garden gate. The forbidden sentences spoken only inwardly. I am tired. I was afraid. I loved that child. The accusation was false. My family needed me. I saw what happened. I deserve to be heard. These words had once seemed dangerous. Now they moved freely through the abandoned rooms, not as cries, as breath, as memory finally given space. Outside, birds began among the ruined trees. The first sunlight touched the upper windows and entered rooms no family would occupy again. The house stood pale and broken beneath the morning. Its titles had vanished. Its hierarchy had become dust. Only the chambers remained, equal in abandonment. Perhaps this is what time eventually does. It removes the carpets, uniforms, portraits, and rules. It leaves the marks beneath them, a worn floor, a hidden passage, a name pressed faintly into paper. The servants' hall brightened. Dust continued rising like starlight. Somewhere within the walls, the final echo of a bell faded into the stones. And perhaps, if one were quiet enough, there would be something more. Not a haunting, not a voice from beyond the grave, only the old house returning what it had been given. 100 years of breath. Duty, fear, tenderness, mercy, words never entered into any ledger. The walls heard them, the stairs carried them, the hidden rooms kept them safe when no person could. And now, after midnight has passed and the first light enters the ruins, perhaps history itself has become quiet enough to hear.